I announce a quorum is present, and we will begin the board meeting, and the board is in session. We'll begin with a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, I want to announce that the board will go into a closed session. During our lunch will be a closed session considering legal matters that we usually use in closed session. So we have an unusual situation today. We have at least 168 people signed up. We will allow everyone who has come to speak. However, given 168, we are allowing 1 minute for each person. We have 4 translators. If you need to have translators, we will allow 2 minutes. So when you're speaking, look for the red light, and that will tell you that your 1 minute is open, is done when the red light comes on. Please return your headsets at the end of the meeting to the person in the lobby. We will attempt to and intend to take speakers in the order they signed up. However, the speakers are in 3 different rooms and in the hall, and we're not sure we'll be able to communicate clearly with the order, but we're going to proceed in that way. We have accommodated 200 people today in our total rooms that we have. Most people will be able to be seated in a room. However, there will be a small television in the front part of the lobby outside for those who have not been able to get seated or see it in some other way. So that's the ground rules for today, and we hope if people are in groups, the organizers can assist us in carrying this out. So we're now ready for the item, which is item 13. And so we're going to begin on item 13 with the presentations by the California Department of Education and by the contractor WestEd. Then the board will have some discussion time to ask questions about the presentations. Then we will proceed with the public testimony. So, Chris Swenson, you introduce yourself and you can begin for us.
Good morning, President Kerr, Superintendent Torlix, and members of the board. I am Chris Swenson, the Director of the Local Agency Systems Support Office. Item 13 is the third in a series of items intended to inform the SBE and the public regarding the implementation of the Local Control Funding Formula, or LCFF, in preparation for actions the board is required to take over the next 15 to 20 months. No specific action is recommended for this item today. In the 4 months since the legislation was signed into law, SBE and CDE staff, with assistance from contractor WestEd, have convened various stakeholder meetings to engage parents, advocacy groups, and LEAs in dialogue about the specifics of LCFF implementation. In addition, the California Endowment has sponsored a series of community forums throughout the state, the last of which will occur next week. The CDE has continued to update its LCFF website, and both CDE and WestEd maintain mailboxes to encourage any member of the public to submit comments. The comments, questions, or concerns expressed in the meetings and the emails and summarized in attachments 2 and 3 have informed the development of this board item, particularly the content of attachment 1. President Kirst observed at the September meeting that ideally, decisions and actions governing the development of the planning document required by the LCFF, called the Local Control and Accountability Plan, or LCAP, as well as the evaluation rubrics, would be developed simultaneously with the regulations that must be considered by January in order to create greater cohesion in the guidance provided to LEAs. These separate actions include adopting regulations to govern expenditure of supplemental and concentration funds by January 31st, 2014, adopting an LCAP template by March 31st, 2014, and adopting rubrics, including standards for performance and expectations for improvement to guide evaluation of LCAPs by October 1st, 2015. To that end, staff has worked to prepare for the adoption of the template to coincide with adoption of expenditure regulations in January 2014. However, development of evaluation rubrics will require more internal and external discussion and consultation than is possible in the next 2 months. Thus, Attachment 1 includes proposed draft spending regulations, and then, beginning on page 4 of Attachment 1, a proposed conceptual framework for development of an LCAP template. Pending the outcome of today's discussion and direction from the board, staff is prepared to recommend both the expenditure regulations and the template for consideration and adoption at the January 2014 meeting. And here now is Janelle Kubanek from West Ed to review the content and the rationale of the proposed regulations.
Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. I will try to be as brief and simple as possible, modeling LCFF in intent and action here. Let me begin by just revisiting the formula very briefly. Now, it is a 200-page bill, and there's a lot in it, and it could lead some to believe this is a really complicated formula. But in fact, what we have in local control funding formula is something quite simple. And what it calls for is the same amount per student statewide, regardless of where you are, and then with 2 adjustments. One being based on grade level, so students in different grades receive different amounts, or will generate different amounts. And then demographics, that is, our students that are low-income English learners and foster youth generate additional funds through the formula. When you look at this, this is dramatically, it's even dramatic is an understatement of what it is, dramatically simple compared to where we've been with revenue limits in categorical programs. And when we are fully implemented, this is what it will look like. So a lot of what's in the legislation with respect to the formula has to do with how do we get from where we've been to where we will be when we can fully fund this. But at its core, this is what LCF is. Because simplicity is a really important part of transparency. And one of the motivations, and we've heard this from you as well, is this is a law about how do we engage our stakeholders in thinking about what performance looks like for students. And the first step of that is make it simple so we can have the discussions. And today I think you'll hear from many people entering into that discussion. But we have to keep in mind that LCFF isn't just a funding formula. The math here that's shown on this slide, will be the formula. But it really is about a mindset change. It's about how we're going to move from where we've been with a compliance-oriented system to a performance-oriented. In many ways, it's like if you had a paid internship one day and the next day you became a manager. Not only are you paid differently, but you should be behaving differently. Your expectations are different, and the autonomy you have over your work is probably different. And that's the transition we're making from LCFF. We've gone from the internship where we were directed and we were paid in an hourly format to when we're now the manager and we have autonomy and we're looking to do things differently in our system. But with that said, implementation of LCFF is hard, not because the funding is different, but because we're asking the system to develop under a compliance focus to begin thinking and planning with local performance as its guide. And so, but I do think it's helpful to keep in mind, this is a simple formula with quite a bit of expectations and an important role for the board to take in crafting what this looks like in terms of implementation through regulations, as Chris mentioned, other aspects including standards and criteria that are outlined in your information items. So today we're going to focus on regulations and the local control accountability plan template, but you can see many things are coming in terms of supporting the overall implementation. As we've had the opportunity to provide you updates over the last several months, we've heard your ideas, but we've also, I believe, today we're going to hear many ideas and ways to provide more state direction through regulations. I think many of our comments, we've heard that through our state. In crafting what you have before you, and this is attachment 1, these are drafted based on the policy direction that we have received to implement the law, as well as other considerations. And so these are the guiding principles that we have presented previously that I think have been reinforced by the comments provided by the board. And also, as Chris mentioned, the comment by President Kearse to think about the coherence of this has really, we've taken that to heart. And thinking about how the pieces and parts of LCFF really need to come together to send a message of what it means to deliver on simplicity and transparency and performance and equity and accountability, of which local flexibility will be the vehicle. So let me explain a bit more detail about what we mean when we've tried to articulate coherence in this implementation of LCFF. First part of this is we're really looking at what becomes the regulations or the content of the regulations as providing definition, helping clarify key terms, the conditions that are going to support local implementation of LCFF by our districts, charter schools, and county offices to meet the objectives that are stated very clearly in the law. But with that, we're going to have the definition that then needs to carry forward into what's described as the activities, the actions, the services that emerge that are in the local control and accountability plan that's used to organize. How do we know what we're doing and where resources are going and how that's going to affect and support performance? And importantly, also communicate. Not communicate just because it's written down, but communicate because in the process of developing the local control accountability plan, there's been engagement, as called for in the bill. But hopefully beyond that, conversations that are different about what students need and how we're attending to those with the use of resources. And then finally, followed by a rubric. This rubric isn't a compliance rubric, it's a performance rubric. So in that respect, this is not to call out or catch misbehavior. It's really about what do we do to call out and validate effective practice, to support performance and keep pushing for better. And so as we have worked today, you'll hear much about the regulations and templates, but it's with this notion that when we get to the rubrics, they are connected very much with how the regulations and the templates work, and as a system that all works together with an underlining connection through the intent of the law as captured in the guiding principles that we've talked about from our previous meetings. So as Chris also mentioned, we've had many opportunities for stakeholder input, and I think this is just an example of what we hope to be modeled locally as the local control funding formula is maturing in our districts and our charters and our county offices. You have a summary of that in your agenda items of the various groups and the outcomes and the information that was shared. I think what we heard in these groups, and this is in multiple formats, through face-to-face meetings, phone calls, emails, letters, the only thing we didn't have was a carrier pigeon, is that we heard a lot that people agreed about, right? They agreed that the guiding principles that are in the bill really matter. They make sense. That we want to see student performance improved, and this is really viewed as an opportunity to do that. That if we don't have engagement and communication, we're not going to be successful with this. What we also heard, though, is there are a range of understandings of what flexibility looks like when you actually do it. And this you will hear, I believe, today, quite a number of perspectives about the regulations and what it really means to our stakeholders as to how to envision flexibility. And I think the question before us all today is, what does local control look like? And not just what it looks like, but what does it look like when it's optimally in the service of student performance for all students? And I think it's going to be different from where we've come from. And its perfection will be debated, as it should be. And you're going to hear that today. And I would hope that if we do this right, we're going to continue to hear that debate locally throughout the state as budgets and plans are to develop. And I think, capturing something that Board Member Burr said last time, this is a seismic change. So it suggests that we're probably going to start out okay and get better over time. But we're not going to be perfect from the moment that we start. And so what you have today is the proposed regulations there in item 1, as well as the local control and accountability plan concept document. As Chris mentioned, we're bringing these together today, understanding the coherence concerns and the need for that, with the hope that they can be brought together for your approval in January. So today is an opportunity to hear from our stakeholders and receive further direction from you as a board so that a version can be shared in January for your final consideration. So let me talk in a bit more detail about what is an Attachment 1. And what's outlined for the regulations is framed under how do we best support the intent of LCFF, and that is honoring what we mean when we say those guiding principles of performance and transparency and simplicity, student focus, equity, while providing for the vehicle of flexibility. And so what we are offering in draft, and this is based on the ideas and feedback that have been shared from stakeholders, that we are offering what we're calling a local options framework. Can we put forth some options for how districts, charters, and county offices will demonstrate that they've increased or improved services for unduplicated pupils in proportion to the increase in funds? That's the language that we have in statute regarding what the scope of the regulation should be. What we found in these options, so they are spend more, so how can we demonstrate that more money is going towards unduplicated pupils proportional to what's been increased? Provide more, so how can we show potentially that services are increased and improved, but proportional to the increases in funds for our students that are unduplicated? And then finally, achieve more. How can we show that students, especially those that are in our underserved, underperforming groups, are closing the gap with their peers proportional to the investment in funds that are increased in their budgets? What we found in presenting these options was that everyone found at least one option likable in all of the groups that we talked to. Okay, but we also found that some liked two, and a handful liked all three. And I think you'll hear today many of the perspectives that reflect those views. What we found that, we also found that no one came up with a fourth option. Okay, so I think in total, we probably captured the collective wisdom, and there might be some disagreement of the packaging. And so, I'm glad we have the robust public opinion that we'll have today, because I think you'll hear a lot of what we heard over the many hours and many emails and conversations that we've had over the intervening weeks and months. So these options are going to reflect the diversity of ideas that went into crafting what's in Attachment 1. And so the regulations are brief, and there's also accompanying that some examples. And so one question for you today is, do you find that having examples as something separate from regulations is really the way to go, or do we need to perhaps blend and provide more specificity within the regulations, but you have that drafted for you to consider today as you evaluate the regulations? So let me illustrate this. And that is where we've been and where we might go and how the regulations fit into that conversation. So you can see 2012-13, where we've been, revenue limits, categorical fundings, comprised of multiple programs. You can see where we will go, which is target for LCFF funded, which is far greater than where we are today. So where we stand today is partial implementation of LCFF. So the question before our districts, our charters, and our county offices is, when more money comes in this intervening period, how should it be treated? And that is the subject of what the spending regulations are intended to address. And you can see in this graphic, there's a gray shaded box, and that represents the new money. So the question of what to do with the spending regulations really has to do with, where do you draw the dotted line? Where do you draw the dotted line as to what becomes part of an LCFF base versus what becomes part of the LCFF supplemental? And as you'll recall, the supplemental funds are that which we are looking at as going towards students in our unduplicated population, so our low-income English learners and foster youth. And so in looking at this, let me take as an example the spend more option. The example that has been provided, while not exhaustive of all possibilities, presents an example that says maybe the line should be drawn in proportion to the increase to mirror what the target ratios look like. So let's take, for example, if the LCFF base represents 80% of the funding and the supplement at full implementation is 20%, then when new money comes in these intervening years, 20% at least should go to supplemental, 80% at most could go to the base. So that's one way to show, and it should be, as we move through each year, more than what we did before. So the notion is, let's contribute and let's grow what we have for all students, including those that are targeted under our supplemental funds or specified under our supplemental funds under LCFF. So that's the spend more option. Provide more, because LCFF emphasizes so much on this is about performance and what students receive, allows for an option that says, can we see a description of services and the affiliated expenses that show that more is provided? So I'll give you an example. This could look like something where we have a 180-day school year, and for our students that are low-income English learners and or foster youth, more time is provided through summer intervention, after-school programs, and in doing so, there's been a proportional increase in learning time. It could look like for our students, we add staff that for the service provided is smaller intervention classes proportional to the increase in funds. So through the services, we're looking for proportionality and also the affiliated expenditures that really show how funds are targeted and student needs are met. In the Achieve More option is outlined as, if this is really about performance, can we indicate something that provides for performance as an option that then we show how achievement is occurring with reference to the state priorities? So the example provided references the state priorities, including some explicit mention of a priority affiliated with student performance explicitly, because many of the priorities are about climate, attendance, and other factors that aren't academic performance. But can we show that we're closing achievement gaps proportional to the amount of funds and describing the services and the related expenditures that have achieved more? Now, I will emphasize that with each of these are active words that we're using: spend, provide, achieve. And so what I mean by that is this is not budget more, this is spend more. The evidence would need to bear out that more was spent, not just planned for. Provide more is not just plan more, it's provide more. The evidence would need to bear out that more services were actually provided and received. And achieve more is not expect more, it's show that achievement, there's been a track record of achievement that has evidence that having the opportunity to describe what students are doing and that gap being continued to close and that trajectory of growth performance is what's expected. So that's what's outlined for you in the pages in attachment 1 that refer to the regulations. So it's some basic definitions, some descriptions of what would be the options for demonstration of increased or improved services proportional to the funds apportioned for unduplicated pupils, and then accompanied by some examples. Now, as we mentioned, this is all related, right? So we have the spending regulations. How will this be demonstrated? Where will the demonstration actually occur of increased or improved services, in addition to evidence of addressing the 8 state priorities? And this is where the local control and accountability plan comes into the picture. And so we've taken the guiding principles that have been shared and cast them into what becomes a frame around which to think the local control accountability plan. And, you know, one of the key things is we talked about with LCFF, it's simple. So one of the things that you'll see in the LCAP concept that's been shared with you is we've tried to avoid duplication with other plans in terms of what's been asked for. We've also tried to avoid jargon and non-essential information, but allowing for a story, hopefully, to emerge from our LEAs about what they're doing, why they're doing it, and what it means for students. Transparency is, let's put the right information there so that we can demonstrate, describe, and explain how LCFF funding is being used. and really ask for a story of what districts, charters, and county offices are doing to support kids. Local. We also heard throughout our input sessions that there are many different things in many different ways, and you can look at what our county offices and our charters and our districts are doing as one example, but even within those groups, many different ways of doing things. And there needs to be information that's highly contextual and supports that local story sharing that emerges from the LCAP. And then finally, performance focused. What becomes the LCAP really, if LCFF is about how do we support performance, then let's emphasize performance and outcomes and avoid compliance-oriented information requests and questions. So this is a critical component of LCFF. And we are using that to then outline, and you'll see this again in attachment 1 after the regulation section, of offering you a concept for the LCAP. And this concept is organized around the following elements. And these should look familiar because they're drawn from the education code sections related to LCFF. And so what the concept document offers you is an example of possible content. And based on your direction today, staff from the State Board, CDE, and Westside, we can work on what display options may be available to provide for the format of the content. And the content document is organized by providing questions that would be included in the local control and accountability plan, plus other considerations that we would envision including in some type of handbook or guidance document. Another piece of stakeholder feedback that was received is if this is going to be successful, it is so different. How do we provide examples? How do we provide guidance? How do we provide assistance? So this is successful. Another thing I would highlight about the LCAP is that what you'll see in the questions, in particular around the services, this is very much student focused. And so rather than asking, oops, we're skipping ahead, rather than asking about activities, which we see in a lot of our compliance-oriented plans, which is list what you're going to do and tell me what you're going to spend, when you're going to do it, and how much it costs. We've actually articulated questions around what's the service provided to students? And by doing that, it really is about what's happening for students. And asking then, why and how will this happen? And this is transforming, and this is where we get from compliance to performance as an example. Let me take 2 examples specifically. One of the things that we have heard from a lot of districts, given the financial crisis that we're emerging from, is we had to raise class sizes quite a bit over the intervening years. One of the things that many of our districts are asking for or being asked for by their communities is reduce our class sizes. And we'd say that's an activity. So what then is the service? If we're really talking about performance, how do we transform that conversation? And if you have a conversation about service, a reduced class size is actually not a service. But a service of, we're going to provide more personalized learning, or we're going to have intervention sections that are targeted at kids and uniquely grouped around their needs, or that we're going to be able to, for the first time, have some very interactive project-based courses for our students. That may require more teachers and reduce class sizes, but in talking about what that service is, we are starting to talk about what's being delivered through our education. I'll mention another one that has come up repeatedly in our sessions, which is the topic of collective bargaining, and how are districts going to bargain. And I would say that as we've thought about the LCAP, one of the things that is clear is we're not just asking the system to be different in terms of how we write a plan or how we write a budget, but how we talk about performance. And so, for collective bargaining purposes, we've been accustomed under revenue limits to talking about COLA plus or minus some number. And we've used that as a common reference, but what if we started talking about services and what it means to provide high-quality services? And some of our districts are reflecting in their strategic plans a human capacity goal. And so if we're going to deliver high-quality support to students, I would imagine that if you have a human capacity goal, one of our chief interests is keep good teachers and make them better. And what's that going to take? It's not just about training. It's about the way we compensate, the conditions we have, but it's about students and what we do in support of students. So it's not that we don't, I think this notion of service is something really important that is carrying forward in the local control accountability plan. Because what we're emphasizing, and I think this is from your direction, from the legislation, this isn't about the stuff, this is about the outcome. This is about the performance. And so you'll see in the questions a reflection of that. And I think this is important for, what you see in the concept is a way that the state can signal and perhaps direct that past conventions should be different. And that today, what you're seeing in today's draft regulations and templates is a nudge towards that change. The state alone can't do this, and we know that part of what's underlining LCFF is that local control with the new funding formula. And so how do we get to performance rather than compliance? It's going to have to be the state providing some structures, but locally embracing the new challenge. So as for next steps, I think today we're excited about the opportunity to hear from you, to hear from stakeholders, so that we can further refine and develop what you have before you in terms of draft regulations and templates. Following this, it will give us some indication of what further engagement and consultation we should have to prepare for the January meeting. But I think what you'll hear today is you're going to see highlighted the passion and the energy and the diversity of ideas that exist around LCFF. And I think today, because you as a board are asking, this is going to be directed to the state. The comments and the concerns and the ideas are going to be directed to you. But I think we all have to think, what might this look like when the same passion and energy is directed to local decision making in the service of providing exceptional, not just legally appropriate, education to students? And under LCFF, we have a chance to find that out. And so the draft regulations and local control and accountability plan concept presented today were developed to support local interest, and also, importantly, a dialogue that is necessary to evidence the potential for performance accountability and the opportunity to do something different with resources that lead to achieving something better in both process and outcome for students. So we're in the middle of the process. And we expect further guidance today. In fact, I would go so far as demand further guidance today. Okay? And your discussion and the direction that you give us today will help us craft a version that we will then be able to start to vet more through the early part of January in preparation for you to take action. We'll vet more in December so we can take action in January. So appreciate the time, and I believe at this point we'll entertain some conversation and questions.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to, before we take some questions, say you're right, we're in the middle of the process, and the board has not deliberated at all about these draft regulations. Various things are in the media that the board is endorsing this direction or that direction. The board has not met on this. It would be illegal to deliberate on this, given Bagley-Keene. So we're here to hear testimony and think about this, and we have a draft that's been prepared by very able people, and they've listened to a lot. But this is the first time the board as a group has listened to things, and it'll be the first time that we've had a chance to deliberate and think about this and interact with each other. So with that, I'll take board member questions to either the CDE or Janelle from West Ed.
So I'm looking forward to hearing from all the folks who feel very strongly and appropriately about this work that we're doing. But I just wanted to put one other piece of context into our conversation, and I'm going to sound a little bit like a broken record, but we're doing this in the context of this 200-page law. So Janelle talked a lot about coherence and those pieces, but I really do want to call your attention again to the statute that's attached to our item. I want to make sure I have this, attachment 5. And if you go to Ed Code section 52060, that's where the 8 state priorities are laid out. And so everything that we're doing within the context of making sure that the law is implemented. So these 8 state priorities and the requirements related to the LCAP say that every LEA has to do an LCAP. It's slightly different for charters and counties, but for school districts, they have to do it every 3 years, and it has to be updated annually. They have to do it on behalf of the district and every school in the district. That question has come up, so I want people to read that very carefully. And although the priorities are kind of laid out in a serial fashion, the way I look at them is they're really in 3 categories. You have pupil conditions for learning that include teacher quality, instructional materials, clean and safe facilities, implementation of the Common Core with a special emphasis on implementation of English language development standards because they're one of our target pupils and for which we're receiving additional funding. Deep parent involvement, again with a focus on engagement of parents of our students that are targeted, English learners, foster children, impoverished students, special education students are all called out in there. And enrollment in a broad-based course of study, again, for all pupils that we're talking about. The second big category is pupil outcomes. And we've had lots of conversation over the last several meetings about our pupil testing system, but there are many other pupil outcomes that are listed in this bill, including the percentage of students who complete college readiness courses, so the A to G course requirements, or career technical education programs. The percentage of English learners who are making progress toward our academic standards, again called out. The number of English learners who are reclassified as fluent English speakers. The percentage of pupils who score higher than a 3 on advanced placement tests, so there's an attention to our high-performing students as well. And the percentage of pupils who are college ready per our early assessment program. We talked about that yesterday. That will continue irrespective of what happens with our STAR test that we've suspended. The last category then is around pupil engagement. And again, there are a number of outcomes related to pupil engagement having to do with such things as attendance, chronic absenteeism, middle and high school dropout rates, the graduation rate. We spent a lot of time talking about that yesterday. That's required in the statute. And finally, school climate. We heard a lot from our students yesterday about how important school climate is, but every district is required to talk about their suspension and expulsion rate, and they suggest that they do student, teacher, and parent surveys. So I just don't want us to lose sight of this is the statute around which this template that we're going to be talking about and hearing input is hung. This is the conceptual framework and the statutory requirements. So just want to make sure we had sort of the whole context, because it's easy for us to focus on what our work is, which is exactly what WestEd and our staff have been doing. But we do it in this much broader context, both of state law and all of the federal requirements, especially around services to English learners. So just wanted us to have kind of the bigger picture as we get involved in this discussion.
Board Member Williams.
I just have a question for Sue, because I haven't been as involved in the development of all of this. And when I hear different people talking and how they are explaining it, it may be simple, but it seems to be hard to explain. I just want to clarify, the 8 state priorities, those apply to all kids in the school, correct? Okay, so the supplemental funding in proportion, and what you were describing in terms of services and that in relation to the supplemental funding is one thing, but the whole package and the 8 priorities refers to all kids at a school, even if they're not part of those groups. Okay.
Board Member Strauss.
Just to clarify, and this was part of the working group discussion, and I've been really fortunate to be part and to hear what the groups have been talking about. But it's my understanding, Sue, that the law says the local education agency creates the plan, and yet we're hearing a request to have site plans linked to individual pupils. And my understanding from the workshop of the local working group is we cannot modify the law. We must follow the intent of the law. Is that right? So the guidelines in the law say local LEAs, they can decide how to implement it, but it's local decision at the LEA level. Could you clarify that?
Yeah, that's accurate. It is local decision making, but just as I said, remember, because I think there is a misunderstanding about that. For purposes of the LCAP, they have to develop an LCAP for the local education agency and each school. So, and I think Janelle did a fantastic job of describing how this LCAP should be. I would hope we would think differently about it, that it's not just a let's check off the box, did we do this, did we do this, but it's really thinking deeply about what are the services to our students. So it would be not just, we wouldn't be thinking about it globally for, pick a school district, but we would be thinking about it, what does it mean in the classroom for every one of the schools within those districts? So I think the power is there for that, but we have to be careful about the compliance piece of it because it really does require us to think about it differently.
Board Member Rucker.
Okay, and I appreciate the answer that was just given to that, but there are some compliance issues that do remain. You're correct, the LCAP does create a very specific type of change, not only in the way we talk about planning and implementing a school program, but also then how we oversee and monitor. But there are some things that still remain, which is the reason why I think in some of the forums that I attended and listened in on, the gnashing and churning is not about really a disagreement about this, but then for the stuff that remains, where does it fit in? So one of the pieces of stuff that remains is the school site council. School site councils still have a compliance and an obligation to create a single plan for student achievement. That was not set aside by this legislation. They have still some responsibilities concerning other types of categorical funding that are still coming in to the LEA. So that has not been set aside by this legislation. So the questions that I heard asked that remain unanswered at those community forums that probably could be considered how to address in whichever model we choose, the achieve more, the plan more, the achieve more, the provide more, the spend more, and probably this is a provide more model, is what is the connection between the work of the school site council in meeting the compliance obligation it has and the work of the district in writing these school plans? Is there a linkage, or are those going to remain two separate and distinct activities? I think that probably, if the board can figure out a way to provide some guidance on how these two elements are connected or where the linkage is, so that we're not having divergence in functions, activities, and concerted work on writing improvement plans, both at the site level on behalf of the students at that site and at the district level on behalf of all the schools in the district. Probably if we figure out a way to create some convergence between those two types of planning activities that are authorized and mandated by two different statutes, that might resolve some of those concerns.
State Superintendent.
I have a question for Janelle in just a second, but I wanted to, at the very outset, thank all the staff work that's gone on, from the board staff to the CDE staff to the West Ed deliberations, because it's framing the issues, it's bringing us the questions laid out, I think, in an excellent format in how to proceed. And as you said, President Kirst and Sue outlined it as well, and the board comments, we're framing pretty much an historic change, a huge change to the positive for education and for tremendous new opportunities to improve education across districts and across all student groups. And I just also wanted to agree about the excitement of this opportunity and as well to look at the strong emphasis on parent and community involvement and the level that this kind of debate from today needs to continue at each local district. I think that's where we're going to really have the rich deliberations on how to implement the intent of the law and really look at the student outcomes and the services that will enhance student outcomes. And that leads to the question, could you give a couple of additional illustrations that you've run into as you've had the workshops of how you connect services to the new money received, and how you should have what kind of a process you should have for evaluating the connectivity of that, and then whether a district's on target to meeting its goals in those areas or not.
I think that question gets us to what would be the process in preparing the local control and accountability plan, which is, if you look at Ed Code Section 52060, what's outlined are the elements that should be addressed, including some indicator of process. So having some sense of looking at data to identify needs, to then establish goals that then lead to what is attended to in terms of services that address those needs, with a notion that that should be where our resources go. So resources alignment is actually the underlining motivator of why we have content in the LCAP. Right? How do we frame where money goes, including our supplemental resources? So in the concept document there is an explicit expectation that given the drafting of the regulations, that a district, charter, or county office would explicitly describe how they are demonstrating abidance by the regulations to show increased or improved services in a way that's proportional to the funds generated. But there's also an expectation that they'll address in detail what are the services based on the data for students that are in our groups of need. And that is actually based on the legislation, not just our unduplicated pupils, but also any significant subgroups. So our students with disabilities, our African American students, our students of different races and ethnicities would be called out, and is expected that they are called out, and in terms of how resources are used, including the supplemental funds.
And if I could just pursue just a couple of concrete examples of that. You mentioned summer school or after school or special targeted counseling and literacy efforts, whatever those might be.
I think what you're getting at is, you'll see in the regulations that there's a basic description of service, because we feel like we've introduced a new term into the planning, and a service that is what is delivered in support of students in the delivery of instruction, basically. But, we are not being narrow, hoping to be fairly inclusive of what those services may look like. So in terms of a Provide More, we've offered several examples in terms of what services may be an example of Provide More. So extended learning time being one large category, potentially. Professional development and growth opportunities for teachers being another. Specialized programs, not just our interventions, but potentially our enrichments, because as you heard Board Member Burr mention, we're not just looking at getting kids to pass a high school exit exam, but we are looking to be college career ready and ready to enter without remediation our higher education system.
Thank you.
Board Member Cohen.
So I'm both a university professor and something of a policy wonk, and whenever I get too wonkish or too ivory tower, I go on a field trip. And normally my field trip is to Miss Karsten's first grade class at Colin Powell School on the North Long Beach, Compton border, where I work with 31 unduplicated pupils. But this past Friday, I was invited out to San Bernardino City Unified for their community gathering for excellence, and it was at the Orange Show Pavilion, part Huell Hauser, part Revival. Really 1,000 people coming together around this issue. This is the launch of that community's LCFF process, a community that the city is bankrupt, flat on its back, but 1,000 people, all of their partners, their advocates, coming together to begin this narrative around how they can create a bright future for kids who historically have been left behind. My Twitter account this morning is lit up with people coming to Sacramento to tell Carl Cohn not to make equity flexible. And it's good advice in terms of not having a Twitter account. But I didn't see in San Bernardino, with the 1,000 people coming together, I didn't see any evidence that they are going to somehow divert these new funds to purposes other than what they were intended for. I came away absolutely gratified, encouraged that the field actually gets this. They know what this really big change is all about. And while I'm interested in hearing from everyone, the last thing I would want to see out of this is some major new compliance initiative, which I think would not serve the intended purpose.
Mike.
Board Member Holliday.
I, too, attended one of the community gatherings. The one I attended is in my hometown of Oakland. And, of course, Oakland has all sorts of concerns and challenges that we're facing. But I was so heartened by that meeting because it was not just parents who were upset about one situation or another. It was parents who were inspired by this opportunity and looking forward to these conversations and formulating the narrative. It was also teachers, a lot of teachers in the room, who were looking at this as an opportunity to get the help they need in order to help the students that they want to help. It was also administrators and the superintendent who were there listening and smiling because the conversation was positive and moving in the right direction. And most importantly, there were a lot of students there. And they were speaking up, and they know what they want, and they know what's important for them to have. And so my sense is that these conversations are going to be powerful, they're going to be productive, they're going to help move us in the right direction in each and every classroom and in the schools, and that in the end result, we will be so far ahead of where we were before. I, too, want to make sure that those families, those teachers, those administrators, and those students have the flexibility to design their programs, their services to meet their needs.
Any other board comments before we take the public testimony? Pardon? Yes, we will. I just wondered if we wanted to ask Janelle questions, technical questions. Board Member.
I think most of us had a chance, as Dr. Cohn did and as Board Member Holliday did, to attend a forum concerning this issue. And yes, it's true, the stakeholders came. One of the things that was also relevant to this is while they had very clear ideas about what they wanted, they also had very clear demands about what they wanted the board to mandate. And I think that there's a difference between if everybody has their mandates written into these regulations are going to become more about compliance than about doing anything else. So at the same time, while everybody has a stakeholder has these mandates that they want to look at, we have to balance the desire to mandate an assurance that this is how the program is going to operate and create the environment and the opportunity that mandates the engagement we started seeing in those community meetings. And so my concern is that the danger in offering examples, and I think it was good that in the draft there are some suggestions about examples of services, examples of activities, that when people start trying to read and follow the directions, those examples narrow the thinking about what is intended and what is supposed to be done. So even if you write the parenthetical included but not limited to, we still run the risk of narrowing the types of focus that would be in place. So here's what my question would be. There were 3 models suggested and proposed, and I have to say that in the models that were suggested and proposed, there's not a great deal of divergence or significant difference in the examples that are provided or in the ideals about what is an activity or how those activities look at. Let me suggest that you can't have the conversation about developing the program without having the conversation that many are concerned about how they'll be held accountable for the decisions they've made. Is it possible in providing examples, I'm not going to say instead of examples, but to look at guiding questions, or what should you be thinking about and how are you making those decisions? So offering, and I'm being very careful in suggesting this because this may be going outside of the scope or the intent of the legislation, but in developing the template, as they begin to fill in the blanks for the template itself, is there a way to offer guiding questions about how to develop the narrative in the template, or how to consider the data points or the data that they should be looking for? And in developing the template, is there a way to talk about, because as the statute says, they have to do it every 3 years and they have to revise or update it, are there ways to give guiding questions about how to monitor and make decisions about what the revision or update can be? Is there a way to offer that kind of guidance as a part of doing the work and developing the template? I think that also is another way to get us away from the focus on compliance and the demand for mandates that will make sure the template's going to operate in this way, so that we more continue giving them guidance to assure that we continue to live with the question. For me, I'm comfortable with the gnashing and churning that is going on to have these conversations, because that's what we should be doing. But many people want to jump past the storming and get to the conclusion and the holding everyone accountable, because we're not comfortable with those points in the beginning and the end. We want to somehow collapse the time span so we get from beginning to outcomes almost immediately. So I think if there's a way in developing the outline for the template, if the guiding questions force you to continue to live with the question, so that you're continuously asking, we're very busy doing a lot of things, but are we actually doing the right things? So that we're not giving them evidence statements to say, does the evidence say we made the right decision? But instead forces them to say, are we doing the right things? And what is the evidence says that this is the correct trajectory? Is there a decision point where we can change this pathway? I think that there are some ways to create or form those questions that will keep the conversation both continuous and looking toward incremental adjustments over time, instead of arguing at the end point.
So I think we've outlined as a proposed guiding questions with other potential considerations that expressly get to your point, which is there's a way to process this that is very different than how we've been accustomed to, and some guidance, guidelines, offering of suggestions, and some deeper dives into questions. And what you see in that column is a lot of the stakeholder input we received that asked some very specific good questions, but our fear was if we put them in the template as a question to answer, then we were risking processing within the template. And what we want is a robust process that develops, and a lot of that has to do with the conversations that happen. So one thing that you'll notice in the way that the questions are outlined is there is not a single yes-no question. There is not a single question that lends itself to check the box, and there's also not a single question that you could imagine singularly having somebody sit at their desk and answer in a very complete way, because they have to go through and have that engagement and communication and opportunity to sort and solve. And one of the pieces is this is a lot about how are we aligning resources. So there's not a budget page that you rip off and hand to somebody, and then a program page that you rip off and hand to somebody. There's actually an integrated dialogue that has to happen, but that is not the map for how to do that needs to be created. And we have some districts that do it quite well, but how do we provide a few guiding questions, guideposts, instructions that we imagine will be helpful in this? But it's going to take time to really develop that practice.
And let me just make this point about the issue on the rubric, because I'm very sure we're going to hear about that today, because I heard a lot of those kinds of questions, and even in some of the mail we've gotten, a lot of the questions are pointing to the rubric and the evaluation or the outcome on this. As a classroom teacher, and even as someone who has worked with mentoring and doing teacher training, one of the statements I hear from students when we give them a rubric, or from teachers when we develop a rubric, there's always this statement that begins with, if I had known this was the expectation, I would have planned this differently, or I would have done this differently. I think that there's a part of what it is we're seeing and what it is I'm reading in the letters we've gotten, in the comments we've seen so far, is really more about the rubric than about the planning. And so, again, I'm not worried about developing the rubric because we will have learned a great deal in how the work is done to develop and then in the run-up to doing the evaluation. But I do think we need to keep in mind that there's going to have to be a clear connection between how we help them plan and how we hold them accountable for what they plan. So, again, compliance is whether or not. And I believe the intent in the rubric is how come and why. And so I think if we can help people in the planning to focus on the how comes and whys, then whatever the rubric will be, again, will not be about compliance, yes or no, and it won't become binary. It will be, again, to talk about the how come and the why. Does that make sense in saying it that way?
That does make a lot of sense. Thanks.
Board member?
I wanted to bring this up as a response to Board Member Holliday's comment. It makes me very happy to see an example of direct student input. But in terms of gathering input for the creation of the LCAP, there seems to be a big emphasis on parental and teacher and school administration involvement. But nowhere in the state priority areas does it spell out that districts and LEAs will be held accountable for including direct student input. And I bring this up because in talking to my peers, there seems to be very little transparency among students. Most students don't even know what LCFF is, and obviously they won't be encouraged to get involved in voicing their opinion and allocating these funds. And so I think that's a huge concern right now, at least for me as a student. And I hope that moving forward, when you're gathering input, don't forget about the students. Thank you.
So just in response to that, which is a great comment and one that we did hear. In fact, throughout our sessions to gather input, we had some really powerful comments made by students, and it did resonate. So if you look at attachment 1, page 5, you'll see the elements regarding stakeholder engagement explicitly mention students. And because while not called out in the legislation, it's clear that's an important voice in this process, and often one that brings us back to the ground. So there might be further need to clarify that, because I think it is a departure from maybe some of the typical planning we've seen, but it's captured in there precisely because I think some of the comments that stuck with us throughout this were really in the student voice.
Board Member Sandoval.
Thank you very much for that presentation. It was extremely helpful. I have a question about the element around needs analysis, which is slide 11 of your presentation. And if you could just, maybe I'll just make a statement that I think it's helpful to have the guiding questions, and I agree that examples can be potentially limiting in how they're worded. And so I think guiding questions are extremely helpful. And I also would like to be sure that there's stakeholder engagement in the needs analysis. It's very related, and that way stakeholders aren't getting engaged too late in the process. But even in the identification of needs, sometimes that can be a very insular process, so there needs to be more transparency there too, so that people have a voice in articulating what the needs are that should be met.
Okay. Any other comments? Board Member Bowen.
Janelle, first of all, I want to thank you for the opportunity to hear the comments that you've heard from the field. And I truly appreciate what you said today about we need to think about this work about services. It has changed my thinking, and the importance of how that should guide our work. But more importantly, how these services are truly going to tell the story about what is happening in our districts, in our schools, and how we're better going to use this story to shape our LCAP plan. And hearing the comments from Board Member Rucker in terms of the guiding questions and being clear of what is the expectation and letting me know what's required of me, I'd like to suggest that perhaps in the guiding questions we really do provide examples of how do we tell that story? What are the guiding questions that are going to help us tell the story that really embraces the priorities? Because not one of the priorities stands alone, as Board Member Suber just explained to us. And it's critical that we don't treat these as individual isolates, but rather that each of them really brings us to the goal that we want to accomplish, and that is to prepare our children for college and career readiness, and that we really do need to understand how we can focus on serving our underserved children. So perhaps that might be a suggestion.
Okay. Looks like we're ready then for the public testimony. So the clerk will call the first. Before we take the public and the clerk, yes, we have Senator Holly Mitchell here, and we'd like to accommodate your schedule and look forward to hearing from you.
I would consider myself a member of the public, so I'll consider my role here as jump-starting the public testimony. Good morning. Good morning, Superintendent and board members. Again, I'm State Senator Holly Mitchell, and I'm here today proudly as the chair of the California Legislative Black Caucus. And as chair of the caucus, I think the power and value in the caucus really lies in not only the diversity of the areas of policy expertise caucus members share, but also really our unwavering commitment to the success of African American students across the state of California. The caucus in the past year has identified 2 policy priorities that will guide our work as a caucus through the year 2020, and education is one of those policy pillars, working collectively through the legislative process and the budget process to make sure that we are working to support early care and education experiences for African American students, that we're working collectively to do all that we can to increase the high school graduation rate of black students, as well as the matriculation rate out of publicly funded schools, our community colleges, CSU, and UCs. I talk about the diversity, the policy expertise and diversity. I was very proud to be joined this year by Dr. Shirley Weber, Assembly member from the San Diego region. And so she took the lead for us as the caucus members, and we worked collectively with the administration, the executive branch, throughout the legislative year to make sure that our concerns and perspectives were reflected in the ultimate LCFF proposal that we all voted for and supported. We thought it was important to participate today by officially sharing our concerns with the conceptual framework, because we understand our role as policymakers. But given my years of experience, both staff and advocate here in Sacramento, I understand fundamentally that the devil is in the details of not just policy making, but implementation and the big black hole of the regulatory process. So we wanted to not only be a part of the policy making process as legislators, but to voice our concerns as we move forward with implementation. And from that perspective, the most alarming fact to members of the Black Caucus that's proposed in the regulation seem to allow that LEA spend LCFF state funds in a discretionary manner without having to demonstrate that if they are using this funding to increase or improve services to low-income students, English language learners, and foster youth. The only provision being that LEAs choose from the 3 options that were shared with you previously with staff to spend more, provide more, and achieve more, as a way to meet the statutory requirement that they, quote, increase or improve services for unduplicated pupils in proportion to the increase in funds apportioned on the basis of the number and concentration of unduplicated pupils, pulled directly from the statute. I think it's important that the board understand that for many legislators, including myself and other members of the California Legislative Black Caucus, our support of LCFF was based on discussions and commitments that were made that the equity for students with the greatest needs would be honored. The governor also publicly stated that the regulations and templates being developed for LCFF needed to ensure that the funds generated by unduplicated pupils above base funding are, quote, strategically directed to those children with the greatest need, end quote. Our support for LCFF was also based on a compromise that flexibility for LEAs is not total, but limited by the equity provisions of Section 42238.07, which requires spending on high-need students in proportion to the LCFF dollars generated by them and by the requirements of the LCAP. We believe and are concerned that this proposal falls far short of the compromise and doesn't appear to match up with the spirit of the law for the following reasons. Number one, there's no distinction or mention in the draft regulations between core services and supplemental services for the neediest students. Number two, there's no requirement for the way in which base funds are to be used and no guarantee that LEAs will not supplant base funds and pay for core services for the neediest students with supplemental and concentration grant funds. As a result, school districts could potentially play an unfortunate shell game. They could spend their base funding disproportionately on non-needy students, spend their supplemental and concentration dollars to provide high-need students with basic services, such as their classroom teachers, and never provide them with any additional services, such as reading support or counselors, or professional developmental services for teachers to address their unique educational needs. Number three, the spend more option is vague and may result in LEAs rarely achieving fund targets. Number four, the provide more option is delinked from the spend more option, thereby allowing LEAs to satisfy the proportionality requirement of the provide more option by offering high-need students any additional level of new service, no matter how small or how far below the supplemental and concentration funding level. 5, the achieve more option is not a demonstration of expenditure of funds, which is a requirement of the law, and it's probably more appropriate for it to be located in the LCAP priorities and the evaluation rubrics. 6, the achieve more example provided in the concept proposal has no connection to funding. A district could grow 1 point over 2 years in its API scores and meet this requirement without ever increasing services for the neediest students by spending the LCFF funds they generated from them. Excuse me. And finally, there's no proposal or instruction to districts on how to implement school-wide and district-wide expenditures of funding. And from our experience with Title I, leaving it up to districts to define for themselves under any of the 3 available options could create a giant loophole that may result in LEAs diluting LCFF funding without increasing services for the neediest students who generated the funds. Additionally, we are in the middle of our legislative interim, and so all of us are back in our districts, both convening and attending meetings on this issue area. So we too are engaging in our own field trips across the state of California. We've begun to hear from our school districts, and for myself, representing the 26th Senatorial District, particularly LA Unified, and recognize that specifically with regard to LAUSD, Black Caucus members represent 144 of the Provision 2 schools in that district alone. One of LAUSD's main concerns is that CDE is asking them to certify every year for the LCFF funding. They want schools to have parents fill out an alternate form that is separate from the school lunch forms, which will determine the number of unduplicated pupils. Past experiences has shown that they never receive 100% of the forms back, and it will be even less since this form is asking about income, and it's a form that's never been collected before. As a result of this requirement, for each student that LAUSD is unable to account for, the district will be looking at a loss of $2,800 per student. When drafting the language for the LCFF law, the state used Provision 2 school estimates, and that sufficed. However, in the implementation phase, CDE is disregarding those numbers and asking for a manual count of students in a truncated period of time, which will inevitably result in a loss of funding. We're deeply concerned about this sea change, if you will, given the fact that CDE provided estimates on LCFF by district per pupil allocations to ensure that members of the legislature were satisfied with the projections under the new formula. The calculations use the 100% status at Provision 2 schools to produce those final estimates. LAUSD and other districts, as well as advocates, would hope that CDEE will uphold the numbers used in June, which informed our legislative decisions. In closing, I have to reemphasize that while I understand these are draft regulations, they do not reflect the spirit of the law and the sentiment of members of the California Legislative Black Caucus when they cast their vote in support of LCFF. I hope to continue to have the opportunity to work with CDE and members of the board in further providing explanation if necessary with regard to our concerns, and look forward to continuing to be involved in the regulatory development process. We have copies of the official statement by CLBC members available to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Very clear.
Good morning, members of the board, Chair,
Just one moment, if I
Superintendent.
could. I just want to say thanks to the Senator. My department will get back to you separately, and then we should probably have a board discussion update on this whole issue of how you identify the low-income students in the Provision 2 schools. It is complicated, and there's some federal regulations that interface with this. So we're trying to work through it and give the districts the opportunity and make it simple and not lose revenues in the way you were worried. So I just wanted to mention that it's a bit complicated, and we'll have a maybe discussion when we get back to the roundtable. Thank you.
I appreciate that opportunity.
When is the deadline for this activity?
We're recommending an extension of the, if you're a Provision 2 school, and let's say 80% are actually free and reduced lunch poverty eligible, but the other 20% may not be, under the interpretation that we've looked at, maybe Deb, you want to come up and, we have an extension.
Yeah, just give me a date. March. Okay,
Yeah,
thank
good.
you. All right, I guess now we're ready for the public testimony, and as you know, you have 1 minute. Look for the red indicator. Thank you.
I will do my best.
Okay.
Good morning.
President Kurst, just because people are listening and queuing in, we're going to call the speakers in blocks of 24. For instance, now we're going to hear from speakers 1 through 24, and we're going to ask, rather than call their name a second time, that they introduce themselves when they come up, and we'll remind you if you move beyond the time. Okay, please introduce yourself. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, Chair, Superintendent Torlakson. I'm Estelle Lemieux with the California Teachers Association, representing over 325,000 members, but I'm also a former teacher of 17 years at the Sacramento County Juvenile Hall, having worked with the very specific population of students that we're talking about today. LCSF statute provides unrestricted funding and more of it to districts with a high proportion of needy students. The school district community gets to decide how it will serve all of its students while providing increased or improved services to the needier students. The state doesn't get to dictate how that should be done. Local school district communities get to decide. And this is why CTA supported and was the main reason that it supported the LCFF statute. And that is why we support the state board's efforts to protect the local flexibility provided by the LCFF statute and resist attempts to reinstate the old categorical system or turn these funds into restricted dollars. You cannot really get a quality statement in 1 minute. I have practiced this over and over again. I have just to say that. It's really an unfortunate and...
Thank you.
Too bad.
Good morning, President Kurst, Superintendent Torlakson, and members of the board. My name is Michelle Huntoon. I'm the CBO of Stockton Unified School District, here on behalf of Dr. Stephen Louder, Superintendent. We are a district of 37,000 students, an urban district not too far from here. So in order to meet student needs, we must be assured and provided that we at the local level have the flexibility to establish goals that prepare our student population to be college and career ready for a competitive global job market. Without the ability to establish priorities and programs locally to meet the needs of all students with resources provided, school agencies statewide will remain in a funding model of the past, governed by state-restricted funds. Now that we are beginning to climb out of the economic downturn, placing restrictions on future funds that were previously unrestricted will be a step in the wrong direction. The key to students' future is local control and flexibility. Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent Torrington, President Kirst, and fellow board members. My name is Hilda Nix, and I am chairperson of the District and Advisory Council in San Bernardino. I am here to support local control funding for low-income children, foster children, and English language learners. Our community is low income, and this funding, along with the changes our new superintendent has proposed, will help our children realize how important they are and that they can accomplish anything they set their minds to. As parents, we want the best for our children, and these resources will give our children the tools needed to support their dreams and give them a better future. Please make sure this money is spent on what it is meant for and not another broken promise to our children and their future. Thank you.
Good morning, State Board President and board members. Thank you, Board Member Coyne, for visiting our city last Friday. My name is Gwendolyn Rogers, and I'm from San Bernardino. I'm a parent advocate, a Cajon High School APAC president and chair, San Bernardino Unified DAC vice president and member of COPE. I'm here today to make sure that the allocated local control funding formula lives up to its promise of being spent as intended on our neediest populations, which are low-income foster youth and English learners, in support of their career and college readiness. Therefore, we must increase parent engagement opportunities, training, and advocacy, adopting key principles, welcoming environments, effective school and family communication, meaningful resources for families, shared leadership, conflict resolution, and adequate financial resources. Please don't let this become another broken promise for our families and our children. They deserve success. Thank you.
Buenos días, miembros de la mesa directiva del Estado de California, superintendente y todos los presentes.
Good morning, President Kirst and members of the board.
Mi nombre es Teresa Alba, de Distrito Escolar de San Bernardino.
My name is Teresa Alba from the School District of San Bernardino.
Es presidenta de DILAC y actual consejera del comité DILAC.
Ex-president of DILAC and presently a member of DILAC.
Recomendamos que las regulaciones del LCFF
We recommend that the regulations of LCFF
permitan mantener los fondos de aprendices de inglés separados
allow the funds for English learners to remain separate
para garantizar el apoyo a cada uno de ellos en su primera lengua.
to ensure the support of these students in their primary language.
Es fundamental que estas regulaciones
It's basic for these regulations
que nuestros distritos muestren cada recurso basado en los fondos suplementales
that our regions show these resources based on supplementary funds
y concentrados,
and concentration funds,
detallando la cantidad de cada uno de ellos y cómo deben gastarse.
and to detail each of these funds and how they should be spent.
Solo de esta manera nosotros los padres
Only in this fashion will we, the parents,
sabremos qué servicios o programas
know which services and which programs
serán proveídos a nuestros niños aprendices de inglés.
will be provided to our English learner children.
También recomendamos
We also recommend
comités de padres
parent committees
con el propósito de ayudar
so as to help
asegurar el uso apropiado de los fondos
ensure adequate use of funding
destinados a programas que provean
destined to programs that will provide
soporte académico
academic support
a estudiantes aprendices de inglés.
to the English learner students.
Quiero finalmente
Finally,
agradecer la presencia del doctor Carl Cohn,
I would like to thank Dr. Carlcon for being present here
por haber asistido a la segunda junta anual en San Bernardino
and for having come to our second yearly meeting in San Bernardino.
for Gathering for Excellence. Gracias.
Thank you.
Ahora usted. Sí, por favor. Buenos días.
Good morning,
Miembros de la mesa directiva, Superintendente de la Educación del Estado.
members of the Board of Directors and Superintendent of the State.
Mi nombre es María Dolores Ochoa,
My name is Maria Dolores Ochoa.
actualmente presidenta del Comité DILAC del Distrito Escolar de San Bernardino.
I am currently the president of the DLAC Committee and of the School District of San Bernardino.
Con dos hijos en high school.
I have 2 high school-aged children.
Y basado en eso, miramos nosotros como padres de familia
And based on that, we as parents, family members,
las necesidades
we see the needs
de que con este cambio del plan LCFF
that with this change of plan, with LCFF change of plan,
tengamos mucho cuidado,
we need to be very cautious
porque las necesidades de los niños son diferentes.
because the children's needs are different needs.
Hay niños de bajos recursos,
There are low-income children,
niños aprendices de inglés
children who are English learners,
y padres de familias con necesidades
and parents who have needs
dentro de la educación de nuestros hijos.
within the education of our children.
Por favor,
I ask you, please,
cuando ustedes tengan la decisión final,
to take into account when you make that final decision,
acuérdense de esos niños.
please recall those children.
Acuérdense de ustedes mismos cuando fueron estudiantes,
You remember yourselves as children when you were students.
sus necesidades y las necesidades de sus compañeros.
Remember your needs and the needs that your fellow students had as well.
No se les olvide que son los futuros líderes de nuestra comunidad,
Do not forget, please, that these are the future leaders of our communities,
especialmente nuestros padres que no hablan inglés,
in particular the parents who do not speak English,
que no se les da la información.
who are
Gracias.
not given the information that they require. Thank
Muchas
you.
gracias.
Thank you very much.
Good morning, President Kirst, Superintendent Torlakson, members of the board and staff. I am Dr. Maureen Latham, Superintendent for Beaumont Unified School District, and I'm excited to be here this morning to commend you and represent Superintendent Ken Young and my 22 superintendent colleagues from Riverside County. As we conveyed in our letter to you, we support the local option framework, the definition of services, and the framework for the LCAP. What we ask you to do is to revise prior year to use the 2012-13 school year. The other consideration we ask you to do is to expedite the evaluation rubric for the LCAP. The rubric is the key to ensure district accountability. By developing robust, explicit examples that describe student learning, you can trust that your goals will be achieved. I want to represent my colleagues in assuring you that we are committed to use this extraordinary opportunity to meet the diverse, unique needs of our students in Riverside County and conversely, all of the needs of students in California. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President, Mr. Superintendent, members of the board. Jeff Vaca, representing the California Association of School Business Officials. like to say from the outset that our members very much look forward to working with their local communities and their local stakeholders to ensure that the goals of LCFF are met. Don't believe that we're looking to play shell games. We're looking to reach legitimate solutions to all of the issues to be addressed by LCFF. You have our position letter. We support the options-based policy framework outlined in the draft regulations. We support maintaining the 3 options as they're outlined in the regulations because we believe that they appropriately recognize that this is going to look very different in different school districts. And I would just piggyback on the previous speaker's comments with respect to using 12-13 as the base year and the expedition of the evaluation rubrics to the extent that that's possible. Thank you very much.
President Kirst, members of the board, Michael Hulsizer here today on behalf of Dr. Christine Frazier, Kern County Superintendent of Schools. You have our written comments, and if I don't get to our 2 recommendations, I'll trust that you'll actually read them. Dr. Frazier is a tremendous supporter of the LCFF for both principles that really undergird it. Both the issue and the importance of aligning authority and responsibility with local boards, but also because of it addressing the inequity of the prior system. We think generally the regulations are a tremendous framework. They are a good first start. But because Dr. Frazier also is going to be one of 15 county superintendents to review LCAPs, we want to emphasize the importance of aligning the regulations to the law, which we believe is very clear. The law says that all districts shall increase and improve services with the concentration in supplemental grant money. We ask you to read our recommendations on how to do that.
Good morning. I'm Cecilia Mansfield from the California State PTA. You do have our letter and the comments that we submitted as part of the working group. So we hope that those are helpful and informative. I'd like to highlight a couple of things. We believe that the spend more, provide more options are the right options. We have some questions about the intent and the implications for including option 3, achieve more. We believe that achieve more is the underlying goal of a new funding system and should be implicit in both of the other options. One of the other things that we want to highlight is the need to clarify some of the definitions. The regulations are silent with respect to school-wide, county-wide, district-wide, and restrictions that do not exceed Title I. We think that needs clarification because there are lots of different opinions, and we're very concerned about parent engagement, parent involvement in this process, as well as one of the priorities that doesn't get talked about a lot, school climate. We think this is a real opportunity to improve school climate by bringing back counselors and social workers and other people who meet real needs in our communities. Thank you.
Good morning. Edgar Sasueta on behalf of Los Angeles Unified School District and Superintendent John Daisy. I want to take the opportunity to express our support for the draft regulations. We're supportive of the regulations because we think they're consistent with the intent of LCFF on emphasizing a new system focused on student achievement and trying to get away from a system that simply measures the inputs into the system. I would like to say we take serious some of the concerns that you'll hear from some of our colleagues, some of our friends today. We started the preliminary process of going through the LCAP and going through the regs and doing some planning for next year. And this is a completely different system. Having to budget with the eye on achievement and those 8 targets is something that we haven't done. So while we recognize that there's issues that weren't consideration, we very strongly believe keep that local flexibility, keep the local decision making, but keep us accountable at the end of the day. So we thank you for your time on this. While I have another second, I'll just associate myself with the comments of Senator Mitchell on the Provision 2 issue. I know that's an issue for another day, but I wanted to throw that in. Thank you.
Good morning.
My name's Maya Cooper, and I'm an attorney at the National Center for Youth Law and a policy manager at their Foster Ed initiative. I'm here today representing the educational needs of foster youth. I also delivered to one of your staff members just a moment ago a packet that will contain 3 different letters. The first is a letter from legislative leadership, including signatures from Senator Steinberg, Senator Yee, Senator DeSaulnier, Senator Mitchell, Speaker Perez, Assemblymember Buchanan, Assemblymember Stone, and Assemblymember Chesbro. A separate letter from Senator Block, a third letter from key organizations that work on behalf of foster youth, and finally, a recent report issued by WestEd called The Invisible Achievement Gap. All of these letters were carefully coordinated and make the following 4 points. 1, we recommend that the LCAP templates require districts to provide information on how they will develop and implement the education plan for foster youth. 2, we recommend forming an interagency work group to ensure all the provisions. Please read the letters. Thank you.
Good morning. Jill Habig, I'm Special Assistant Attorney General for AG Kamala Harris. AG Harris believes additional specificity and guidance is needed, particularly as it relates to the state's prioritization of attendance and chronic absenteeism. For example, there's no definition of either chronic absence rates or student attendance rates. Chronic absence is defined in the Ed Code using the 10% measure, and using this consistent definition across districts will ensure consistency while allowing districts flexibility to actually combat the problem in their own way. Similarly, the template should encourage districts to not just use ADA as the measure of attendance, but rather to use multiple measures, including truancy, habitual truancy, and chronic truancy, as already defined in the Ed Code. The needs analysis section should require greater specificity about the type of information districts should collect and consider with respect to each of the 8 state priorities. Consistency of information collected and reviewed is essential for districts to compare information and share best practices across the state so that they can learn from each other's local flexibility. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Rebecca Gonzalez, and I'm the Director of Government Relations for the National Association of Social Workers California chapter. I'm also here on behalf of the Pupil Services Coalition, which is a coalition of California-based pupil service associations. We provide students with physical, social, emotional, and intellectual support to learn. We represent school social workers, nurses, counselors, psychologists, and child and welfare attendant supervisors, as well as others. Our group recommends that the State Board adopt regulations that make it clear that districts should prioritize the expansion of crucial student learning and support programs and services that have been subject to budget cuts or that need to be expanded in order to ensure the well-being and academic progress of English learners, students on free and reduced lunch, and or foster youth. Additionally, we urge the State Board to draft the required LCFF template to ensure that districts consider in their local plans that students have access to mental health and counseling services, which will improve their chances for academic improvement in order to create a positive environment. Thank you.
Morning, board members. My name is David Page. I'm a parent from San Diego. Categorical program money was the legislature's way of forcing districts to serve the state's most fragile students, supporting specific programs for them with significant pressure from state law and a CDE compliance division, which was never short on work. Now those of you in front of me, in spite of a well-documented historical record, find it better to trust districts to serve their children before their employees. You wish to trust accountability, which, regardless of its source, has never effectively protected program money. While accountability means certain death to charters, it has only meant more money and consulting jobs for adults. The events of this last year have brought new categorical programs to District Prop 30 and LCFF, but already they've been diverted to serve the disadvantaged and disheartened staff of the districts, from the superintendent down in the form of raises. Watch as this new funding clears the teacher excess roles and class size reduction in a 3-year LCAP that says from the district that we'll fund the rest of these programs when you give us the $18 billion that may or may not show up. And now EIA and State Comp Ed, which was the last major state categorical available for students, is at risk as well. Since you insist on abdicating your responsibility in the name of innovation, try passing more power to the parents who will always support their children and can't vote themselves raises and benefits.
Good
Good morning, Dr. Kirst, Mr. Torkelson, members of the board. I'm Mark Winger, Superintendent of the Newhall School District in Los Angeles County. I'm also a member of AXA's Superintendency Council, and my district is a member of the California School Finance Reform Coalition, representing 53 districts and 550,000 students today. We support the flexibility and local control found in the proposed regulations. In my district, 5 of 10 schools serve high percentages of students who come from poverty and English language learners. If my district was just those 5 schools, I'd get a concentration grant. But I'm not. I have 10 schools. I have the full range of students that I have to be concerned about. Each of my 5 Title I schools is a state distinguished school. 2 of them are blue ribbon schools. We achieve for EL kids and kids who come from poverty. Give us the flexibility in the proposed guidelines to continue the success. Hold us accountable for all 8 priority areas. Let us define growth on multiple measures. Let us use SBAC when it comes along as one of those measures. Success is what counts. Please provide the local control and flexibility. Focus on results, not prescriptive criteria. Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent Torkelson, Board President, and Board members. My name is Marta Alvarez with the San Diego Unified School District and Superintendent Cindy Martin. We are very strong supporters of LCFF as it was going through the legislature, and today I'm here on behalf of San Diego Unified to express our strong support for the board's direction to maintain flexibility embedded in LCFF to enable school systems to access local needs and priorities and align them with locally driven strategies and initiatives. San Diego Unified strongly supports an options-based policy framework as outlined in the draft regulations with the providing more, spending more, or achieving more. We believe this will allow us to determine locally what are the best strategies for us to implement while engaging our local community and stakeholders. We also strongly support the state's board direction to authorize the use of supplemental and concentration funding grants for services provided at school-wide and district-wide basis. In regards to the LCAP, we appreciate the simplicity and transparency envisioned in the LCAP template, the guiding questions, and the examples that we can look towards in implementing the LCAP. Lastly, we respectfully request the State Board to expedite the release of the LCAP template before the March 2014 deadline, and similar to expedite the development of the comprehensive evaluation before 2014-15. Thank you.
Good morning, Deborah Brown with Children Now. We continue to be a strong supporter of LCFF and the importance of balancing, ensuring a proper balance between accountability and flexibility. So I have some specific recommendations, and all other comments I defer to our letters. We do have very significant concerns with the Achieve More option for the purpose of demonstrating increased or improved services. This option should not be available at the moment, and it should not be available until we have statewide assessment system able to demonstrate student growth. The board has approved the evaluation rubric, and the California Collaborative for Education Excellence is in place. Another area of significant concern is related to the lack of clarity in the regulations, or the draft regulations, regarding the use of supplemental and concentration funds for school-wide and district-wide purposes. There need to be some parameters around the use of these funds for these purposes that are not overly restrictive, but provide assurances that the dollars are used to support high-need students, and we can provide some specific recommendations on that. With regards to the LCAP, we have some recommendations on foster youth. We think there needs specific direction on youth engagement, and we also want to ensure that the draft template is available in December for plenty of time for review. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst, members of the Board of Education, State Board of Education. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today. I'm Arun Ramanathan, Executive Director of Education Trust West. You've got a letter from us. You've also got a letter from 70 organizations from around the state that outlined issues with these regulations and recommendations for change. I'm not going to belabor those issues since you're going to hear them over and over again in the course of the day. Instead, I'm going to sort of point out the obvious. Many people are pretty disappointed with the process and the course that this process has taken. The presence of constituents in this room may seem large by state board standards, but it's likely to grow and grow in the coming months, and is a reflection of the disappointment that I think many folks are feeling with the course that this process has taken. The last time I was here, I had the pleasure of congratulating you, Dr. Kirst, for the passage of LCFF, and I hope then, as I do now, that it would be a major aspect of your legacy, and in fact the legacy of the board. But legacies I don't think are built on this level of distrust and disagreement. As a board, you have the power to change the disappointment that many are feeling in this room,
into hope, the same hope that we had when LCFF was passed. I ask you, because I have great faith in your good intentions, to call for significant revisions of these proposed regulations through a true consensus process. And again, I appreciate the time to talk to you today.
Good morning. I'm Dean Vogel, President of the California Teachers Association. I'm also a kindergarten first grade teacher and elementary school counselor. And I'm here basically to say thank you for the time and energy and the diligence that you put into this effort. When you think about it, the governor did the right thing, finally. You know, we've got the state government saying, state governor saying, this is where we have to go. We've got to pay enough attention to these underserved students. And legislature followed suit. And now it's in your lap. And it's a very difficult place to be because everybody wants their own, you know, their own piece of the pie. But here's what everybody gets down to, is that we are changing the face of what's happening in California. And you folks are driving that, you're driving that engine. And I just can't say strongly enough how important it is to recognize that flexibility issues are critical because communities can drive this and you can show the way. So thank you for what you're doing, and let's get on with it.
Superintendent, President Kearse, members of the board. Having once been an actual member of the board, I would be remiss to not start out by saying thank you. I know how hard the work can be. I know how detailed and critical it can be, and you guys have done some great work so far. However, there are some concerns. I'm a little concerned about the achieve more part of the options that are there because I think that focuses us a little bit too much on the past. Perhaps if it were changed to something like engage more, I think it might go in a direction I think is more positive. I'm really looking forward to hopefully fleshing out the LCAP, making sure there's enough detail and enough clarity to help our community teams actually do what they do best, which is to serve our children. So thank you for your time and attention.
Good morning. I'm Jesse Aguilar for the California Teachers Association. I'm a high school art teacher in Bakersfield and a parent of 3 students. The local control funding formula stipulates that districts are to increase or improve services to unduplicated pupils. Simply put, they are to add additional services or improve existing ones. That's the requirement. The draft regulations unlink spending more with providing more and create the separate options from a singular statutory requirement. Option 1, to spend more, and Option 2, to provide more, are linked by the LCFF and cannot be unlinked by the regulation. It is not the place of the State Board to change the intent of the legislation, and that is exactly what the regulation does. The intent of the LCFF is to improve services for unduplicated pupils. These regulations regarding Option 1 and 2 may not do that. Because Option 1 and 2 are already linked, we ask that the regulations only allow school districts to demonstrate increased or improved services to students as authorized by the statute. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Hello, my name is Sheila Whitley, and I'm a CTA liaison to the State Board. But I am a classroom math teacher and an active advocate for all of my students in the Central Valley. I represent teachers and educators throughout California, and I'm very encouraged by the report by Chris Nakamura Swenson and her staff this morning, and by the comments raised by the State Board. We understand the need to move on this regulation in January. However, we have some concerns that this regulation, the template, is not out yet. And we ask that the template be completely developed and released as soon as possible to stakeholders and the public. We need to read and to be able to comment on this in a timely fashion. We encourage you to continue to organize the LCFF template around the concept of allowing local districts, teachers, parents, students, and community members to set local goals and develop a local plan for specific actions. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Brooks Allen. I'm here on behalf of the ACLU of California. We believe the LCFF represents a historical opportunity, but for reasons we detailed in a letter that we and public advocates submitted to you last week, we are deeply concerned that some of the options for the expenditure regulations are inconsistent with the LCFF implementing statute and would endanger effective and successful implementation. But the silver lining, as we see it, is that there are elements in the conceptual framework that can be fashioned into a solution that fulfills the dual promises of both greater local control and more equal educational opportunity. As my colleague from CTA just referenced, we would also urge the board to remain faithful to the marriage of provide more and spend more concepts in statute and adopt regulations that, consistent with the law, require districts to demonstrate how they intend to use the additional resources generated by unduplicated pupils to provide additional and improved services to these students. The promise of providing more equal educational opportunity through equitable distribution of resources can't end once the formula distributes funds more equitably among districts. It must, as statute requires, result in actual improvements for low-income students, foster youth, and EL students. Thank you.
President Kearse, we're now calling speakers 25 through 47. Please line up 1 minute.
Good morning, board members and superintendent. My name is Shannon Brown, and I'm a 5th grade teacher in the San Juan Unified School District here in Sacramento County and a 2011 California Teacher of the Year. In my classroom, I strive to individualize instruction to meet the needs of each student, each child I teach. I know that one size fits all is not an educationally sound approach. That is why I'm proud to speak on behalf of the educators in San Juan and my colleagues across the state in saying thank you to you, the State Board of Education, in recognizing that each community we serve and therefore each district is different. In order to truly meet the needs of each educational community, the LCAP must be developed by districts in partnership with teachers, parents, and other members of our local education community, and for that reason, the decisions should be made locally. The template you provide us should give us the opportunity to describe in both quantitative and qualitative ways what we're doing to support students. We all have the same goal. We want our students and our children to thrive and succeed. By adhering to the principles of this legislation, you allow us that flexibility. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Barbara Schulman, and I'm the chairman of Special Education for CTA. I'm on the Advisory Commission for Special Education, but more importantly, I'm a teacher in California of adult transition students. We agree with the governor's local control funding formula and the state board's support in allowing additional and improved student services for all students, in particular those living in poverty, foster children, and English learners. The flexibility of increasing and improving services, the LCAP template, and the 2013-14 base year are essential. We understand the LCAP template is not completely developed, but with local collaboration planning, this will be indispensable. We encourage the State Board to develop a transparent and accessible template in a timely manner so we can respond. It is also important that the annual goals and actions revolve around the 8 state priorities, which as a special ed teacher you know I think must be done. We also wanted to include quantifiable and qualitative measures. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Bill Freeman. I'm an elementary school teacher, Teacher of the Year in 2011, and I'm the president of San Diego Education Association. We are concerned about letting school districts off the hook if they only comply with option 1, which is spend more. The statute is clear that local school districts demonstrate that they have increased or are providing increased or improved services to the students that need them. In other words, option 1, spend more, and option 2, provide more, are already linked by LCFF and cannot be unlinked by regulation. However, it is not the intent of LCFF to reinstate the categorical model of tracking certain dollars to certain programmatical expenditures. Because option 1 and option 2 are already linked, we ask that the regulation only allow school districts to demonstrate increased or improved services for those students. The statute is, for the first time, giving us the flexibility to use it, and I hope we take advantage of it. Thank you.
Good morning, Martha Zaragoza Diaz, representing the California Association for Bilingual Education and Californians Together. The LCFF law does not give districts a choice as to which parts of the LCFF law to implement. The law is very clear that the districts need to spend more, improve more, and achieve more for all students, including English learners, low-income students, and foster youth. These are not options. These are requirements. The regulations around expenditures before you are not a balance with regards to accountability or flexibility. They will make it very difficult for parents, students, and teachers and the community to determine how much was expended and allocated for the targeted pupils. If we indeed are to have the LCFF promise realized with regards to equity in school funding, you must reject the proposed expenditure regulations as well as the LCAP template and direct staff to go back to the drawing board and come back to you in January with regulations that do indeed comply with the LCFF law, especially the provision around increased and improved services to our targeted student population. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Rice. I'm from California Rural Legal Assistance. We have offices located in 15 of the most rural parts of California, and we provide services to students and parents in dozens and dozens of districts in the most rural areas. We are heartened by the new funding formula. We think it's going to inure to the benefit of the children that we serve, but we are deeply concerned that the regulations have created a disconnect between some of the most critical parts of LCFF and what is to be expected of districts in developing their LCAP plan. I'd like to refer and echo what Board Member Burr talked about, that these regulations have got to be considered within the context of the 8 state priority areas. If you look at them, however, from the very beginning, from the definition of services to the end, to the LCAP criteria, they disconnect the 8 priority goals from services and from the spending allocation. And to echo the comments of Board Member Zhang, the way to address that and the way to encourage parent participation is to provide them with an accountability system that will allow them to complain if they're not at the table when the LCAP is developed and these 8 priority areas are not considered. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Taryn Ishida, Executive Director of Californians for Justice. I'm here with CJ and Maria, 2 of our students, on behalf of thousands of students, parents, and allies who've been coming to you over the years, hoping that their education, that their future could be better. We're here again today because LCFF makes that hope real. But the draft regulations that were released also gives us reason to fear. Fear that all of our hard work to pass Prop 30 and LCFF won't amount to the better future we've been waiting for. Fear that history will repeat itself, that the status quo, the divide between those with power and privilege and those without it, will persist. We see this, we experience this every day. People in power who only look to site councils to be a rubber stamp on their budgets. School staff who discourage our students, especially students of color, from academic services because they're more the gardener type than the college type. We need your bold leadership. We need you to keep your promise of equity, to provide more and spend more, to ensure real input is taken from the students and families who are most affected. Don't flex equity.
Good morning. My name is Sydney Andrade. I'm a junior at Oakland High School, representing Californians for Justice and the campaign for quality education. Straight to the point, for over 4 decades, we have had a funding system in place that was on making sure that all students had a fair shot at succeeding. The local control funding formula was huge for me as a student, but the vision of LCFF is not complete if both parents and students are not engaged and involved in the decision-making process. We're the ones spending 8 hours of our days in the classroom. It is our parents sending their children to school every day, trusting that their child's school provides them the education necessary to succeed. And what's necessary is that students and their parents should have a voice in how and where the money is spent. With that said, don't flex equity. State Board of Education, keep your promises and give the students the education they deserve. Don't let the districts have the flexibility to interpret who they spend the money on, how the money is spent. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria. I'm a student in San Jose and a district member. Now that LCF has passed, there will be more funding for the need of our school, especially students who are like me, low income. LCF not only means money, but really means getting your A through G done and more students graduate high school and a better environment in our school. LCFF is about this picture, but most important is about better quality for me and our students in our community. My older sister was in only classes for 4 years, and she struggled a lot when she had more challenging class, like English too. It was hard for her to understand the content. She didn't get to graduate, and it was sad for me and my sibling because she was an inspiration for me, but I think she would have made it if she had the right support that she needed. A student like my sister and I are generating funding, but that needs to be spent on us. District needs to show that they are spending more and providing programs and service for us with this LCF money. I feel they spend more and provide more will achieve more like the law requires. Don't flag equity.
Good morning, David Sapp on behalf of the ACLU of California. I'd like to address 2 points about the LCAP template. First, to emphasize a point that Board Member Burr raised correctly, the statute is quite clear that the LCAP must include goals, specific actions, and expenditures down to the school site level for all significant subgroups in all state priority areas. The document before you does not clearly communicate that that will happen with the template, and we urge you to direct staff to ensure that the template comply with the statutory requirement. Second, I'd like to just echo a point made by a colleague from CTA earlier. To state the obvious, what was presented was not a template. There's not much time between now and January, and so we again request that you direct staff to develop an actual template as quickly as possible and ensure that there's a process through which it can be released and meaningful stakeholder input can be received. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Mojola, and I'm a statewide education advocate with Public Counsel. And you have our letter that we wrote along with the National Center for Youth Law. So I have 3 things. We help hundreds of foster youth in Los Angeles graduate, and often school districts don't know which of their students are actually foster youth. So for the promise of LCFF to be realized for foster youth, the state board regulations must ensure a process for regular, accurate data transfer between CDE and CDSS to identify foster youth, and that school districts analyze baseline data and include actions and expenditures specific to foster youth. I, of course, echo the comment of others who testified that the regulations on the table currently do not ensure the equity that Governor Brown promised. Instead, they must reflect that school districts have to provide more services to high-need students by actually spending more funds on the students who generated them. With regard to the draft LCAP, we appreciate that it will be online. We're concerned that it does not meet the basic requirement for data and goals by school and for each priority area. And regarding school climate, really quickly, funding must be tied to specific actions, and there must be guidance for school districts so that they don't have to recreate the wheel when they are reducing suspension and expulsion rates and disproportionality. Thank you.
Good morning, Mr. President, members of the board. My name is Mercedes Alba, and I'm here as a community leader from the Pico, California Federation and Riverside, representing 60,000 families that are waiting for a better opportunity through education. Today, I'm here to see that the LCFF regulations will be help those in great need, those who believe in you. When you said that they will get an equal opportunity to improve their way of living. As an English learner myself, I still remember how difficult it was to find the help I needed to support my kids as a single mom, and also help them with their education. As I did put myself through the same process of getting my education, I was able to learn more English become a citizen from this country, to be able to make decisions that will help my people, my friends. Today, I am here to see how the LCFF implementation will help all these families. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Maribel Molina. I'm a parent and organizer with PACT, the PICO Federation in Santa Clara County that represents 50,000 families. LCFF matters to me because I don't want to see kids left behind, like my daughter, who was placed in the ELL track, even though she speaks English at home 75% of the time since she began speaking. It seems like the ELL track keeps kids from growing, like it is the minimum level of education, and it doesn't set high expectations. That's why we supported Prop 30 last November. ELL students deserve to benefit directly from LCFF. That's why I believe that all plans and school budgets information must be accessible. We need clear information about how much money is coming and how will be spent to ensure services help children like my daughter. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Lucia Mirande. I'm here, I'm a staff organizer with PICO in the city of Riverside with ICUC. I'm here representing over 60,000 families in the Inland Empire. I brought this photo of my daughter and her preschool class. They represent the future of California. Recently, a local newspaper reported that our region is one of the poorest in this country. Only 21% of Riverside residents hold a bachelor's degree or higher, and 19% of inland families meet the federal definition of poverty, an annual individual income of $11,490. I look to LCFF as a light of hope in a region with such dim demographics. However, if LCFF is to truly bring hope to our region and transform our schools, parents and students must have access to budget information. Transparency is key to ensuring that this plan is implemented as families believe it was intended, to afford all Californians the opportunity to strengthen our state. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board, Superintendent. My name is Victor Pichardo. I'm a member of the Parents of Anaheim. I'm the president of ELAC, Site Council of Roosevelt Elementary School, and member of South Junior High. I'm here as a parent, and I am also a teacher for 40 years, a veteran in the U.S. Army, paratrooper, and I'm here mainly to tell you to support the new laws that's coming in, and hope that you will be able to enforce them for local control. Because as a teacher, I've saw many students, talked to many teachers, colleagues, and I've seen the problems of the children in the community. I taught for 40 years. English is a second language, and I know the parents and the English learners. And I also want to thank the community and all of listen to all the comments that are being spoken here today, because action speaks louder than words. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kathy Cash, and I'm a parent representing more than 40,000 people and a leader of PICO Federation in Oakland. They say if you don't design your own life plan, chances are you will fall under someone else's plan. I believe that for a very long time we have allowed someone else to design our plan for us. Perhaps they didn't believe we were capable of doing it, or maybe we didn't trust ourselves. Well, that was then, and it ends with our parents. Now we are the parents. We do not want the same for our kids. We want instead to show them that they can make a difference in this world and that we're here to support them. We want to empower our kids to be executive thinkers. We want the best for our community, and to be honest, the best is to make sure that we, parent, student, teacher, and community member, must be authentic partners in developing local plans and funding priorities. Give our little light bulbs good energy so the day of tomorrow we can all benefit from their shining light. We are here to partner. Are you ready to partner with us? Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. My name is Edgar Arredondo, and I'm a student at San Bernardino. I'm sorry. I'm a student at San Bernardino Unified School District, and I'm a youth leader with ICUC San Bernardino, a confederation with Pico, California. I come to speak in the best interest of my fellow classmates. I entered high school with a class size total of 1,000 plus students. This summer, I will graduate with an appalling class size of less than 480 students. And that's not even the worst part. It's daunting to know that nearly 12% of those 400 students are eligible to apply to a UC. I would frequently volunteer for Prop 30, and I was highly motivated to have it passed. But our celebration is has yet not to come. Please lead as an example and coordinate with the community by taking back these regulations and ensuring that we are part of the decision making. An equal opportunity to achieve success through higher education as a low-income student is that all I'm asking for. Thank you.
My name is Erica Perez, and I am a part of Students for Education Reform. A couple years ago, I graduated from a LAUSD school, which was Roosevelt High School in Boyle Heights. The time I was an alumni, there wasn't enough resources to help the students achieve higher. I am an example of one of those who believed was limited to options and wasn't well prepared. Despite all the obstacles, I am the 1% that at least made it through a community college and soon to be a UCLA student. I stand here today speaking on behalf of all the children because I want to make sure every single school gets the proper fundings. Let's build a strong team and help the students prepare for universities. We need to make sure school fundings go towards educational and beneficial programs, and I mean all students, including students of color, low-income students, students with disabilities, foster youth, and English language learners. Keep your promises. Don't sacrifice equity and accountability on the altar of flexibility. It's important we have authentic participation to decision local making. Remember, don't flex equity. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Itzelia Sevillano, and I am a low-income ICUC Pico Federation student leader at the Coachella Valley, and we represent over 60,000 families in the Inland Empire. And I am here to talk about engaging us, the students, to be a part of LCFF process since we are the ones directly impacted by your decisions. We know what we need to become successful, and that's why we want you to invest properly on these needs, instead of making decisions that you're not even sure that are going to benefit us. You can't understand our needs unless you become informed and engaged with students. We need you to recommend that students not only have a voice, but have a meaningful participation and decision-making power along with their parents. So we ask if you can send these regulations back and reconsider it so that you are meeting our needs to make sure that LCFF lives up to its true promise. Thank you.
Buenos días. Mi nombre es Raquel Hernández.
Good morning. My name is Raquel Hernández.
Mis nietos en varias escuelas del distrito. Soy líder de IOC en San Bernardino.
I have my grandchildren in several schools in my district, and I'm a leader of ICUC in San Bernardino.
Represento 40 congregaciones y 60 familias de la región somos de Pico, California.
And I represent 40 congregations and 60,000 families in the region. We're from Pico, California.
Yo valoro la educación porque no tuve la oportunidad de estudiar.
I
En mi
value
caso.
education because I never had the opportunity to study. I didn't have a
Mis nietos
parent at
son
home.
aprendices de inglés, también bajos recursos. Dinero.
And my grandchildren are English learners and also low income.
Le SFF deben gastarse correctamente para cumplir la promesa de mayor calidad de educación.
And the money of LCFF should be spent correctly to fulfill the promise of improving quality education.
Aprendices de inglés y de bajos recursos, necesitamos que nuestros estudiantes tengan el apoyo.
We need this for our English learners and our low-income children. We need our students to get support.
Programas y servicios para éxitos de las escuelas lleguen a ser universitarios.
So that they get the programs and services that they need in order to get to college.
Y tengan oportunidad de una vida digna de ser gente de bien.
And to achieve a dignified life and a life of fulfillment.
Me gustaría compartirles
and I would like to share
acerca de una reunión de San Bernardino
about a meeting that we had in San Bernardino.
De cada 20 participantes.
Se le acabó el tiempo.
Okay.
Okay.
It's okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es María Manríquez.
My name is María Manríquez.
Soy madre líder de la ciudad de Palm Springs representando a ICUC.
And I'm a parent leader and I'm representing ICUC from Palm Springs.
Y estamos representando a más de 60,000 familias.
And we're representing more than 60,000 families.
Estamos aquí para que se escuche la voz de los padres y de nuestros hijos para que no seamos excluidos del proceso de LCF.
We're here so that the voice of the children and the parents will be heard so that we won't be excluded from the LCFF process.
Como madre de 5 hijos, sé de las necesidades de mis hijos para un futuro mejor.
I'm the mother of 5 children, so I know what they need for a better future.
Y me gustaría saber por qué no somos involucrados en las decisiones que hacen ustedes para el futuro de nuestros hijos.
And I would like to know why we are not included in the decisions that you take regarding the future of our children.
Y hoy que quieren hacer historia.
Today you want to make history.
Y me gustaría recomendarles con todo respeto
And I would like to recommend very respectfully
que nos empezaran a escuchar a los padres y a nuestros hijos
that you start listening to us parents and children
para que nosotros como padres podamos compartir con ustedes las necesidades
so that we as parents can share with you the needs
de nuestros hijos para decisiones más justas.
Of our children in order to achieve more equitable decisions.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mesa de la directiva, es un placer estar aquí.
Members of the board, it's a pleasure to be here.
Mi nombre es María Najar.
My name is María Najar.
Soy madre de 4 hijos.
And I'm the mother of 4 children.
En el distrito de San Bernardino, soy madre líder de ICUC.
In the San Bernardino School District, and I'm a leader of ICUC.
Representamos 40 congregaciones y 60,000 familias.
And we represent 40 congregations and 60,000 families.
En la región. Somos una federación de Pico, California.
We are a federation from Pico, California.
Y estamos aquí porque me preocupa el dinero del LCFF.
And we're here because we're concerned about the LCFF funds.
Si será ¿En qué será utilizado?
What is it going to be spent on?
Mis hijos son aprendices de inglés y somos de bajos recursos.
My children are English learners and we are low income.
Y por eso quiero que determinen bien dónde se va a ir ese dinero, porque yo quiero que mis hijos lleguen a la universidad.
And that's why I want you to decide where that money is going to go, because I want my children to go to college.
Y sean exitosos.
I want them to be successful.
Yo como madre quiero que este dinero se gaste en servicios directos como por programas de apoyo.
And as a parent, I would like that money to be spent in direct services such as support services
para los estudiantes que más lo
for the
necesitan.
neediest students.
Así ellos podrán ser reclasificados a tiempo antes de llegar a quinto grado.
In that way, they will be reclassified in time before 5th grade.
Y así cuando ellos pasen a la preparatoria puedan tener las clases necesarias para ir a la universidad.
And then when they get to high school, they can take the classes that they need in order to go to college.
Estos fondos deben ser utilizados para apoyar la educación del estudiante que verdaderamente lo ocupe.
Those funds should be spent to support the student that really needs those funds.
Sé que va a ser algo difícil, pero se va a lograr.
I know it's going to be hard, but you're going to do it. Thank you.
Good morning, State School Board. My name is Christian Lira, and I am a foster youth, part of ICUC, Pico Federation student leader in Cathedral City, representing over 60,000 families in the Inland Empire. And I am here to talk about youth needing to have decision-making power alongside with parents. My mother's name was Maria Donisa Lira, and she taught me one thing. She taught me to be brave. She passed away when I was 12, and from there my grandmother adopted me and my siblings. My educational future is on me and me alone. This is because I have no parents. And by you excluding foster youth like myself, we need to make sure that all students are a part of budgeting, planning, and decision-making process of LCFF alongside with their parents. So we urge you, the State School Board, to send back the regulations so that LCFF can live up to the promise of true, authentic partnership. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. I'm very grateful to be here. I am a teacher, a retired teacher after 38 years of service, and an former ELL department chair. Although I understand that many have dreamed of more flexibility with funding, this flexibility can actually produce the opposite effect of the intent of the law. I taught under the categorical fund model, and even with this model, I had a difficult time procuring materials and services for my students. I know for a fact that ELL funds were often diverted to other programs or district needs. Now all of the trust is being placed on the same people who diverted or mishandled categorical funds. As for parent-student community input, I saw year after year how parent, ELAC, and DLAC committee input was ignored, shelved, and used for mere compliance. Please give more structure and guidelines to this law. Thank you.
Good morning. I don't know if you can hear me. Good morning, State Board President Dr. Kurtz and members of the board. My name is Rita Ramirez, and I'm a parent, grandparent, retired educator, and an active member of Sacramento ACT. Of course, we must all remember that the high school dropout rate is horrifying. The vision of Prop 30 is to ensure that our low-income students, foster youth, and ESL students will be able to at least be on the same start their adult life at least on the same playing field as all of their the rest of the youth. Excuse me. It is the mandate of the citizens of California that vision of Prop 30 become reality in our lifetime, and I appreciate all the work and effort that you are going to put into it. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the Honorable Board. My name is Gerardo Casales. I'm from Santa Ana, and I am a community leader with Pico of California. I'm also a business owner. I'm also a parent, which is the most important thing in that community. I have 3 kids who will be or are attending schools in the public sector. As far as one of the reasons why we're here is that it's very important to me as a parent to be able to go ahead and have the opportunity to make a difference in my community by being heard rather than just being considered, and by being understood rather than just being listened to. So one of the things that I do support is that it's very important that at my district, every member of our community makes up that community, which means we all have an input for how these kids should be raised, how they should be educated. Times are changing, so that's one of the things that we feel that should be done. I ask that you, the State Board of Education, pilot and model what districts should be doing, which is listening to us, hearing us, understanding us, and making the right choices by understanding and accepting that we are now changing into a different direction and that our kids do need an input from the community in order to make their education better. You mentioned spend more, provide more, and achieve more. Well, the way that parents see it nowadays, it's in order to achieve more, we must provide more. In order to provide more, we must invest more. Please do not flex equity. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Edgar Barrera,
My name is Edgar Barrera,
miembro de Padres de Anaheim
and I'm a member of the Parents of Anaheim
y Pico,
and Pico
del sur de California.
from Southern California.
Representamos a 34,000 familias en 6 ciudades
We represent 34,000 families in 6 cities
y 22 iglesias en el condado de Orange.
and 22 churches in Orange County.
En los 6 años que tengo sirviendo a la comunidad,
In the 6 years that I have been working for the community,
me he dado cuenta
I have learned
que muchos padres no están informados acerca de lo que un distrito escolar tiene que hacer legalmente para educar a nuestros hijos.
so many parents are not aware of what they should know about the school district and what it has to do legally in order to educate our children.
Por este motivo,
For this reason,
nosotros creemos
we believe
que el plan de rendimiento de cuentas del control local
that the LCFF
debe ser transparente
should be transparent
para que nuestros padres
so that our parents
sepan las obligaciones que tiene el distrito escolar
may know about the school district's obligations
para educar a nuestros estudiantes.
to educate our students.
Gracias y espero tomen en cuenta nuestras recomendaciones.
Thank you, and I hope you consider our recommendations.
Buenos días, Dr. Kirsch y a la mesa directiva.
Good morning to all of you and to the board.
Mi nombre es Ismael Martínez, yo vengo de la ciudad de Anaheim.
My name is Ismael Martínez, and I come from the city of Anaheim.
Represento a la organización OCO en el condado de Orange.
I represent the OCCLO from Orange County.
Estamos en 22 congregaciones y representamos 46,000 familias.
There are 22 groups of us, and we represent 46 families.
Y represento el comité ILAC en mi escuela. Soy voluntario ya por 4 años.
I've been a volunteer in my school, and I represent ELAC in that school.
Y me he dado cuenta de que el comité ILAC necesita fortalecerse más porque muchos estudiantes no se reclasifican a tiempo y por lo cual no pueden cursar al colegio.
I believe that this has to be, that LEFC has to be strengthened because the students do not get reclassified on time and they stay in that state for a long period of time.
Yo como padre que me preocupa no nomás mis estudiantes, pero también los estudiantes de la comunidad.
I'm not just concerned as a parent for my own students. I'm concerned about the students in the rest of the community as well.
Quiero hacerles esta recomendación que si podemos poner más enfoque en las necesidades de nuestros estudiantes.
I'd like to ask you, make this recommendation. Could we make more of the focus on the students themselves?
Ya que también me da pena porque en mi distrito tenemos escuelas de bajo rendimiento.
I feel very sorry. I feel very sorry for the fact that the students in our district are low-income students and lower-achieving students as well.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, board members and people in general. It's a pleasure to be here today because I feel like you will hear my petitions. My name is Araceli Casales. I represent Santana, California. I'm working as a volunteer for already 25 years since I found that the kids were not reclassified on time. That made me give my promise to the district to say I'm going to try to help my kids, but also I will be continue helping the kids in my community by creating programs, by getting involved, by providing workshops for parents. And when I hear about the local control funding formula, I went to talk to OCO. I am an active member of OCO, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Youth Motivational Task Force, different organizations. Why? Because sometimes I see the need of the resources for the students. Resources especially on counselors, nurses, and this made me be involved and try to help, but we need more help. If the kids have a good service in the school, they succeed academically will be always better. If we have a workshops for parents, the success will be definitely excellent because the students will be supported at home, at school, and in the community. I'm here today on behalf of all those parents who didn't have a chance to be here and ask your petitions. I'm asking you to be fair in the distribution of the local control funding formula. Thank you.
Muy buenos días a todos ustedes.
I wish you all a very good morning.
Mi nombre es María Vázquez,
My name is Maria Vasquez,
madre de 3 hijos
and I'm the mother of 3 children
que estudian en escuelas públicas
who attend public schools,
donde fueron clasificados como estudiantes y aprendices de inglés.
who were classified as English learners.
Y represento al grupo de padres de Anaheim y soy miembro activo de OCO.
I represent a parent group of parents in Anaheim, and I am a member of the Orange County OCO group.
Durante los 19 años que he estado sirviendo a la comunidad dentro de las escuelas de Anaheim, me he dado cuenta cómo este proceso ha afectado.
After having worked in the community and the schools for 19 years, I have become aware of how the process has affected the students' academic achievements as well as their self-esteem as students.
La razón de mi participación a esta junta es el de apoyar a los más de 25,879 estudiantes de nuestro distrito.
I'm here to support the 25,879 students who are, to date, still classified as English learners in our community.
Hasta estas fechas siguen clasificados como estudiantes y aprendices de inglés.
And who are not being given the necessary resources to requalify them as English learning students.
Y no se les ha dado los recursos correspondientes para ser reclasificados.
Those necessary resources have not been provided them in order to be reclassified.
Para que ellos puedan alcanzar los estándares para avanzar y elevar el autoestima para que persigan el sueño de graduarse e ir a la universidad.
So they can reach the standards to both graduate and, just as important, to raise their self-esteem. Doing that would allow them to further their dream of graduating from a university.
Oops. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent, members of the board. My name is Cesar Escalante. I'm a Pico, California leader and a proud West Oakland Hoover parent. I'm representing about 40,000 families, 50 congregations, and 25 schools. School funding, budget information, and school district plans must be accessible for parents, students, educators, and community members. All these people I just mentioned above should be part of the school decision-making. By working together, one step at a time, is the only way we can all make better decisions for our children. And when I say children, I also mean students. I'll give you a little story about Hoover in West Oakland. By being part of the SSC member, I know that we have children not reading at grade level. And let me tell you, if there's a child unable to read in West Oakland, LA, or Sacramento, that matters to me, even if it's not my child. Because they're gonna end up being a criminal, drug dealers, or in prison. I'm here to ask you to work together to not let our children fall into this black hole that has no way coming back. We know our children. Is it time? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hi, I'm Jenny, and this is my mom. I'm 12, and I'm in the 7th grade. I came from CCPA in East Oakland, and I am representing a PICO organization in Oakland. We represent 40,000 families, and I came here because I think that the money needs to go directly to the students with the greatest needs in our schools, because the district aren't precisely spending it on things we need. I have seen it in my school that some kids sometimes don't have the materials they need, and when they ask the teacher, they don't give them to them because they don't have any. This usually results in them getting held up in their work, and sometimes, for the worst, getting held up because they don't have their assignments. We need to make sure that the money goes to us. We will be able to see where the money is needed and most and fix it. In that way, kids won't get held back, and they will be encouraged to stay in school, and there won't be as many kids out on the street. I am a low-income student, and many of us are, and we want to give back to our community. We're ready to make the change if you are. Thank you.
Sure. Good morning. My name is Jasmine Ramos, and I am a low-income student from Thermal in the Coachella Valley. I'm speaking today on behalf of the 450,000 families that are a part of PICO, California. We are a faith-based community organization network with 19 federations around the state. When the state passed LCFF, it was making a promise to students like me, as well as to English learning and foster students, that this new money would be spent to make sure that we had the services and support we need to succeed. We are expecting you to keep this promise. The state has the responsibility to create regulations that direct districts to use the funds the way the law intended. The state also has a responsibility, you guys have the responsibility, to ensure that every district creates the opportunity for students, parents, and community members to be authentic partners in local decisions. That is what LCFF is all about. If you look all around you, this is only a small amount of the people that are here to represent us. Outside, there's hundreds of people waiting to come and speak, and we all want to make sure that LCFF lives up to its promise.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es Marina Muñoz.
My name is Marina Muñoz.
Soy residente de Oakland y madre líder del Bay Area Plan.
I'm a resident of Oakland. I'm a leader parent of Bay Area Plan.
Tengo 4 hijos y estoy aquí defendiendo los fondos de local control para todos los niños que están aprendiendo inglés y de bajos recursos y niños de crianza.
Children, and I am here to defend the LCFF funds for all English learners, all low-income students, and foster children.
Nuestra demanda es rechazar el borrador de regulaciones de implementación.
Our demand is to reject the draft regulations
y enviarlas para revisión consistente con nuestras recomendaciones.
And to send them back to review in a way that is consistent with our recommendations.
Los padres miembros de plan queremos que los fondos vayan.
Us, plan members, want the funds
a estudiantes de alta necesidad.
To be destined for needy students.
Y las regulaciones tienen que demostrar
and the regulations must demonstrate
que están gastando los fondos generados por los estudiantes de alta necesidad.
That they are spending the funds on the high need students.
Para promover más servicios para ellos.
And to provide more services for them.
La plantilla del Plan de Responsabilidades y Control Local,
the LCAP,
no asegura la participación pública profunda de los padres y miembros de la comunidad.
Does not ensure deep public participation and parent and community member participation.
Que es necesario para asegurar que el control sea verdadero.
And this is vital to ensure that control is truly control. Thank you.
Buenos días a todos ustedes.
Good morning to all of you.
Board de Educación.
Members of the Board of Education.
Estoy aquí, mi nombre es Juanita García y estoy aquí representando a todos esos pequeñitos y padres que se quedaron en el rincón del Valle de San Fernando.
My name is Juanita García and I'm here representing all of the parents and the little children who I have left behind in a little corner of San Fernando Valley?
Sí, en el
of
Valle.
San Fernando Valley.
Tengo una misión bastante difícil pero tengo confianza en todos ustedes.
I have a very hard mission, but I trust all of you.
Que este minuto que ustedes me están dando es el más importante para nuestros niños en las escuelas.
I want this minute that you are providing me to be the most important minute for the children who are in our schools.
En el minuto que ustedes van a tomar las decisiones,
in the minute that you're going to take decisions,
ustedes van a tentar millones de vidas allá afuera.
You are going to be affecting millions of lives out there.
Y una prueba de ello es que yo les quiero decir que no solamente alcanza a nuestros niños su dinero.
And a proof of this is that it's not just the money for our children.
De alguna manera nos seguimos extendiendo a ayudar a nuestras comunidades. Yo lo digo por mí.
In some way, we must extend our help to the communities, and I say it on my behalf.
Yo conseguí ir a la escuela gracias a las oportunidades de ustedes.
I managed to go to school thanks to the opportunities that you gave me.
Este país me ha dado lo que no me ha dado mi país.
And this country has given me what my own country failed to give me.
Soy maestra de preescolar.
I'm a preschool teacher.
Estoy pidiendo que me traduzcan porque hay tantas personas allá afuera que solamente entienden mi idioma.
And I'm asking for translation because there are so many people out there who only understand my own language.
Señores, si esta India completó una profesión en su país de ustedes, denle esa oportunidad a nuestros hijos.
Ladies and gentlemen, if this indigenous person managed to get an education, give our children a chance.
Time.
Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning. I'm sorry about that.
Nuestra preocupación es en la reducción de las cuentas.
I'm very concerned. Our biggest concern is that when taken into account,
no se les da información a los padres del concilio y a la comunidad.
That there are times that the community and the parents are not given the information that they need.
Necesitamos que tengan voz y voto.
We need the parents to have a voice, to have a vote in this.
Y no nada más estén como consejeros.
And not just to be taken into account as being counseled.
Ya que eso aseguraría que el dinero se gaste en los estudiantes.
If you take us into account more than in that fashion, we can assure that way that the money will go to the students
que lo necesiten más.
who are most in need of it. Thank you very much.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Ada Flores, venimos de Oakland representando Youth Together.
Good morning, my name is Ada Flores, and I'm from Oakland, and I'm representing the Youth Together Parents Group.
Sin la existencia de fuertes regulaciones para la utilización de los fondos centralizados suplementarios, sin la transferencia financiera para entender dónde va el dinero y sin la participación real, incluyendo los padres en el proceso de decisión del LCFF, no impactaría la vida de nuestros estudiantes.
Without strong guidelines for the concentration and supplemental dollars, plus financial transparency to understand where the money goes, and parental involvement to create real inclusion in the decision-making process, LCFF will not make a difference in the lives of our most vulnerable students.
Ustedes tienen el poder de asegurar que los fondos destinados para estudiantes de bajos recursos, para los que aprenden inglés y para los que reciben cuidado tutelar, sean utilizados en sus escuelas respectivas para ayudarlos y lograr sus sueños.
You have the power to make sure that funding for low-income students, English learners, and foster youth is used in their schools to help them achieve their college and career dreams.
Nosotros demandamos que exista accountabilidad en las formas en las cuales los recursos van a ser distribuidos y no queremos flexibilidad.
We're demanding that there is accountability in the way this new funding will be distributed. We do not want flexibility, we want equity.
Por eso ahora estamos aquí demandando que se haga cumplir todo lo correctamente.
This is why today we're here demanding that you make it possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hola, mi nombre es Guadalupe Vázquez. Yo vengo de Oakland, California, representando el grupo de Youth Together, de padres de Youth Together.
My name is Guadalupe Vasquez. I am from Oakland, California, and I'm representing the Youth Together Parents Group.
Les hago un llamado para que nos garanticen que la LSFF no se transforme en otra promesa incumplida para nuestros estudiantes más necesitados.
I am calling on you to make sure that LCFF does not become another broken promises to our needed students.
Ustedes deben establecer necesarias y fuertes medidas para asegurar que los dirigentes de los distritos escolares empleen estos dólares para acabar con las injusticias y desigualdades existentes en el distrito y escuelas.
You must pass the strongest rules necessary to make sure that our school district leaders use those dollars to end injustice and inequalities in their districts and schools. Do not flex our funding.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Linda Olvera, and I too am from Oakland, California, and I'm also representing Youth Together, the parents group. We are here today because we are deeply concerned that LCAF will not be used to benefit low-income students, English learners, and foster youth unless the State Board of Education approves strong regulations requiring that this funding directly benefits these students in their schools and not be used in other ways. We are demanding that LCAF's implementation develop assurances, create financial transparency, and increase parental involvement to ensure parents have an equal voice in spending decisions at the district and school levels. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Sirene Rodriguez. I'm a grandparent, a parent, a retired faculty member of Sac State, and a member of the Woodland Joint Unified School District. And I've been in this business for 22 years, an elected official. And I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed regulations. They don't do any good. One observation, if you look at who's supporting it, is the status quo. We haven't done the job. So we need to change. And the proposed regulations continue the mediocrity in our school system. If you want to push more parents into charter schools that don't work, pass the proposed regulations. Now, one thing, I know that the money is for English language learners, foster kids, and low-income students. Among this group of low-income students, there's a group that is often neglected, underserved, and if you go to jails, they're overrepresented. This is the English-only Latino students. Ask your staff to give you the data, and you will find that it is not just or only the English language learners that have the achievement gap, but that it is also the English language students. Thank you very much, and I hope that my ex-students will vote for it. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Samara Alcud. I'm part of Youth Together organization. I'm a student from Emory Secondary School, and I belong to Emory Unified School District. I believe that the State Board of Education needs to emphasize on accountability and not flexibility. We need to have equity in the fundings in our schools, because in my school I see that many English language learners, foster kids, and low-income students that do not have a library, not offer any AP classes or any college prep classes, and we use outdated textbooks and are lacking motivation for education. I want you to know that the purpose of this implement is for students like me to be able to graduate high school and go on to college to further their education and to help urban youth get off the streets.
Time.
Okay.
Buenos días, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good morning, members of the board.
Mi nombre es Lidia Alvisures y estoy aquí como padre representando a la Alianza para una Mejor Comunidad. Y a
My name is Lidia Alvisures, and I'm here as a parent representing the Alliance for a Better Community.
Y miles de padres del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Los Ángeles.
And thousands of parents from the Los Angeles Unified School District.
Soy presidenta de la escuela Belmont, de DILAC y de High School y de la escuela Union.
I'm president of the Belmont and DILAC, and I'm on the school site council.
Yes. Y yo tengo una hija que está en el 12º grado en Belmont.
I have a daughter who's in 12th grade in Belmont.
Y es triste que fue nacida aquí y ella está en el 12º grado y todavía no se ha reclasificado.
And it's sad. She was born here and she's in the 12th grade and she still hasn't been reclassified.
Somos de rebajos recursos, soy madre soltera y quiero que mi hija vaya a la universidad.
We are low income, I'm a single parent, and I would like my daughter to go to college.
Para que mi hija y otros estudiantes como ella sean exitosos.
In order for my daughter to be successful and others too,
necesitamos que los fondos del SLF se inviertan en estos estudiantes más necesitados.
We need the LCFF funds to be invested in those neediest students.
Para que eso ocurra, los padres necesitamos que ustedes desarrollen regulaciones del LCF para los distritos escolares sobre cómo ellos pueden crear.
And in order for that to happen, we parents need for you to develop the LCFF regulations for the school district so that they can create.
Y la transparencia necesaria para saber que los fondos realmente beneficiarán a los estudiantes.
The necessary transparency to ensure that the funds really reach the neediest students.
De bajos recursos, aprendices inglés y jóvenes de crianza.
And especially for low-income children, foster children.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenos días tengan todos ustedes.
Good morning to all of you.
Mi nombre es Claudia López y estoy aquí en representación de los padres líderes de Alianza para una Mejor Comunidad.
My name is Claudia Lopez, and I'm here representing the parents, leader parents that for a better community and other parents in the Los Angeles area.
Okay. Mis hijos asisten a la escuela Robert F. Kennedy, citada en Koreatown, Los Ángeles.
My children attend RFK School, which is located in Koreatown.
La escuela es nueva, moderna, muy bonita.
It's a very new school, it's modern, and it's a very nice school.
A la cual asisten más de 5,000 estudiantes.
It has an attendance of 5,000 students.
Ya que cubre los grados del kinder al 12º grado.
It goes from kindergarten to 12th grade.
Pero desafortunadamente no cubre las necesidades de nuestros estudiantes.
But unfortunately, it does not cover our students' needs.
Ya que no contamos con el suficiente personal que cubra supervisión, enfermeros, psicólogos.
Because we don't have the sufficient staff that would cover supervision, nurses and psychologists.
Y todos los recursos necesarios para alcanzar el éxito de todos nuestros estudiantes.
And all the necessary resources that our students would need in order to achieve success.
Lo ideal es que con la implementación del LCFF, los fondos escolares.
The ideal in this would be the implementation of the LCFF funds.
Lleguen a todas las escuelas con más necesidades.
Reaching those students that have the greatest needs.
Ya que nosotros como padres conocemos las necesidades de nuestros hijos y también de nuestras escuelas.
Because we as parents know our children's needs as well as the needs of the schools that they attend.
Yo con todo respeto me dirijo a ustedes, mesa directiva.
Very respectfully, I direct my comments to you, the board.
Que desarrollen regulaciones a los distritos en cómo involucrar a los padres.
Please
Gracias.
develop regulations as to how the districts should use those funds. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Buenos días.
Good day.
Okay, no va a ser exacto aquí. Buenos días a todos los presentes en la sala. Mi nombre es Marcela Rosana Rigio.
Good morning to everyone present here in the room. My name is Marcela Rosana Rigio.
Represento a Alianza para una Mejor Comunidad.
I represent Alianza para una Mejor Comunidad, Alliance for a Better Community.
Y también a miles de padres y madres del Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles.
As well as thousands of members, parents that are part of the school district in Los Angeles.
Soy parte del School Site Council de Sal Castro.
I am part of the School Site Council at Sal Castro School.
Voluntaria de Belmont High School y participante de Atlético Booster Club de Belmont High School.
And I'm a volunteer at Belmont School and a representative as well of the Booster Club from Belmont.
Bueno, yo creo, voy a cambiar un poquito el repertorio.
I'm going to change my repertoire a little bit.
Venimos madrugando desde el día de ayer.
We've come here and we have been up since yesterday.
Desde Los Ángeles.
We've come from Los Angeles.
Yo creo que ustedes también están bastante cansados de escuchar repetidas veces las mismas cosas.
I'm sure that all of you are just as tired of hearing the same thing over and over again.
Aunque con diferentes palabras.
Maybe with different words, but the same thing.
Pero creo que tendrían que tomarlo esto un poquito más serio de lo que lo están tomando.
But I think that you need to take this a little bit more seriously than I feel that you are taking this.
Todos sabemos que esto es parte de política también.
We all very well know that this is part of politics as well.
Y una parte de la política, en cualquier idioma, dice cuanto más tenemos inculto a nuestro pueblo, mejor estamos.
And in any country, the same thing, politics goes the same place. The same thoughts are the thoughts are the same. As long as we keep people uneducated, the better we can control them.
Gracias, pero fíjense en los países de Europa.
Thank you very much, but I'd like
Sudamérica
you to take into account
supera a Estados Unidos en educación.
the nations in Europe.
Gracias. Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon.
Mi nombre es Olga Valle Quevedo.
My name is Olga Valle Quevedo.
Y me encuentro ante ustedes.
And I'm here before you.
Muy preocupada de sus buenas intenciones.
Very concerned about your good intentions.
Parece que trabajando juntos los maestros y los padres haríamos un muy buen trabajo.
It seems that if we teachers and parents work together, we do a very good job.
Pero hoy, lo más importante de hoy que quiero decir es que necesita haber contabilidad de que se usen estos fondos y que los padres participen.
But today my most important message is that there should be true accountability and that those funds be used in a way that takes into account the parents' wishes.
Y que no haya represalias.
And without any vengeance or recriminations.
Retaliation. Como padre fui la presidenta del CAC de Fresno Unified.
As a parent, I was a president of CAC at Fresno Unified.
Y me han hecho retaliate sin parar.
And there has been endless recrimination against me.
Por tratar de hacer lo que dice el LCFF.
For trying to achieve what LCFF requires.
También he luchado por mis estudiantes que son English learners.
And I've also struggled for my English learner students.
Sus padres que hablan solamente español.
For their parents who speak only Spanish.
Y ellos y yo me he encontrado en la mira.
And I have been focused and aimed at.
Por hacer eso.
Because of doing this.
No quiero dejarles duda de que el distrito, su práctica pasada y presente es de vengarse de los padres.
And I want you to have no doubt at all that the practice of the school district is to retaliate against parents.
Nuestros hijos no están seguros. Y me gustaría dejarles la carta.
Our children are not safe. And I want to leave you a letter.
Aquí está una para cada uno de ustedes, por favor. Sí, venga. Si le puede dar eso. Eso está en escrito.
And this is a written letter.
Y en inglés.
In English.
Y soy maestra, pero lo dije en español para que oigan.
I said this in Spanish so that everybody can hear.
Muy buenos días a
Good
toda
morning
la mesa directiva.
Good morning to the board.
Vengo yo en representación de Family in School. Families in School.
I come as a representative of Families in School.
Soy madre voluntaria de Southgate Middle School.
And I'm a volunteer parent at Southgate Middle School.
Y voluntaria de Southgate High School.
And a volunteer at Southgate High School.
También soy miembro coordinador de Inner City Struggle.
And I'm also a coordinating member of Inner City Struggle.
Que al igual que de Family in School, que trabajamos para un beneficio de los estudiantes.
And just as Family in School, we work to benefit students.
Para estudiantes en las escuelas. Vengo en estos momentos a apoyar al programa LLFF.
I come in support of the LCFF program.
Servicios que benefician a los estudiantes.
For services that will benefit students.
Para que beneficien a los estudiantes para tutorías.
For tutoring.
Inmersión estructuradas.
Structured immersion.
Reducciones de estudiantes en cada salón.
A lower class size.
Ya que cada salón están súper sobrepobladas.
Because every classroom is saturated.
Y cuando los salones están súper sobrepobladas, hay menos de la posibilidad de aprendizajes.
And when the classrooms are so full, the opportunity to learn is less.
Que tengan y para que ellos tengan un mejor aprendizaje, y queremos que se identifiquen a buenos maestros también.
So we want them to get a better education, and we want better teachers to be identified.
Que si les guste trabajar verdaderamente con estudiantes.
Teachers who really like working with students.
Y que tengan ese deseo de ser una buena California.
And who want to promote a good California.
Enseñando con pasión en los salones de clases.
And to teach in the classroom with passion.
Porque cuando se enseña con pasión, se da todo de corazón.
Because when you teach with passion, you teach from the heart.
Time.
Buenos días, señores de la mesa directiva. Mi nombre es Odilia Jara.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Odilia Jara.
Y les doy las gracias por la oportunidad de estar aquí con ustedes.
And I'm grateful for the opportunity to be here speaking in front of you.
Yo soy una madre de 4 hijos.
I'm a mother of 4 children.
Y abuela de 4 nietos.
And a grandmother to 4 grandchildren.
Y el estar aquí apoyando este momento para nuestros estudiantes es porque soy voluntaria en diferentes escuelas y diferentes áreas de mi comunidad.
I am here as a volunteer because I am here representing as a volunteer of my community, several schools in my community. I am here in that position.
Y para mí es bien importante que nuestros estudiantes de aprendiz de inglés tengan una superación porque es muy triste cuando uno no sabe el idioma.
It is very important for me for those English learning students to have a good education.
No tenemos el mismo valor para defendernos con nuestra comunidad.
When we do not know the language, we do not have the strength to make ourselves heard in the community.
Y lo digo por experiencia propia porque yo no fui a la escuela de chica.
I tell you from personal experience because I did not go to school as a young child.
Y yo empecé a ir al colegio sin siquiera ir a acabar mi primaria en mi país.
And I went to school without even having finished grammar school in my own country.
Y es muy difícil, pero no imposible.
And I know it's very difficult, not impossible, but very difficult.
Y yo les pido, por favor, que apoyemos a nuestros estudiantes porque es muy importante y es el futuro de mañana.
And I ask you to please join with me in supporting our children, our students, because they are the future of our communities.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Buenos días, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good morning, members of the board.
Mi nombre es Pascuala Jaramillo.
My name is Pascuala Jaramillo.
Y vengo en representación de MALDEF y Families in School.
And I represent mothers and families in schools.
Primero que nada, quiero decirles que me da mucho gusto que se están tomando el tiempo para pasar estas... Dios mío.
First of all, I would like to say that I'm very pleased that you're taking the time.
Pero les quiero pedir que por favor tomen más en cuenta la participación de padres en las escuelas.
But I'd like you to consider parent participation in the schools.
Si podrían hacer una cláusula donde se implemente más rigurosa la participación de padres.
If you could add a subsection that would implement in a more rigorous fashion parent participation.
Que los distritos y las escuelas nos respeten como padres.
And for the districts and the schools to respect us as parents.
Porque muchas de las veces toman decisiones donde no nos toman en cuenta a los padres.
Because they often decide things without considering parent wishes.
Y principalmente que si no hay padres en las escuelas, no hay estudiantes.
And if there are no parents in the schools, then
menos trabajo para las personas que trabajan en las escuelas.
And less work for the people who work at the schools.
Así que por favor les pido que tomen su tiempo en implementar algo positivo para los padres.
I urge you to implement something positive for parents.
Y le den seguimiento cada año, por
and
favor.
To follow this up every year. Thank you.
Gracias.
Buenos días a todos los presentes.
Good morning to everyone present.
Mi nombre es Blanca Dueñas y vengo de Boyle Heights y el este de Los Ángeles.
My name is Blanca Dueñas and I'm from Boyle Heights and East Los Angeles.
Soy miembro de la Lucha del Pueblo, que es una organización que se enfoca en mejorar las condiciones en las escuelas.
I am a member of Lucha del Pueblo, which focuses on bettering conditions in the schools.
Y aquí estoy en apoyo en 2 generaciones de estudiantes.
And I'm here in support of 2 school generations.
Soy madre de 5 hijos y ahora 5 nietos.
I'm a mother of 5 children and now I have 5 grandchildren.
Estoy en apoyo en los fondos locales de LCFF.
I am here in support of the local funds for LCFF.
Y me gustaría que este apoyo a los padres nos lo dieran para que fuéramos miembros asociados en apoyo en las escuelas.
And I would like these funds to be provided so that we parents could be associate members in the schools.
Que fuéramos directamente a las decisiones, porque creo que el beneficio de nuestros hijos nos corresponde más a los padres.
Because that we have those directly to us, because I believe that we know what is most beneficial to our children.
Yo sé, o lo que he escuchado en la interpretación que he obtenido, que quieren los distritos obtener el poder de ellos distribuir el dinero y de tener el control.
From the translations that I have heard that the districts want to have the power over the money and that they want to have the control of the money as well.
Yo quiero decirles que primero vean el control, que vean todo el IP de todas las escuelas y decidan si le pueden echar más cargo a un distrito.
And I would like you to take into account, looking into the IP, and I'd like you to take into account so that you know which district needs to have more funds. Please take that into account.
No han logrado su meta los distritos. Gracias.
Because the districts have not reached their goals.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es María Guerrero.
My name is María Guerrero.
Y para mí es un privilegio estar aquí, es una experiencia nueva completamente.
It's a privilege for me to be here. It's a brand new experience.
A mi hijo le dio mucho gusto saber que yo iba a venir a este evento y con esto le quiero demostrar que no hay barreras, que sí se puede.
My son was very pleased that I was coming to this event, and with this I want to prove to him that there are no barriers.
Sí, mi hijo está estudiando ciencias políticas.
My son is studying political science.
Y yo pienso que se lo debo más que nada a mi involucramiento como padre, porque yo sé que siempre ha habido ayuda para los niños aprendices de inglés. Lo que pasa,
he owes it to my participation in the schools, because I know there's always been support for English learners.
Lo que pasa es que no se han hecho las cosas como se deben de hacer.
But things have not been done properly.
Y yo espero ser parte del cambio.
And I hope to be part of the change.
Que yo recuerde el día que yo vine aquí y que de aquí para adelante hubo progreso en este tipo de estudiantes.
And I want to recall the day that I came here, and that from here on out there was progress in the lives of students.
Porque yo a mis hijos les he enseñado que no hay barreras, que tienen que salir adelante.
Because I have taught my children that there are no barriers, they must get ahead.
Yo les he buscado las ayudas, les he buscado las buenas escuelas.
I've looked for help, I've looked for good schools.
Y quiero hablar también de las buenas escuelas que preparan niños para universidades y también tienen muchos recortes, demasiados recortes.
And I want to say that the good schools who do prepare the students for college, they have suffered far too many budget cuts.
Mi hija ahorita sale 6 de la mañana y regresa 7 de la noche porque no hay bases.
My daughter leaves at 6 in the morning right now. She gets back at 7 p.m. because there is no bus.
Pero eso no la va a detener.
But that is not going to stop her.
Y muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you for listening to me.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Juana Vázquez.
Good morning, my name is Juana Vasquez,
Yo vengo del sur centro de Los Ángeles
and I'm from South Central Los Angeles.
y yo soy madre de 3 hijos.
I am a mother of 3 children.
Yo tuve la experiencia, como muchos padres han hablado de eso, de los aprendices de inglés.
As many other parents have stated before me, I had the experience with English learning students.
Yo tuve mi hijo en ese programa y yo quisiera que ustedes, como miembros de la junta directiva, tomaran...
My child was in that program, and I'd like you to take into account, as the board here,
tomaran la atención necesaria para ayudar a esos niños que están en esos programas.
please attend especially to those children who are in those programs.
Porque es muy importante que nuestros niños lleguen a un estudio avanzado.
It is very important that our children are able to get advanced studies.
Porque nosotros como padres a veces no tenemos los recursos necesarios para ayudar a nuestros hijos.
Many times as parents, we don't have the necessary resources that we need in order to help our children.
Tengo dos niñas en la Universidad de Riverside.
I have 2 girls who are at the Riverside University.
Una se va a graduar de ingeniera ambiental este año que viene, primero Dios.
This coming year, God willing, she will graduate as an environmental scientist, engineer.
Pero yo he aprendido mucho del programa de Mulder, por eso soy una madre líder.
I have learned a great deal from the MALDEF program. That's why I've become a leader as a mother.
Y yo quisiera que muchos padres tuvieran la misma oportunidad
I'd
que
like
yo
to see
tuve para ayudar a mis hijos.
other parents have the same opportunity that I had in order to help my kids.
Y quisiera que nos brindaran más ayuda para esos jovencitos que están a veces desertando. Thank you.
Please give us your help to give those children who are being deserted a better opportunity. Help us. Thank you.
Good morning, Maria Ceballos from Reading and Beyond in Fresno, and behind me I have a group of parents that are here to represent other parents in our community as well as the students. We were all going to speak, but we decided to just create one message on behalf of our group. What has been accomplished this year is truly historical. The LCFF recognizes that students with additional learning needs, especially low-income students, English learner, and foster youth students, needed additional resources. The new method of funds distribution makes a lot of sense in that school districts with the highest needs will be getting the financial resources to serve our most vulnerable population of children. Having said that, it is in our great interest that the final regulations must ensure that supplemental and concentration grant funding primarily benefits low-income students, foster youth, and English learners in our schools, and that there's parent engagement in every decision-making. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Socorro Berumen.
Good morning. My name is Socorro Berumen.
Yo tengo más de 18 años de voluntaria en mi comunidad.
I've been working as a volunteer in my community for more than 18 years.
En el Valle de San Fernando.
And this is in San Fernando Valley.
Tengo 4 hijos.
I have 4 children.
3 graduados de la universidad.
3 of them have graduated from college.
Y desde que yo recuerdo, ¿verdad? Siempre ha existido ese problema de que nuestros hijos tienen las oportunidades.
And as far as I recall, we've always had this issue that our children have opportunities.
Mi preocupación ahora es que yo recuerdo cuando comenzó la ley de que ningún niño se quede atrás.
My concern is, I remember when No Child Left Behind was implemented.
El sueño de ese entonces de los padres era que cuando nuestros hijos llegaran a la high school,
and the dream of parents at that time was when our children got to high school,
tuvieran un nivel de matemáticas y lectura de acuerdo al grado.
They would be at grade level in reading and mathematics.
El plazo se cumple el próximo año.
¿El qué?
El plazo.
And the period ends next year.
Y siguen viendo los mismos problemas.
And the problems persist.
Lo que yo veo y que hemos pedido mucho en el Distrito Central de Los Ángeles.
And what I see and what we have requested in the Central District of Los Angeles.
Es que sí se necesita algo en que los padres nos involucremos en la educación.
We need parents to get involved in our children's education.
El programa de MALDEF de padres y
The MALDEF program that concerns parents,
que nos da el conocimiento de buscar las guías para que nuestros hijos vayan a la universidad.
Gives us the knowledge that we need for our children to get the guidance they require to get to college.
Pero es triste cuando estamos en las escuelas llamando a los padres para que vayan.
But it's very sad when we're at the schools and we're calling the parents for them to show up.
Y vean todo lo que nuestros hijos pueden aprender.
And for them to see everything that our children can learn.
No van. Gracias.
It doesn't work. Thank you.
Buenos días, miembros de la mesa directiva.
Good morning, members of the board.
Mi nombre es Rosalina Sánchez.
My name is Rosalina Sanchez.
Soy madre de una niña.
I'm the mother of a girl.
Y soy voluntaria en la escuela de mi comunidad y la escuela a donde asiste mi hija.
And I'm a volunteer in the school in my community as well as the school that my daughter attends.
Pues bien, cuando finalmente tomen una decisión, yo les pido
I ask when you finally make your decision
que los distritos les pongan reglas fijas para una estructura súper efectiva.
I request that you, when you make your decision, place upon the districts set rules for the structure.
Que sea realmente para los estudiantes con o sin bajos recursos.
That will actually be guided towards the students that are low income.
Que ese es el plan de todos los que estamos en este plantel.
Which is the reason why we are all here in this place.
Muchas gracias. Tengan buenas tardes.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to you.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Lucy Montes y represento a mi comunidad y a mi persona.
Good afternoon. My name is Lucy Montes, and I'm representing myself and my community.
Yo vengo de Padres Pioneros y Maldef del Valle de San Fernando.
I come from Pioneer Parents in Maldef from the San Fernando Valley.
Y me concierne la propuesta de LCFF.
And I'm concerned about the LCFF proposal.
Yo represento hoy día a miles de padres que no pudieron estar aquí.
I am representing today thousands of parents who couldn't come.
Y quieren un mejor futuro para nuestros hijos.
And who want a better future for our children.
Quiero que tomen en cuenta las necesidades de los alumnos.
I want you to consider the needs of the students,
los padres y de toda nuestra comunidad.
the parents, and the entire community.
En esta conversación que hoy les traemos.
In this dialogue of today.
Y que nos escuchen.
I want you to hear us.
Porque realmente nos den la oportunidad de colaborar con todos ustedes.
And to give us a real chance to collaborate with all of you.
Asegurando que los fondos monetarios
to ensure that the funds
son apropiados para los niños de más alta necesidad.
Are appropriately used for the students who are most in need of them.
Muchas gracias y espero que su ayuda llegue pronto a
Thank
donde
you
va.
very much, and I hope that your assistance reaches us soon.
Good morning. My name is Tim Sargent, and I'm happy to be here because I am a special education teacher representing Santa Rosa Teachers Association. I'm here to support the governor's plan because it will provide more services for English learners and students of living in poverty or foster care, just like 95% of the students where the amazing students where I teach at Santa Rosa James Monroe Elementary School. We do have concerns about giving districts 3 options to comply with the law. The law clearly states that there are 2 options, and that services must improve for low-income and ELL students, and that services must improve proportionally to an increase in funding. We believe that the State Board should not expand regulations beyond what the law currently allows, and I hope that we could keep the focus on working locally to help those most in need. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Ezekiel Barragan. I'm a Spanish teacher at Dana Hills High School and a foster parent. I'm here representing 2,000 teachers in the Capistrano Unified School District. I first want to recognize the SBE for the steps taken thus far in implementing the LCFF in a way that reflects the fundamental ideals of the legislation, specifically by providing districts the flexibility to determine how best to support its students. Flexibility is key. Flexibility being provided to spend funds on district-wide and school-wide services is paramount, and we are encouraged knowing that we are in agreement on this front. However, I rise this morning to express concern regarding the spending more option. This would allow districts simply to certify that they have spent proportionally more on unduplicated pupils instead of designing carefully crafted programs to boost student performance. The LCFF was created to target resources and provide increased or improved services. The spending more option will not accomplish this most basic endeavor. We respectfully urge you to reject this option. Thank you.
Good morning, members of the board. My name is Nikki Malevsky. I have been president of the Sacramento City Teachers Association for about 4 months now. I've been a school psychologist in the large urban school district we're standing in right now for the past 15 years. I've worked with students of all ages, from the most economically disadvantaged of CV Circle over here to the most advantaged of the Fab 40s. I know the educators that I represent support the governor's LCFF because it matches our core values of providing additional resources to districts who serve students who need additional support and services. We applaud the governor, legislators, and this board for recognizing that each school district and community in which they serve are different, and the decision should be made locally on how best to serve their students. We urge the State Board of Education to resist giving school districts 3 options to comply: the spend more, provide more, and achieve more. The statute does not provide 3 options. It is clear that the school districts must be able to demonstrate. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Scott Sidmore, and I currently teach government at Elk Grove High School, and I also represent over 3,000 educators in Elk Grove as the co-executive director for the Elk Grove Education Association. We appreciate the State Board of Education in adhering to the core principles of the LCFF by giving local school districts the flexibility to determine the services that best meets the needs of their students. However, we are concerned about letting school districts only comply with option 1, the spending more. We believe that the focus should be on educating our students and not earmarking funds. Regulation should help ensure that targeted students are receiving better services, not that the district funds are being spent in certain categories. Insisting that supplemental and concentration grants be spent only in certain categories is the wrong approach and puts us back into the era of categorical funding, an approach that goes against the language, intent, and spirit of the LCFF. We do not support the option of just spending more. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Kendall Vaught. I'm an educator and a parent. I've taught elementary, middle school, and university students and currently represent thousands of teachers on the CTA Board of Directors. I appreciate your vision that local community leaders, other parents, and educators will work collaboratively to meet the needs of all of our students. We are concerned that an option to merely spend more turns LCFF into strictly a mathematical calculation that neither the governor nor the legislature agreed to. With LCFF, all funds generated by all students go to the district to determine how best to meet the needs of our students at all schools. The proportionality requirement ensures that supplemental and concentration grants provide additional or improved services. We strongly urge the State Board of Education not to establish any fixed formula such as set forth on page 3 of your regulation. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, board members.
Buenos días, miembros de la Junta.
My name is Tony Perez, and I'm a board member of the Elk Grove Unified School District, Area 1.
Yo me llamo Tony Pérez y soy un miembro de la Junta de Elk Grove Unified School District, Área Primera,
which has 95% targeted students that LCFF is targeted for services.
Que tiene 95% de los estudiantes que LSSF está haciendo objetivo para sus servicios.
I support Senator Mitchell, African American Caucus.
Yo apoyo a la reunión o el grupo político de la senadora Mickelson.
Children's Now.
El grupo Children's Now.
And all the parent organizations that are speaking to you today.
Y tanto como todas las organizaciones de los padres que están aquí presentes representando
And I'm very
aquí a
proud of
ellos
them that
hoy.
they have came forward to speak to you and give you insight what's going on throughout our communities in California.
Y qué orgullo siento yo que ellos han venido aquí a darles a ustedes una perspectiva de lo que está pasando dentro de las comunidades nuestras.
I'm concerned with interpretations of flexibility and unrestricted funds for 2013 and 14 fiscal years.
Tengo yo una gran preocupación sobre los fondos sin restricción que se están proponiendo para el año 2013 y 2014.
Why is the fact that what's happening now, last Tuesday night, we voted to give teacher raises on the backs of funds of LCFF funding.
Por favor, díganme y explíquenme por qué es que lo que se había dicho el martes por la noche pasada, ahora están pensando ustedes que los fondos que están dirigidos para LFC se dirijan con los fondos de los maestros. ¿Por qué es que está pasando esto?
Yes, I think this is not only going on within Elk Grove Unified School District, but statewide.
No creo que esto solamente esté ocurriendo dentro del distrito de Elk Grove, sino a través del estado.
We committed $10 million, $18 million that were geared for this type of funding, and I'm very upset. And
10 millones de dólares de los 18,000 que se habían designado para esto, estoy tan molesto por esto.
For teacher raises, not the priority what LCFF funding is geared for. 8 objectives are not being met at the local level. Just 8 miles south of here, and that's ridiculous. Thank you. And I would request
Your time
that
is
your
up.
department come down, investigate, and evaluate of our program.
Please stop.
Thank you.
Good morning, John Affeld from Public Advocates. You have our letter, and that goes into much more detail. I think the big question is that you can't just hide behind the notion that there's greater community and parent engagement in the statutes, which there is, and that's very important. The question is, are you going to give through these regulations parents in the community the leverage that they earned and that is in the statute, and that is in the proportionality requirement? I'm on a board, as some of you know, Emory Unified. I know how districts operate, and they're well-meaning people, but they will follow the direction that they are giving. And the direction that's in the statute, that's not in the regulations as proposed, is to proportionally increase programs and services based on an increase in funding. To spend more without increasing services doesn't do it. To achieve more without increasing services doesn't do it. You have to provide more services by spending more, and that is what the statute calls for, and that is what we're requesting you make sure happens in these regulations. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Jose Alcala. I am a government teacher from Moreno Valley at March Mountain Continuation High School. I am also currently serving on the board of directors for the California Teachers Association. We are concerned that the LCAP template is not completely developed. We understand and support the idea that the State Board of Education wants to move both by regulation in January. However, stakeholders and the public need a more detailed template well in advance of the January meeting. We encourage you to organize a template around the concept of providing annual goals and specific actions for the 8 state priority areas. Again, we encourage the state board to develop an LCAP template that we can respond to in a timely fashion. Thank you.
Good
Good morning. My name is Leslie Littman, and I'm a high school history teacher in Santa Clarita, California. Currently, I serve on the California Teachers Association's Board of Directors, representing over 16,000 educators in LA County. With LCFF, the governor and the legislature recognized that local school districts, in partnership with parents, educators, and community leaders, know how to best meet the needs of their students. As educators, we want LCFF to work for all of our students. We commend the State Board for adhering to the main principles of LCFF, which provide districts with the needed flexibility to determine how best to spend the funds and provide services that will best serve their student populations. Each district is different, and we thank you for recognizing that. We are also in agreement with the State Board that the regulations cannot define what are considered core services and what are considered supplemental services. However, we are concerned that the LCAP template in its current form seems to suggest a high level of budgetary and financial reporting. Okay. Thanks.
Good morning. My name is Teresa Montaño, and I'm a member of the CTA Board of Directors, where I represent higher education faculty and future students. And I must say, as such, I'm extremely excited by the opportunity to begin to discuss in a realistic way issues of college and career readiness. Having said that, I'm also excited by the mandatory collective process where we now have to engage in a constructive, concrete dialogue among parents, teachers, and community members to design a process that will best meet the needs of each local community. The template has to provide for the opportunity for the district to explain exactly what it's doing and not simply reduce that information to quantitative numbers. Quantitative information is not always the most constructive, broad-based information. We need to be flexible. We need to be transparent, and we need to be open. And the statute allows for that to happen. Be flexible and broad. Follow the statute. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm speaker number 62, prisoner 24601. I guess I'm going to have a comment on the process during the public comment section. I'm Ken Bird. I'm here for the 325,000 teaching professionals in our organization who are out and want this thing to work. The first comment is really with your regulations, where you have this three-part test on page 3, basically spend more, provide more, and achieve more. In my view, that's written wrong. You need to go back to have a single statement that says spend more, provide more, and leave it to the district to go ahead and decide what they're going to do to report to you and then follow up accordingly. It's one of the greatest things that's misunderstood is the difference between legislating and implementing. We would like to substitute our judgment for the legislature many times. I've had that experience. Very quickly, though, that's not how it is. It's said on these signs that equity is not subject to flexibility. The only thing I would add with is it's only through flexibility that we're going to get equity for all. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Chancy Jones. I'm a security officer at Santa Monica Malibu Unified School District. The work I do impacts students' learning on a daily basis. I am the first person most students see at the beginning of the day and the last person most students see at the end of the day. And I have to make sure that all staff and students are safe and secure in their learning environment. For an example, June 7th, there was a gunman at the community college across the street from the middle school I worked at. I, myself, had to secure and make sure that 1,100 students on my campus was safe in a lockdown situation on campus June 7th. The kind of work I do sometimes makes the nightly news. But security officers get more involved with students more than just in a learning environment. We are also their confidant. We are there to hear them when the teachers don't hear them. I ask that you, the board, create a clear policy that ensures the schools district are provided with emphasis on children's services for all students.
Hi, my name is Maria Batista, and I am a lunch lady in Torrance Unified School District for 20 years. Because I love making a difference in the children's lives, it is difficult for children to learn when they are hungry. For many kids, this is the only healthy meal that they get in a day. We really get to know our students. We greet them by name. I am working in a middle school, and I am dealing with children at that challenging age. Getting rides to school from a nice bus driver, asking them how to do their best that day. Getting breakfast from a friendly lunch lady sets the tone for the day. I know we make a difference. These are essential services that every student needs. Clean classrooms, sanitary restrooms, healthy meals, safe and on-time bus rides, quality after-school programs, supervised playgrounds, parent advocates. I have traveled here today to urge California Board of Education to set rules to make sure school districts provide these very important services to all our school children. We need California schools to be great again.
President Kirst, members of the board and staff, good morning. My name is Greg Magnuson. I proudly serve as superintendent in the Buena Park School District, a K-8 elementary district comprised of approximately 72% economically disadvantaged students and 48% English language learners. I also have the privilege of serving on the Orange County as the chair of the Orange County Superintendents Association and on the FCMAT Board of Directors. I'm here today to express support for the staff's draft regulations. The proposed regulations strike an appropriate balance between accountability and flexibility. More specifically, I urge you to consider that unique circumstances exist in each district with respect to beginning and baseline programs for each of the priority areas that the state has provided. I ask that you resist calls for standardized program starting points. Although they're an easy reference, a single funding level is not a real proxy for real program offerings in any district. I suggest that LEAs be able to document current programs that are in place. We have the resources to do so through our EL plans, our single school achievement programs, and other resources. Let's make LCAP a meaningful planning experience. Over time, there's going to be plenty of opportunity to revise regulation. But for now, let's begin the LCAP journey with a developmental perspective. Let's err on the side of and with the spirit of local control and get on and show both programmatic freedom and prudent yet progressive accountability structure can do. Thank you very much.
Morning, President Kirst, members of the Board of Education, Elliot Duchan, Superintendent of Harupa Unified School District, about 19,000 kids, 76% free and reduced lunch, 36% English language learners, and also representing the Access Superintendents Council. I am really excited today and now. This is the greatest opportunity I have seen personally since the day I walked into my state preschool classroom in 1977. This will give us the opportunity to meet the needs of our community and communities across the state. For once, I will not have to say no to parents in Cafe Literario that we cannot buy you more books because we don't have a pot of money that buys more books for Cafe Literario. I can expand our dual immersion programs that have helped the needs of kids throughout the district without having to say, no, we can't spend the money on that. We can go to parents and say yes. And the children, whether they live in Glen Avon, Palo Verde, or Palos Verdes, or Rolling Hills, or Pedley, will have an opportunity that's unprecedented. So I thank you. I think the regulations presented to you are spot on, and I urge you to pass them. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kirst and members of the board. Director Holliday, thank you for being in Oakland last week. My name is Monica Scott Green. I'm a parent. I'm a member of Parent Leadership Action Network and the California Quality for Quality Education. I'm a former foster parent. I'm a parent whose child recently graduated from a comprehensive high school, unable to be successful in college. Yes, he graduated, but he's having an extremely difficult time. We parents are partners in our child education, and we feel that this historic opportunity is a time for you to help us. But we need you to, what happens when our stronger partner, the local school district, does not listen to or does not achieve the goals stated? We need you to help ensure accountability, and that if the school district isn't successful, someone has to say, this is not working, and we need you to help to do that. We also need you to include in every option, success is not an option. Performance, that idea of achieve more has got to be built in. Our student success should not be an option. Thank you.
Hello. Who are we? YC. What do we want? Equity. Hello. My name is Chinetti Tutushinda. I work for Youth Together. I wanted a local organizing organization in the Bay Area, and I wanted to just first start off by thanking Ms. Rucker and Director Holliday for coming to the sites in Richmond and in Oakland to really listen. And they both had an opportunity to really listen to young people who these regulations are going to directly impact. So our ask is that we continue to do that, and that we make space in, not just in meetings like this, but make a really specific meeting for young people to be able to come. So we've had several students who came up today who were cut off, who have had to wait in really long lines, who the regulations that you are talking about right now directly impacts, and it's their lives that we're talking about without asking them what they think. So please take the time to listen to our students today.
Which one is it? Hello. Hi, my name is Willie Williams. I'm from Fremont High School, and this is Tal.
Hi, my name is Tao Duong, and I am a part of Youth Together. I am a student from Fremont High, and I belong to the Oakland Unified School District. I believe that in my school, where the majority are low income, we are in desperate need of funding because we have books that are 7 years old that we are forced to use to study in preparation for the AP exams. How are we supposed to do well on a yearly based test when we're using books that are outdated? I want you to know that the purpose of this implementation is for the low income students like us to be able to do well. We want money to be given equitably to our school so that all kids in the OUSD who are English learners, foster youth, and low-income youth get the support they need to graduate. The system is setting us up to fail. How do you expect the 100 seniors at my school to all graduate when we aren't given the resources we need? As of right now, there are only 20 seniors who are on the path to graduation. This needs to happen because you promised us equity and the right to a proper education. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. My name is Santo Allende, and I am a part of Youth Together. I'm a student from Skyline High School, and I belong to the Oakland Unified School District. I believe that we need stronger guidelines that emphasize accountability and not flexibility, because Skyline High School, for example, needs more computers for students to get their research done. I've noticed that the lack of technology puts us at a disadvantage in this modern era. I want you to know that the purpose of this implementation is for students like me who are low income or English learners or foster students to benefit from LCFF and graduate high school. The proposed framework doesn't allow me to rightfully know where the money is being spent. And this needs to happen because the graduation in Oakland Unified School District needs to be raised. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Alfredo Lira, and I am part of Youth Together, and I am a student from Skyline High School, and I belong to the Oakland Unified School District. I believe that we should have a good accountability in the way that the new money is distributed to the students for what it is meant for. Because in my school, our classrooms are overfilled and our teachers can't teach properly, and since our teachers can't teach properly, students don't learn and receive bad grades and miss credits and so on. Our students are at disadvantages. I want you to know that the purpose of this implementation is so students can actually learn and care about school, because I am one of those low-income students who will benefit from LCFF, and we will, excuse me, what we need is equity in our funding and accountability, not flexibility. And this needs to happen because our communities have historically been disenfranchised when it comes to education, and giving flexibility will only make it worse. We ask that you also grant us another meeting specifically with the youth and high needs high need schools, so that you listen to us, because in this room there's not many of us, and we are the ones that you should listen to.
Hello, State Board. My name is Ireri Lora, and I'm part of Youth Together as well. I work at Richmond High School in West Contra Costa Unified School District, where we met and spoke with Ms. Patricia Rucker at the School Success Express. We are here again to ask that you don't flex equity. That means that the State Board needs to ensure that the LCAP template requires that districts demonstrate that they are spending the funds generated by high-need students to provide those most needed services to the high-need students. We also ask that the LCAP template provides the necessary guidance to ensure that conditions are in place to require schools to allow the youth to identify the goals, actions, and expenditures, plus requiring district advisory councils to provide easy public access to allow that the data needed to develop the LCAP template for authentic local participation requires youth voice. Thank you.
Good morning, how's everybody doing? I'm Julio Rangel and I'm part of Youth Together. I am a student from Skyline High School and I belong to the Oakland Unified School District. I believe that we need to have a better accountability plan and guidelines so that the students who are benefiting from LCFF are impacted positively. Because in my school, which is populated mostly by low-income foster kids and English language learners, we have a lack of space that denies us access to classes that we need in order to graduate. I want you to know that the purpose of this implementation is for students like me who are low-income students that are English language learners get the quality education that we deserve as a human right. And this needs to happen because if we don't have these opportunities, how do you expect us to be successful in life? I personally have thought of quitting or giving up because of the lack of opportunities. This happens because when you don't have the correct resources in the correct places that you require to succeed, you start to lose motivation and eventually can lead to dropouts or taking the wrong path. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Abbas from Youth Together, and I just want to second, we brought a lot of young people here. We brought about 9 young people from the East Bay to come up here and speak. They missed out on school just to come up here to actually tell you guys how important it is for them to actually have equitable funding inside their schools. So a lot of us didn't have enough space to actually be able to really occupy this room the way we should have. So we're asking, can we actually have a youth-like meeting with you guys? Because youth should be in the forefront of actually this, because they're the ones being directly affected by the funding formula. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, board. My name is Timothy Walker. I'm a junior at Crenshaw High School and a part of Community Coalition. At the beginning of this school year, I didn't have all the correct classes I needed to be eligible for college. And me and my mom, we tried daily after to get me in the right classes that I needed. My school only has 2 counselors for about 1,500 students. And by the end of my sophomore year, I had a 3.5 GPA and was getting ready to apply to universities like Berkeley, UCLA, or Howard. But once I was enrolled in those courses that I needed, I missed the first 5 weeks of those classes, and I ended up with D's and F's in those classes. This is unacceptable. This is an example of how schools, like the schools that I go to, don't have the right resources that they need in order to be eligible for college and to be eligible just to do things that in other areas they would be easy to get. For too long, the lack of equitable and resources have limited the opportunities for myself and my peers to be able to reach our dreams. We need to hold our local districts accountable to the outcomes that focus on increasing graduation rates, increasing A through G readiness, and reducing suspensions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, I believe. My name is Pacolia Manigo. I'm the program director at Bay Area Plan, but more importantly, I'm a proud parent. I'm a parent of an OUSD public school student at Carl B. Monk Elementary. And I say I'm a proud parent because I got up at 5 a.m. this morning to make it up here at 8 a.m. and still didn't make it. And instead, we are able to sit outside and watch lobbyists and people from other organizations and unions come up here and express the complete opposite of what we as parents and students are fighting every day to make possible for our kids. Equity means opportunity. We want an opportunity for our kids to have a legacy that we've been fighting for generations. And yet and still today, when you are up here talking about a law that we fought, that we went and advocated for, that we went in March, and that we helped write, when you sit up here and you tell us we don't have a right to be here because we don't have enough room and we don't have the opportunity to speak, you are going against the thing that we fought for. You're going against it. So what we're talking about is paying attention to what we already do on a daily basis. We do this at a daily basis. So hold our districts accountable the same way that we do.
That was a tough act to follow. My name is Adane Mack. I'm with the Association of California School Administrators. You can tell there's lots of passion regarding this issue. Our association is very supportive of the direction that the State Board is going with the regulations. We would submit that it is important to recognize that not only should districts be provided the opportunity to create programs and meet the needs of all of the kids that you heard about earlier, but that being held accountable, they're tied together with this flexibility. The LCAP, all districts have to accomplish and articulate their goals and the needs for their community in the LCAP, hold districts accountable. We're not fearful of that. We welcome this opportunity. Lots of my folks are excited about the opportunity to create programs locally that meet the needs of their community. And what the regulations do is do that. And therefore, we're supportive of the direction that you're going and working with the LCAP as the accountability measure that's necessary. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you for listening and your time today. My name is Jessica Gunderson, and I represent the Partnership for Children and Youth. We're an organization that works directly with community-based organizations, school districts, and city agencies to provide low-income students with the learning supports they need to thrive. Along the way, we've been extremely excited and continue to support the LCFF formula. But we are troubled with the current guidance as it stands today. And we think some significant changes have to happen before the board adopts them. And we believe the board has a responsibility to uphold the core principles and intent of the LCFF around equity and transparency. First and foremost, the fiscal guidance must make clear that it's, as is stated in law, LEAs must increase or improve services with concentration in supplemental dollars. Achieve more is what all students deserve. It doesn't seem like it should be an option for LEAs. That's the driving underlying current. Also, we think that there needs to be stronger regulations. Wow. Thank you.
Good morning, President Kurtz, Superintendent Torlakson, and board members. My name is Mary Lee, and I am a representative of Families in Schools as a parent ambassador. I'm also a special needs advocate and mentor for underserved Los Angeles families. I'm also an educator and a special needs parent of my son, Christian. We're here to advocate as a voice for the group of special needs families, which are often marginalized, but yet they comprise a great deal of the targeted groups that are part of the local control formula, the low-income, foster care, as well as the English learners. What we feel very important in putting together the LCAPs for the districts is parent engagement. This is a very critical piece that will have direct impact on student achievement. We ourselves are representatives that this is important because he would not have been motivated to make it through high school and be able to be in post-secondary school now without proper parent engagement. Thank you.
I speak in Cambodian language, and Ms. Mai
transfer in English សូមគោរពលោកប្រធានខេត្តនិងសមាជិកក្រុមប្រឹក្សាជាទីគោរពខ្ញុំគឹមតនតំណាងសហគមន៍ខ្មែរឡងប៊ិចសូមជំនួយថវិកា LCFF 4 ខដល់សហគមន៍ខ្មែរឡងប៊ិច1សូមប្រើប្រាស់ថវិកា LCFF សម្រាប់ជួល counselor និងគ្រូមានគុណភាពខ្ពស់2សម្រាប់ប្រើក្នុងការប្រែភាសាឲ្យបានច្បាស់លាស់ដោយពាក្យចាស់បុរាណថាចេះស្ទើរចេះភ្លឺធ្វើឲ្យភ្លាត់3 LCFF ផ្ដល់នៅពាក្យសន្យាច្បាស់លាស់និងទទួលខុសត្រូវនិងគោរពតាមពាក្យសន្យា4សូមអនុញ្ញាតមេដាបិតាសិស្សនិងសហគមន៍ចូលរួមក្នុងការបង្កើតគម្រោងការទទួលខុសត្រូវរបស់ LCFF ផងដែរសូមអរគុណដល់លោកប្រធាននិងសហគមន៍សហសមាជិកទាំងអស់
My respect to Mr. Chris and all board members. My name is Mei Mei Hood and my fellow parent Leo Kim Song, Silvat Sukun In and Waprum. On behalf of my parent in Long Beach, we like to express our concern of the use of the LCFF to benefit all children in Long Beach. Every child is an asset to our society, regardless of their ethnic background. We want LCFF to realize its promise to advantaging the educational opportunities and outcome of English language learner, foster youth, and low-income students. Most Khmer students fit into these three groups. Therefore, LCFF should be used to hire more skilled and qualified counselors and teachers that are culturally competent and can communicate well with students and parents. 2. State law requires parental involvement. However, we can't get involved if we cannot have a clear guideline for autistic parent involvement and understand the language. Translation of important documents into Khmer, including school board and district document, is necessary. Please note that incompetent interpreter can cause more harm than good. Like the old saying, the road to hell is curved with good intentions. 3. We feel CFF offers great promise. Thank you.
Good day, board members. My name is Paul Roback. I'm the parent of 2 children who attend schools in LAU Unified. One thing I've not heard any mention of is suggested metrics to measure parental involvement in schools and districts. For instance, do schools have parent centers? Are they fully functioning hubs of the community, or are they nothing more than broom closets strewn about with a few old dusty parent brochures that parents don't even know that room exists because it's always closed? Do schools train their SSC and ELAC members, and for purposes of training, handing out a flyer on how to make a motion, to me, does not constitute training. We need some metrics in LCFF and LCAP specifically to determine true, what I call authentic parent involvement, as opposed to fake parent involvement, which is nothing more than a few sign-in sheets with the same 5 or 10 parents who are always there anyway. We need metrics to measure true parent involvement in schools for LCAP. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the California State Board of Education and staff. My name is Reverend Latanya Clark, a clergy member with Congregations Organized for Prophetic Engagement, COPE, representing San Bernardino and Riverside counties. COPE is a faith-based network of more than 50 churches deeply committed to improving the knowledge, skills, and confidence of families to support their children's education. As faith leaders, we help advocate for educational improvements that benefit all children, and we believe that the new local control formula funding system offers great promises for students most in need of additional support. In our county, there are still achievement gaps for students of color, particularly those in foster care youth, English learners, and low-income students. We believe equitable funding, strong accountability, and intentional parent engagement will help to ensure that the LCFF system serves its intended purpose. We join others today in support of recommendations to strengthen parent engagement. We are here to urge the California State Board of Education to empower every parent by giving them the right information, knowledge, and training to make decisions in the
Time.
best interest of their children and schools. Thank you.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Sandy Mendoza, and I'm with Families in Schools. Parent engagement is one of the 8 priorities that's been identified, and as such, we want to see this lifted up with more guidance, and because parents want to be involved with their schools, and districts and schools can do a better job of engaging parents in more authentic ways that raises student achievement. However, if you don't offer the proper guidance in the LCAP to measure progress in engaging parents, we won't know if the efforts that the schools and the districts are doing are hitting the mark. So we are asking that the LCAP be more, have more quality and more scope, because schools should work in partnership with parents, and because the parents are partners, not spectators, and they are the best advocates that children have. So I have with me our report that we've done that does show and give some examples and guidance of how you can measure parent engagement, true parent engagement, and we hope that you will take this into account as you look at the LCAP for the next 2 weeks. I'll pass this out to each of you, and thank you for your time.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Ellen Doherty. I'm the superintendent in Lawndale Elementary School District in LA County. These are really exciting times in California education, especially with all the flexibility and local control. One concern that I have with the LCFF funding is the class size reduction CSRs based on a school-wide average. One student over 24 in K through 3 results in the district losing all of their funding. This is extremely punitive. We are committed in Lawndale to staffing at 24-1. In this new era of flexibility, site averages are very restrictive. A district average gives us a bit more flexibility, and I believe this is better for our students. When we have our funding based on a site-wide average, schools eventually will close, and they'll close when all classes are 24-1. We will have to move families to other schools, and in our district where we have very many low-income families without cars, it will be detrimental for our students, and we will have students that are missing school. So I urge you to reconsider and have it be a district average instead of a state average for CSR. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Betsy Hamilton, and I'm Assistant Superintendent for Educational Services in Lawndale School District in Los Angeles, where 85% of our students live in poverty and nearly half are English learners. I have served for 25 years in school districts as a parent, a school board, a site council member, a principal, and a district leader, and I share the concerns expressed here today regarding assurances for educational equity for students and families, and I know that these concerns are rooted in real experiences. I also know that no students or families are served by school district leaders spending countless hours on duplicative paperwork and reporting. I believe that the flexibility of the LCFF combined with the accountability assurances of the LCAP will allow district leaders to concentrate on what they should be concentrating on, which is delivering a robust educational program for all students. I encourage the consolidation of multiple district plans into one comprehensive and consolidated LCAP to achieve this. Thank you.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Mi nombre es María León.
My name is María León.
Soy madre de 4 hijos.
And I'm the mother of 4 children.
Que asistieron y asisten a las escuelas del Distrito Unificado de Los Ángeles.
Who went and are going to the schools of the Los Angeles Unified School District.
Desafortunadamente, mis 2 primeros hijos
Unfortunately, my 2 older children
no tuvieron la oportunidad de recibir una educación que los preparara para poder asistir a la universidad.
were not given the chance to get an education that would allow them to go on to college.
Y hoy estoy aquí porque como madre
And I'm here today as a mother.
Tengo la obligación
because I have the obligation
y la responsabilidad
and the responsibility
de asegurarme
to ensure
que mis siguientes 2 hijos reciban una educación
that my next 2 children
que me
get
los
an
preparen
that will prepare them
para ir a la universidad, a una universidad de 4 años.
for a 4-year college.
Porque quiero que tengan una mejor calidad de vida y las mismas oportunidades que en otras escuelas donde hay más recursos.
Because I want them to achieve a quality of life and the opportunities that are given to students who go to schools with better resources.
Tienen acceso a una educación de calidad.
And who have access to a quality education.
Y me quiero asegurar de que los fondos de LCFF lleguen realmente a las escuelas con mayor necesidad.
And I want to make sure that the LCFF funds really reach the most needy schools.
Que los niños aprendices de inglés, que los niños con alto nivel, con un alto nivel de bajo recursos económicos.
So that English learners and low income children
y los niños de hogares de crianza
and foster children
tengan la oportunidad
get the opportunity
de recibir estos recursos,
to receive these resources,
prepararlos
and to prepare them
para que puedan asistir a una universidad, tengan buenos trabajos y una mejor calidad de vida.
For college, good jobs and a better quality of
Y
life.
que los padres seamos parte seamos parte de las decisiones que se van a tomar para la distribución e implementación de estos fondos.
And for us parents to be part of the decisions that are going to be taken to implement these funds.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, we're with the Dolores Huerta Foundation, and we're going to minimize our comments by 2 speakers. Good afternoon, President Kirsten, members of the board. The Dolores Huerta Foundation represents 5 districts in Kern County, which unfortunately have one of the highest expulsion and suspension rates in Kern County. So we are especially interested in the school climate component of LCFF. In complying with the new alternative means of correction law, we ask that the school climate component provide mandates and/or guidelines for tracking discipline data, and are specifically interested in tracking alternative means of correction used before suspension, as well as being able to provide this data in a timely manner, which is a big struggle we're having in our area in Kern County specifically. We recommend that the board provide resources and guidelines for schools to implement alternative discipline methods currently being used in schools throughout California, such as restorative justice, positive behavior intervention support systems, and social emotional learning programs, so that schools that currently don't have these programs will have a place to go to find, learn more, and be able to implement them using the new LCFF funds.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Petra Villanueva.
Good morning, my name is Petra Villanueva.
Vengo representante a Vecinos Unidos de la Fundación Dolores Huerta.
And I come as a representative of United Neighbors of the Dolores Huerta Foundation.
Le doy gracias porque efectivamente,
and I want to thank you because in fact,
ahora sí va a haber un cambio.
There will now be a change.
Ya no vamos a tener leyes muertas.
There's not going to be dead letter laws.
Como de ningún niño debe de quedar atrás.
Such as no child left behind.
Que tiene participación de padres.
There's going to be parent participation.
Bajo la 1118.
According to 1118.
Que era una ley para nosotros que estaba puesta pero nunca se llevaba a cabo.
And this was a law that was on the books, but it never came true.
Nosotros necesitamos como padres,
as parents, what we need
que ustedes nos ayuden
is your help.
A poner una ley.
We need a law
donde los padres tengan la obligación de asistir a las juntas de cada escuela.
In which parents have the obligation to go to school meetings.
Que sepan cómo manejar los presupuestos.
To learn how to manage a budget.
¿Cómo se gasta el dinero para darles entrenamientos a los maestros?
To learn how the money is spent in teacher training.
Y que también sepan cómo los maestros deben de implementar esos talleres que fueron a tomar.
And to learn how those teachers have to implement those workshops where they had to learn.
Que los estudiantes ELD realmente sean promovidos.
And to really get a promotion for English learner students.
Reclasificados.
They should be reclassified.
Y que el condado de Kern
And then Kern County
no les viole sus derechos a regresarlos otra vez al programa de ELD.
should not violate their rights by turning them back to the ELD program
Cuando ellos ya fueron reclasificados.
when they've already been reclassified.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Padron Livermore, and I'm a parent from Merced County, Merced, who cares deeply about my community. I believe that LCFF can change lives. In addition to increasing resources for our neediest population of students, it calls for the two most important influences in a child's life to work together. True collaboration that is transformative requires time, effort, and expertise. Schools teach. They are not experts in collaboration. This is why LCFF regulations should call for dedicated staff with experience working with community. Also needed is training on how to collaborate successfully so that parents and schools understand the process and potential power. Parents need to be involved in the LCFF process from day one, including deciding criteria for committee members. This is necessary because schools and parents have different ideas of how to spend money. Schools want to hire new staff. We want to have a welcoming area for parents to come to get help for their kids. Thank you.
Good afternoon, State Board of Education. My name is Zelda Johnson. I'm a parent of a Merced High School student. I'm not only excited but also open-minded and looking forward to collaborating with our district. In order to ensure that genuine collaboration is happening in my own community, I feel that more parents should be informed about LCFF. School districts should make a genuine invitation so that all parents and community members can be educated and informed. There should also be a requirement on the amount of educational LCFF forums provided to parents. I believe guidelines should be placed to ensure parents and community voices are being heard. In my opinion, in order for parent engagement and committees to be successful, they should be reflective of our diverse student body, ensuring both cultural and economic differences are being represented. Meetings should be both interactive and sensitive regarding meeting times to include working parents. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. My name is Rosa Aldaz, and I represent Santa Ana Unified School District in Orange County. I'm here because I'd like to see and make sure that our students get the education that they deserve. In our school district, there are many, many kids below poverty level. Not only this is a way to get out through education. We need to make sure that every penny spent on making sure that our kids get the education they deserve. Also, please make sure that all the students are affected in this process, not just only our low-income children, but also we have many, many students that are different income brackets. So please, make sure that they're also included in that. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Nancy Gallardo. I'm here from the Santa Ana Unified School District, and I'm a parent of two children, one in the 10th grade in Saddleback High School and the other one in a 2nd grade in Jefferson Elementary. I'm here to advocate for our rights as parents to make sure that the local funding formula is transparent and accountable for in this process. Please make sure that us as parents, which are the biggest stakeholders, to be informed and allowed to participate. Make sure that us as parents, along with the districts, make the decisions together. Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. My name is Esperanza Navarro, and I represent a coalition of organizations in the Eastern Coachella Valley. I hesitated coming up here just because there's
I don't have much new information to provide or requests because I think everything's been said, but I really wanted to make sure that the rural perspective was included and incorporated in this exchange. And of course, our priorities are very similar to everybody else's around accessibility, inclusivity, and representation. And also, I think something that hasn't been highlighted is the inclusion of resources, whether that looks like technical assistance or trainings, right? Especially in the Eastern Coachella Valley, where, like I said, a rural community, and we need to be included, but in a meaningful way. I think I'll end there. Thank you.
I guess we can say good afternoon. My name is Judy Larson. I'm with the California Endowment, and I want to say thank you all for modeling the behavior that we want to see in local districts. You've been very flexible and accommodating and hearing all the different voices and perspectives today. First of all, we know that local control funding formula is not the silver bullet that we need in California for adequate funding. We also know that many people lined up here and at homes are looking to see if this is successful, and will also sort of dictate their support for future efforts to fund education. We believe that fundamentally what local control funding formula is an issue of power, who has it and who doesn't. We know that the parents, the youth, and the many stakeholders that came here today are here because they're afraid. And please keep that in mind when you're developing the guidance and the rules to really make sure that there's the right incentives to do the right thing and also the consequences. We hope that you will release the draft recommendations ASAP and also provide a larger room. Thank you very much.
Hi, Brian Lee on behalf of Fight Crime, Invest in Kids and Mission Readiness. On the LCAP template, a couple comments on content, then process. On content, very critical that school level data be included. And also, we believe a clear reading of the statute is that the school climate survey is required, not a suggestion, but a requirement. On process, we appreciate that understandably you're moving forward and accelerating the timeline for the template so districts can get that in hand. But that cannot come at the expense of meaningful stakeholder input. Today, we have a chance to comment on a concept. We were promised in September that in January we'd comment on options, and then in March would be adopted. Well, if we're going to move forward quickly and adopt in January, we can't cut back the careful consideration promise. So we ask that you ensure that a draft template is made public at least 1 month prior to the January board meeting, and 2, that you as soon as possible announce a process for meaningful stakeholder feedback on that LCAP template so that we get to consider the options that we thought we'd have several months to consider. Thank you.
Good afternoon, President Kurz, members of the State Board. My name is Don Stabler. I'm Deputy Superintendent at Torrance Unified School District. We support the proposed draft regulations that state local education agencies are authorized to use the funds apportioned for the purposes provided on the basis of the number of unduplicated pupils for school-wide and for district-wide purposes. All EL students are not in need, as all free and reduced start students are not underachieving. We ask for the flexibility to utilize these supplemental dollars in the best way possible for the underachieving students in Torrance. For the last 40 years, we have had to provide services under the concept of one model fits all. The LCFF is supposed to be the model of the future, not the past. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Tahira Bazil with the Tahira Cunningham with the California Pan-Ethnic Health Network, sorry. So the local control funding formula provides an opportunity to address fundamental inequities preventing our most vulnerable students from achieving their full potential. CPEN recently submitted a joint letter to the board, co-signed by several health advocacy organizations, voicing our concerns on your most recent proposal and ask that you actually reject the proposed regulations. We're concerned that they do not promote the best interests of the most vulnerable students by limiting the definition of what constitutes services funding or services eligible for funding, and by providing too much leeway to districts to spend the LCFF funds rather than targeting funds toward high-need students. We request the board develop a new proposed regulations that direct school districts to spend LCFF funds generated by English learners, low income, and foster youth on those populations directly to ensure their academic success. The board should adopt policy recommendations that follow the law and goal of achieving equity by ensuring that the most vulnerable students' health and academic performance needs are addressed with these new funds. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is George Giocaris. I serve as superintendent of the Fullerton Joint Union High School District, and our district is a member of the California School Finance Reform Coalition. Dr. Kirst, I've long admired your work, and I used your book, The Political Dynamics of American Education, to teach a course in the doctoral program at USC, at which time I got a chance to meet Dr. Cohen as we served as colleagues at USC. Our district supports the whys and the whats of LCFF and the LCAP. However, we have one major concern regarding the how, the implementation. Specifically, we believe, and I think we would all agree, that improved career technical education programs are foundational to the ultimate success of LCFF and LCAP. However, as I shared with Assembly members Buchanan and Quirk Silva and State Superintendent Torlakson when they had a chance to visit two of our schools, and we took them on tours of CTE programs, that without adequate funding for high schools, which I believe high schools have been significantly disadvantaged with the funding formula, we will not be able to improve upon, let alone maintain, the quality of our CTE programs that are so desperately needed to ensure that all students are career and college ready. Thank you very much for your time and your consideration, and our district looks forward to working with you and the legislature in improving opportunities for all students. Thank you very much.
You don't have any resolution of it, or why?
Good afternoon. I'm Tim Stowe, the Chief Academic Officer in the Torrance Unified School District, and also here representing not just our students, but the California School Finance Reform Coalition. We do believe and support the proposed draft regulations that allow LEAs to demonstrate an increase in achievement by providing evidence of achievement in the applicable state priority areas. We believe that fiscal accountability should be based solely on student data measures for year-over-year growth, and that those measures will be included in the LCAP. Measures such as the CASE and EL redesignation rates and other local information that we provide to parents on a regular basis throughout the year are quantifiable data measures to show improved student performance. Schools and districts are committed to student achievement. We, as was mentioned earlier, we do what we can with the resources that we have, and the flexibility will allow us to implement Common Core, the next generation science standards, new assessment system, and all of these things to ensure that our students are college and career ready by adding services necessary for their success. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chairman Kirst, board members. I am Roy Grimes, President and CEO of Education Equity, Inc., a 501c3 nonprofit whose mission is to promote and create policies and administer innovative programs linked to world-class sustainable education while advocating for equity and access. I am a 3-time past president of the Sacramento City School Board, a 7-time past president of Sacramento County Board of Education, past president of the 3rd District PTA, a former member of the California State PTA Board of Directors, and a 5-time elected delegate to both the CTA State Council and the NEA Representative Assembly. I'm here today on behalf of African American students and parents because we cannot afford to turn our back on them. While I appreciate local efforts, I want to warn the State Board that not having safeguards, strong accountability measures in place for local policy implementation may have devastating impacts on those who can least afford adult mistakes. So we recommend the following: provide legitimate input opportunities for African American communities on State Board of Education issues going forward, include African American specific diversity training with the LCFF plan instituted, professional development, and capacity building. And the last one is set strong guidelines which meet lead to overall community access for all students. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Patillo-Brownson. I'm the Director of Educational Equity at Advancement Project, and I'm here to urge you to revise the proposed template to better balance LCFF's twin goals of local control and fairness. I want to highlight two glaring examples of needed revisions. The first is the requirement or the ability to meet accountability provisions through achieving more apart from spending more, which is simply not sufficient and too vague to be meaningful. Even in the last 4 years of budget cuts, our target student groups have averaged about 2% increases every year over the last 4 years, increases on CSTs that show up on English language arts and math in third grade. Yet the proposed template would tell those districts that they are achieving more with this 2% increase and require no further innovation and no further accountability. Steady state is not the intent of this law, and it is not something that should be retained. Secondly, foster kids generate more revenue under LCFF, and this is a profoundly good and needed development, but the proposed template does not require districts to provide any reporting as to how those children are uniquely served apart from English language learners or low-income children. Lastly, the proposed template would benefit from a broader list of examples like early education and preschool of what is permitted under LCFF. A recent school board member told me that LCFF could fund ECE to additional examples, guidance, and a better balance between equity and fairness. Thank you.
In a typical school district, anywhere between 3 to 5 and sometimes as many 7 different people will type the same demographic information for your students. Such inefficiencies lead to inaccurate data and delay in students' engagement into education. Good afternoon. My name is Carl Hoffman. I'm a 30-year veteran educator holding a master's degree in educational technology. I grew up in the San Francisco Bay Area and moved to Michigan in my latter years when my father retired from the Navy. Fortunately, I'm in a position which allowed me to return to the state where I grew up and love so much. That's why I'm here to share with you some valuable insights that I gained as a technology administrator in the state of Michigan that may help find useful in developing procedural guidelines in California districts implementing LCFF. After reading extensively about LCFF, I've come to understand that the principal tenets shaping the completely new method for funding California schools, increasing academic achievement, and underserved and unduplicated student populations. Unfortunately, inefficiency in your local education agencies. Time? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your work on behalf of our students. Debbie Betancourt, Folsom Cordova Superintendent and member of the California School Finance Reform Coalition. We believe that the allocation of supplemental and concentration funds should remain flexible in their use on programs to assist all underachieving students, whether they generated EL or LI funds to begin with. Hold us accountable for student achievement. Don't disenfranchise our local constituents of parents and students by imposing prescriptive ways to improve student achievement. We support the guiding principles and regulations for the development of the LCAP template: simplicity, transparency, locally driven, and performance-based. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Steve Ward, Associate Superintendent with the Clovis Unified School District and a member of the California School Finance Reform Coalition. We are practitioners who will be held accountable for successfully implementing this landmark reform of school finance. As practitioners, we are in the best position to balance all of the requirements of the legislation along with the perspectives and input of the stakeholders impacted by the LCFF. Most importantly, the children of the parents who send their children to our schools each day, trusting that we will keep them safe and doing everything possible to prepare them for a successful future. To that end, we urge you to ensure that we have the flexibility to work in conjunction with our parents, teachers, students, school leaders, and elected school boards to utilize our funding to serve all of our students with the greatest needs. Then ensure that local stakeholders hold districts accountable for what we say we are going to do in our LCAP, focusing on results demonstrated by the success of our students from every subgroup. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. I'm Doug McRae. I'm a retired testing specialist from Monterey. I'll limit my comments to the LCAP portion, pages 5 through 9. Page 5 indicates that the guiding principle for the local control accountability plan should be, quote, a performance-focused, emphasizing student performance outcomes. But of the 6 elements proposed for LCAP, only one truly represents student performance, and that one is extremely vague with no references to either state assessment or state accountability data. My observation is it's probably AB 484, leading us to at least a 2-year moratorium and likely a 3 or 4 year time period before credible state assessment and accountability data was the reason for the omission. In the political vernacular, on LCFF, the state paddled on the right side of the canoe. But on 484, the state paddled on the wrong side of the canoe, and that second stroke is now undermining chances for success for LCFF. Thank you.
Good morning, Board. President Kirst. I'm Steve McDougall. I'm with the Salinas Valley Federation of Teachers, representing 700 educators in the Salinas vicinity who teach 13,000 students. Today I also have the distinction of representing the California Federation of Teachers and 100,000 educators. Friday there was a letter dated to President Kirst that pointed out 6 of our concerns that we have at this time regarding LCAP, and I want to shed the light at 4 of those. One, there must be enough adequate resources and flexibility. Sorry. All right. I got up wicked early this morning. I drove up. So anyway, all right. So thank you. All right. There must be adequate funding, resources, and flexibility in order to engage all stakeholders. Parents, teachers, classified staff, administrators, community groups, and yes, Board Member Zhang, students as well. There must be, decision makers must be those closest to the students. And of course, collective bargaining agreements exist, and we can't ignore them. And there must be active engagement between the LEAs and the agents who bargain those agreements. Thank you.
Beverly Hieronymus, Assistant Superintendent of Business in Dublin Schools. I'm representing Superintendent of... Oh, we can't hear you? Okay. Okay. I'm representing Superintendent Stephen Hankey from Dublin Schools and representing the California School Finance Coalition. We believe the proposed local school funding formula and local accountability plan meets the test of providing local control by giving local educational agencies the flexibility to determine the best course of action to improve student academic performance. We support the goals outlined in the proposed draft regulations, that LEAs have the options of meeting the intent of the law by either expanding additional dollars on the eligible students, providing additional services to eligible students, or meeting or exceeding the student achievement goals. I think all schools in the state want to do that, and it's been a goal for years, and isn't it nice that we're having the conversation about student learning now? Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm 140. My name is Colin Miller. I'm with the California Charter Schools Association. We have about 1,100 charter schools this year, serving over 500,000 students in California. And for 20 years now, we've been operating on the principles of autonomy, flexibility, local control, community engagement, and outcome-based accountability. These are the principles we also see happening here today in the LCFF. We're very excited that these concepts are moving forward in a statewide manner. A recent Credo study found that students who are English learners and low income who are attending charter schools are doing better than those students in their district counterparts in those rule-based systems that we're trying to break open a little bit with this new system. So we're very excited about that opportunity. We think you're moving in the right direction. We think these regs actually do strike the right balance. We've been very pleased with the process and as well as the content, and we thank the staff and all the board members for their hard work on this. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board.
Jovan A.G., California State Director for Students First. Let me first start out by saying we definitely applaud the governor and the legislature for passage of the LCFF in this year's state budget. We also appreciate the creation of a process for greater input during the implementation of district LCAPs. We ask that you respect legislative intent and allow for public and parental access and input. We also appreciate the reporting requirements involved in the formation of the LCAP, but would ask for inclusion of school-side reporting that outlines achievements and student subgroups. We would also ask, as a sound accountability measure, the Department of Education, during their review and approval process of LCAPs, preserve the spirit and intent of the legislature. We look forward as Students First to working with all of you collectively moving forward to ensure that this is implemented in the way the legislature foresees it. With that said, it's my pleasure to introduce our member from Modesto Unified School District, Lindsay Bird.
Good afternoon. My name is Lindsay Bird, and I am a teacher within the Language Institute at Grace Davis High School in Modesto, California. I'm here to give voice to a fraction of California's English learner population whose unique needs could possibly go unheard in the local input and community collaboration process. That group is new immigrants entering United States schools at the high school level. In Modesto, the Language Institute serves students representing 31 countries and 16 languages. I assume many communities around California mirror our diversity within their immigrant populations. I trust you will consider and protect their unique needs and limited educational timeframe when drafting the LCFF template. This group of English learners have very few years to master English, acquire credits to graduate, and earn a high school diploma. New immigrants typically do not have the linguistic or systematic knowledge to advocate on their own behalf. Last month, with the help of Students First, we organized a parent info night for our families regarding LCFF funding. Our largest demographic in attendance were Iraq War refugees. Thank you.
Thank you. Peter Birdsall. I'm Executive Director of the of CSESA, the County Superintendents Association, and we support the approach that's reflected in the board item in the attachment. We think the staff, our credit to the staff, they did a great job of trying to balance these important priorities of accountability and flexibility. We need to say it's our view those are not mutually exclusive. In fact, if LCAP and LCFF are to be successful, we have to be successful with both flexibility and accountability. Further, we really support the idea that it pushes the accountability towards local accountability as reflected through the LCAP. That's how you successfully engage communities, parents, and enable people to participate in thousands of decisions that have to be made every year on budgets and priorities. So we support the approach you're taking. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Stiers, and I represent the California Association of State and Federal Program Directors, CASFEP. In other words, your district and county categorical directors. CASFEP has greatly appreciated the opportunity to have been a participating member of the LCFF Implementation Working Group, and we do have some suggestions regarding what has been presented today. In regards to the options for LEAs to demonstrate increased or improved services for unduplicated students, we suggest that Achieve More should not be optional. It should be explicitly required as the primary measure of increased or improved services, and that Spend More and Provide More are options as to how this is achieved. We are happy to hear today that the LCAP template format will become more user-friendly, as we do not feel its current format is user-friendly. We suggest that within the revision of the template, it should more explicitly link the state priorities to the LCAP template elements. And we also suggest that it includes references to the education code sections that are connected to the elements and purposes, instructions and guiding questions, and other considerations, so the law may be easily referred to during the development of the LCAP. Thank you.
Good afternoon, distinguished board members. My name is Roberto Fonseca, and I'm a group of 5. We come from Los Angeles. We're parents. We're not linked to any organization, but I'm here because of what the Los Angeles Unified School District is not doing. The recommendation that you're going to hear from us is basically the result of that which is not happening. First and foremost, let me say that parents don't have any accessibility to information out in the district. Essentially, what happened here is we have issues where parents have no decision-making in many of those areas. And this is the issue that we are here for, basically to make sure that we understand that if you look into the past, you must look into the past of what happened at LAUSD in order to correct the future. If you don't, then you're going to end up the same problem as it was before. Recommendation number 1, parents at the central and the school side level must have the right to decide the type of training they need and the organizations or individual they choose to work with. At least 3 community-based organizations or individuals must compete for the right to train parents at any level. Community-based organizations must provide tangible evidence of the effectiveness of their training and data to support it. Number 3, parents must have the right to access budget data. And I was told that I had 3 minutes. Yes. Okay. I was told by the lady outside we are 5. We are 5. Yeah, I'm speaking for all of them. I'm sorry, my apologies. Okay, number 3, parents must have the right to access budget, data, and the different programs and strategies utilized to teach students, including but not limited to the Common Core. Training must be substantial and meaningful. It must contain research-based, theoretical, and practical hands-on elements that yield measurable and replicable results. Must be deliberate and with purpose. Parents must have the right to be part of any educational process that affects their children from the very beginning. It must be provided in the language parents can understand. Consultation with parents must be meaningful, deliberate, and transparent. The state must have an independent monitoring system to constantly monitor utilization of funding by the Los Angeles Unified School District. Consequences must be in place to districts, individuals who misappropriate or funnel funding to benefit them or any organization that they are linked to it. Parents must have been parents, as you, based upon your own creation of the LCFS, they have to create now what is called committees. Parents must be in control of those committees. It should be handled by your staff. Staff are there to give them support, not to manipulate them. Parents must be trained, something that doesn't happen in the school sites. The moment they elect somebody up there as a president or whatever, they don't tell them what to do, how to do it, when to do it, and why to do it. Parents must be trained at the school sites immediately after becoming members of any school committee, such as the English Learners, a school site council, or any other committee that comes into existence. And they also should be trained in any and all issues under the jurisdiction of the committee, such as budget, as explained to you before, the data, roles, and responsibility of being a member. Also, let me explain to you the structure. You must look at the structure and how you're going to work it out. In Los Angeles Unified School District, you have a structure, 5 regions, only 20 parents per regions. Then mandate what happens to over 600,000 students in Los Angeles Unified School District. All right, so please make sure how you're going to handle this, because right now, as it is, LAUSD is not doing a very good job. And I'm here because I have been part of the system for quite some time. My children are in high school right now, but it really bothers me. And one of the 3 issues that are really fundamental to it, remember, training. If you want people to understand how things are working out on the school side, you need to train them. If you don't train them, forget it. Okay, thank you very much for your time, okay? By the way, since I know the time is valuable to all of you, I'm going to leave everything together in a package for each of you. Okay, thank you very much. And this particular package is for Mr. President. Okay, thank you, sir. Have a nice day.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela Reese, and I drove from Crescent City, California, which is up quite a ways up by the Oregon border. So I wanted to invite you all to our forum that we're going to be having next week on Wednesday, if you'd like to come. And we're the last one to have it. I sit on 2 site councils. I also sit on District Parent Advisory Committee. And I'm coming here as a community member and a parent. I totally agree with what the gentleman had to say. We don't have a deep enough instruction or understanding of what really goes on, even though we're supposed to sit and be parents and have a voice. It's a very superficial voice. They listen, but what happens to our voice, we have no idea. It never gets reported back on what we say. And I think that would help with the 8 outcomes that we're trying to achieve here. And I've really noticed it even over the last 5 years. So part of my solution, what I would like to say is that parents have a voice and actually have a stand on the board. So, thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. President and board members. I'm Richard Cohen. I am one of the founding board members of the Restorative School Vision Project, which is a local Sacramento nonprofit which is dedicated to putting an end to the school-to-prison pipeline and stopping push-outs. And we say that instead of dropout because they certainly are being pushed out. The statistics are shocking, as I'm sure you've all seen before, and the disparate treatment of our black and brown students and being pushed out of school is shocking as well. So we have dedicated ourselves to putting it into it. And you come in, and this board comes in, and this law comes in under the aspect of one of the 8 priorities, school climate and student, I believe it's called student involvement. Yes, engagement, thank you. And I was heartened to hear Janelle say that you demand guidance. But I would also say, do the districts also demand some guidance here? Oh, okay, time, that was quick. Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Danielle Millay with the California Alliance of Child and Family Services. We're an association of nonprofit foster care providers in the state of California. On any given day, our public schools in California will serve approximately 42,000 foster youth. We have a unique legal and moral responsibility to provide for the well-being of foster youth who consistently have poor educational outcomes. In fact, they struggle more in school than any other at-risk subgroup, which has been consistently found in studies. A few pieces of guidance would be, first, that foster youth are categorically considered low income. We want to be sure that schools have clear guidance that they need to provide supports and services that fit the unique needs of foster youth and that really provide targeted services to this subgroup, that they are included as a subpopulation because of their unique and individual needs, and that services are provided for them to specifically address their needs, and also that schools have technical assistance to help make this possible, that many schools don't have the background of providing services that are unique for foster care, and that we provide them with the technical assistance necessary. Thank you.
Hello. We all say that education and knowledge is power, but when a child does not know the possibilities and the resources that are available for him or her, how are they supposed to attain that power? Hello, my name is Courtney Thomas. I am a part of the CYC Monterey chapter. I am a foster youth who struggled to succeed academically in high school. There wasn't any support groups who actually cared enough for my success. I wasn't considered amongst the population who was going to attend college. I wasn't a priority. I was mostly told to show up to class and do the bare minimum, but there were 2 teachers who cared enough and saw potential and persuaded me to attend college. Core programs should be created out of base dollars and should flow equally amongst all students. The regulations should state that LEAs must also proportionally spend their dollars on students who are in foster care. There should be a point person in each school who is responsible for giving these resources so they won't be lost in the cracks and are on track to graduate. It is time for foster youth to be implemented into these programs and made a priority. Thank you for allowing me as a foster youth to speak today.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Can y'all hear me? Okay, just making sure I can't hear it myself. So hello, everyone. My name is Patterson Messibe. I'm the co-chair of Monterey CYC chapter, California Youth Connection, and I'm a former foster youth and in some cases still am a current foster youth. Today I want to say thank you for allowing youth to be a subgroup, and this is the first of many steps that we need to move forward in changing the foster care system. One thing I want to bring up to you right now is that Monterey County has 220 school-age foster youth, and not all of them know the resources that are available to them. It is now public knowledge that foster youth face unique challenges that hinder their education or their future aspirations. Right now, AB 420 states that each county office of education and district is required to have foster youth liaisons. So right now, I want to take us 3 steps forward with this LCAP so that way you guys can add and move us forward. The first step is require that each school in California have one point person who can help foster youth with resources. That way, the resources will reach the foster youth and not stay at the district level. 2, that the person and their location, so this person and their location can be recognized by a universal symbol, and CYC has done their job to push it out to social workers, and I'll pass this around to you guys to keep, for social workers and educators of foster youth to have this symbol so foster can know where they can receive their resources.
Time, yeah.
Time? Okay. Oh, can I say one last thing?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you. And 3, thank you. That's why I asked. And 3, that foster youth also be stakeholders at the district level for addressing these unique challenges. 'Cause I think it's easy to say, oh, let's make a change, but it's hard to know how to help a certain population without hearing from their voice. So thank you for hearing the cry for foster youth, and I pray that you guys do not forget us when it comes to making the changes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Angela Sutherland. I'm a parent in Sacramento City Unified School District. I have a 7-year-old who's currently in school, and then I have an adult child who attended schools in the same district. And I want to talk about some concerns that I have with the draft regulations in terms of the parent involvement piece. I'm really happy that it's there. However, it's a little bit weak, using words like must promote, must make an effort to. I know that you guys have expressed concern about having too much compliance and mandates written into the regulations, but it does need to be there. Otherwise, there's a risk that parents will be left out of the engagement process, and especially if it's left for the districts to define what that process looks like. As I said, I have been a parent in the district for over 20 years, and I've seen what that looks like so far. It's a good attempt, but it's really not happening like it should.
Time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Grace Trujillo, and I'm a parent from the Sacramento School District, and I piggyback off what Angie said. And I said, you know, true engagement is the key. Another thing I want to say, this minute is, I have so much to say in 1 minute, but I'll be brief. This decision is going to affect millions of people. I agree with everybody in the Spanish-speaking community of what they said, because I'm the result of the English learners. I'm going to have an accounting degree, and now I'm giving back. I'm giving back by looking into the books and being an independent person for like the schools. I'm not a lobbyist. I'm not for the schools administrators or anything. I'm for the parents. And one of the things that you look at when I was looking at the local control account plan guidelines, I had a little concern about the budget information, because in the information there's other concerns and it was left blank. This is the key thing, because if there's no money, there's no programs in what everybody's talking about. One of the key things that schools need to know is how much money they're receiving, and the money should stay at the school sites. The money should not be covering for cost, healthcare, or improved fundings that are not being covered. Also, they should put a cap on the salaries or administrative costs, because like the gentleman from Elk Grove, that's what happened. Oh, I'm sorry.
Hello, my name is Christy Harris, PTA President of Crocker Riverside Elementary in Sacramento. Sorry. We're here today to express two concerns about the level of base funding for schools that will not receive the supplemental adjustments in the LCFF. First, we currently receive $52 per student, which is not enough to cover basic operational expenses. In 2009, school districts were given more flexibility on categorical funding, and as a result, our school budget was cut by 60%, while our student population grew by 33%. Under the LCFF, we want to make sure the base funding level truly covers the most basic operational needs, such as toilet paper and copy paper. Secondly, because our school does not meet district or state percentage thresholds, the students at our school that are English learners, low income, or foster youth do not receive the services that are offered at other schools that do receive state SCE funds. We ask that you consider letting the money follow the child, regardless of what school they attend. In conclusion, it is our hope that the LCFF will provide a base level of funding that will minimize the funding gaps and support every student at every school. Thank you.
Hello, Don Davis, Superintendent of Waterford Unified School District in Stanislaus County. Local school districts must prepare budgets without a clear picture of our funding amounts for the current year and without a reasonable method of forecasting out-year allocations and an unsettling apprehension regarding compliance expectations. I respectfully ask the State Board to refrain from developing a prescriptive template that satisfies single-issue constituents, however well-intentioned, and to provide local educational agencies the authority to produce responsible budgets that advance locally developed goals.
restrain the bureaucratic tendency to ratchet up compliance expectations, which draw resources away from teaching and learning in order to meet outside subjective evaluations at the expense of student learning? How can local districts promise, deliver, and be held accountable for increased and improved services to targeted students when the improvement effort will take several years to perfect, and the district has no guarantees that increased LCF funding projections will materialize? Please take the prudent approach and provide a template that is less prescriptive and more flexible. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Suzanne Brooks, and I'm here as the CEO of the International Association for Women of Color Day and the CEO of Justice for All Includes Women of Color. As that suggests, I'm here representing women and girls of color. I'm asking that whatever proposals you work on include women and girls of color, specifically identified. We are not covered by any existing documentation, laws, or regulations as you think we are. When it says people of color, men of color get the majority. When it says women, white women get the majority. Women of color are dying in the United States at the highest rate from every curable disease. We get 48% of the housing foreclosures. We get the least value from education because of racism plus sexism that only we experience. Your Closing the Gap document didn't even address racism at all, let alone our situation. We are the invisible, marginalized people in this community as we are across the nation. I ask that you attend to that. Thank you. By the way, I left you a document for all of you with more points that you can understand. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Renee Bauer with Service Employees International Union. We represent a little over 60,000 classified employees in the state. Just a couple quick points. We'd like to thank the board for recognizing the link between the regulations and the template. It's really important that districts are able to get at the 8 priorities. On that point, I think that we've heard some people ask to define what core services are. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but I think that we'd be concerned if it hindered a district's ability to get at the 8 priorities. A couple quick examples. School facilities are clearly part of priority 1. School safety is part of priority 6, so we can't write something in a way that we're not able to really achieve these goals that we set out. Thank you very much.
Go ahead. Oh, sorry.
Mi nombre es Claudia.
My name is Claudia.
Soy madre líder de la Federación Pico en Oakland.
I am
Represento 40,000 familias.
I am a mother and leader of PICO Federation in Oakland, and I represent 40,000 families.
Yo vivo en una comunidad donde hay mucha violencia.
I live in a community where there's a lot of violence.
Y necesitamos que el dinero esté disponible para cubrir las necesidades más básicas.
And we need to know that the funds will be available to cover the most basic necessities
De nuestros estudiantes
For our
para
students.
enfocarlos en seguir adelante.
in order to focus so that they can advance in their studies.
Yo quisiera saber si ustedes les mienten a sus hijos como yo les he mentido a los míos. Yo he tocado puertas, he hecho llamadas y hasta el día de hoy yo no he quedado bien con mis hijos. Les he hecho una promesa que no les he cumplido a mis niños, no nada más a mis niños, sino a miles de estudiantes a los que yo estoy representando en mi comunidad.
I would like to know if you've lied to your children like I've had to lie to my children. I've gone and knocked on doors and had to do the things that are just, I can't even say, and I still haven't been able to be accountable to them for the things that I've had to do for them in order to keep them away from the violence.
Yo no quiero que mis hijos ni miles de estudiantes que hay sean un número más de la violencia que se vive en nuestra ciudad.
I don't want my children. I don't want my children to be one more number or statistic in the community of violence in which we live in.
la oportunidad de tener buenos estudios. Necesitamos ahora la fórmula de financiamiento del control local.
I want them to be able to have the opportunity to have the education that they need, and we need the funding formula for local control that is now being studied.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Sarah Lillis with Ed Voice, number 188. You have our letter, but I did want to raise some specific concerns about the drafting and thinking about how we maintain internal consistency as well as, most importantly, consistency with the statute in the language. In particular, some examples on page 2 of the attachment. The proposed regulations in sections 1, 2, and 3 do say in proportion to the increase in supplemental and concentration grant funds, which is consistent with the statute. But the examples on page 3 and 4, in particular, the examples under provide more, make no mention of proportionality. And the documents that the board provides should provide information that enables and not precludes auditors and county supervisors from cross-checking that statutory goals and administrative criteria and standards have been met. It might be worthwhile to consult with the state controller's office to know if these are standards that are subject to an audit test. Moreover, when you're looking at the consistency with the statute, the Education Code states that a local control and accountability plan is adopted for each school district and each school within the district and enumerates. And we believe the final template must adhere to the statutory mandate. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, I think that concludes the public testimony. So I'm going to declare a 10-minute recess so the board can deliberate on this with somewhat of a clear head. I know I'm a little ready for a recess. So the board will adjourn for 10 minutes.
I'm going to talk to your friend Eileen. Well, great. Here's the deal. Okay, so I should have Sue and very and well, this isn't the real conversation. I'm just going to say this to you, then I'll share it with everybody else. Here's a possible motion. ask you, if that's what you want, shouldn't that go back to PSAA? Well, so here's, how do we deal with yesterday's conversation about Sue? About the foster youth in the small school issue, alternative school issue. Well, alternative school, she's got a possible motion. I have a possible motion, but here's another motion. We don't pick it up. We're all adopted. I don't really care anymore, quite frankly. That's kind of what I am. Well, but here's the other question. Should we be having a talk about how we state priorities? We haven't done it since '99, so why do we do it now? Whatever it was, 15 to 19. And it said as soon as your graduation data are valid in the last, they've been done it since the early 60s. Those kind of findings are emerging. The whole world has changed since that law was enacted. You have an entirely different accountability model. There are others. Who?
Districts can be let free.
Enacted this law too, right? He enacted LCF. He agreed to it, and then so that's all. I think we're just saying, just like we talked about yesterday, the world has shifted. So it just doesn't make sense to me to take a discrete action without having a broader conversation. How does it fit into the big picture? And it's, I don't disagree with you. Yeah, I agree with that. So, but that's the point. Why do we want to take action on something that was very narrow from PSAA when we're having this big? I get on that. But we also, you know.
Okay, quorum is here, and the board will reconvene. Let me get rid of this. So the board will reconvene, and I wonder if Janelle and Chris Swenson could come up, because just to get the ball rolling, I'll ask an initial question. One of the things, a lot of this discussion reprises some of the historical discussion in Title I ESEA in some conceptual way. So I'm seeking some clarity here. There's allocation of money to schools, and then there's allocation of money within schools where there are some pupils who are low income and so on, and other pupils are not within schools. So both the legislation and the draft talks about school-wide services. And so I'm trying to get at exactly how we're handling the concept of school-wide services in the draft now, and how it differs, if at all, from Title I. And then thirdly, if the school-wide concept works as it has in Title I, and it's been effective, I think, in using broader school services within, I'm saying within a particular school, then what percentage of the pupils are in school-wide services that are also picked up in our supplemental formula? So I'm really not clear. It was mentioned by some in the testimony about the role of school-wide as a concept. And I know it's evolved from Title I. You followed each pupil, and then I worked in Title I in 1965, and so we had auditors come in, and if there were, 5 kids in a classroom that weren't Title I, they were supposed to not get services. So we created pull-out programs so that those 5 would be auditors went in to make sure those 5 in the classroom would not get services. And so then we evolved the idea of school-wide, and that seems to have helped the issue. So enlighten me on how that plays into the proposed regulations and the discussion that was brought up here by the people who appeared at our testimony.
Okay. It's not precisely aligned, the language in the LCFF statute compared to Title I. The concept of school-wide in Title I is just shy of 20 years old, I believe. And the thinking behind it, the underlying philosophy or rationale is in a school that had a fairly significant population of underachieving students, if you undertook initiatives that raised the total quality of the educational program for the whole school, then yes, those 5 children you otherwise would have had to pull out now would get services, but the idea is you're improving the educational program of the school to such a degree that you actually pull everybody up, the rising tide metaphor, if you will. Title I requires, with a couple of exceptions, a 40% poverty rate at a school for school-wide. There is no analogous district-wide concept in Title I. And in the LCFF legislation, there is no threshold for triggering school-wide or district-wide use of the LCFF funds. So the board...
There was something in the legislation referring to federal, but it didn't apply to school-wide.
Can I actually make another comment then, which is I think when you think about Title I and this notion of school-wide status, there's actually 2 elements to it, and Chris mentioned both, but I think it might be helpful to explicitly state them. One is how funds are used, and that is the notion that instead of being targeted, as you were mentioning, President Kirsch, which is the dollars follow the kids and we're tracking, which is the target assistance aspect of Title I, that there would be permission to use it broadly in a, this is Title I language, a supplemental way. So additional supports and services that benefited students throughout the school, provided that a threshold was met in terms of the concentration of students for which were eligible under Title I. So the way the language is captured right now in the draft of the regulations, which is on page 2 of attachment 1, is to say that there is a recognition that there is school-wide and a reference in the LCFF legislation to school-wide, district-wide, county-wide, and that it also adds no more restrictive than that, which exists under Title I. So this is included as a clarifying point that is focused on the uses, not on the threshold. And so that when such funds are used according to that, that they should follow in a no more restrictive way than that which is specified under Title I.
So in the draft, how then is school-wide treated?
I'm sorry?
Well, in the draft you brought to us, would you have any, how does school-wide work in the draft?
So the way it works in the draft is in relationship to the use of the funds, which is that when the funds are used, allow for school-wide use for unduplicated pupils in a manner that's no more restrictive. So in other words, getting to your point, not insisting that those such students be pulled out of their classrooms and provided such services, but that such services could be integrated into the way they're receiving their support without the restrictions associated with a targeted assistance type of model under Title I.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so first of all, I just want to say I appreciate all of the testimony and the passion that came with the comments that people planned and engaged in and committed a lot of time to make sure they got here to say this today. I need to ask you if you could respond to what seemed to be a great consensus on what the optics are on these three pathways, the spend more, the achieve more, and the provide more. It seemed like, for me, when I listened to the conversation, it seemed as if there was a great concern or even great consensus over what the optics mean in asking districts to choose from one of those three pathways, and that there were some inherent mandates in the construct of the statute that assumed that the purpose of providing more and spending more is so that the outcome from the program would be for students to achieve more. So I want to understand, since this document that we're seeing today is supposed to be a consensus of a lot of conversations with stakeholders, how do we end up hearing such a disparate concern about these three different options and clear disapproval about the idea of having an option to focus on achieve more?
I think I would say that there is no consensus. And that is the point that I think I tried to make earlier, which is there are many things that people have consensus about LCFF. And that is it's a good thing when it comes to transparency and simplicity and performance and the opportunities that we have with this. However, there are clearly, and you heard this today, many ways to think about how we operationalize flexibility. And so given that clearly in the diversity of opinions and ideas that were shared today, I think reaching consensus is not actually the practical objective, but coming up with a solution that offers and recognizes the diversity that we have in opinions in our state and the needs of children that will meet the objectives of LCFF is what we've tried to do today. Arguably, as you heard, not perfect, but it's a starting point, and that's what we hope we can benefit from your discussion and get some direction on today.
Okay, so I'm just going to say this now because I'm not on the board's work group and working with the staff and doing this, and the next time I see the draft will be the next time after you all have had invested a considerable amount of time to do this work. The last time I saw a model on school reform that focused on the achieve more, we called that ESEA. And groups across the spectrum of stakeholders were universal in their concern that that was either an unfunded or an underfunded mandate for schools to raise student achievement scores. And by the way, this is the 13-14 school year, and we're supposed to have everyone at 100% of proficiency in English language arts and math. I don't have a crystal ball or pretend to be a prophet, but even I know we're not going to do that, and I knew that 13 years ago when this idea was conceived. The idea about the categorical funding and doing away with the categorical funding probably was a good idea, because that was just simply a focus on spending more, and at the same time we still didn't have any other way to hold the program accountable other than to make sure we focused on the compliance, whether or not the light was on or the light was off. So we're left really with what the goal was to create flexibility to make sure that programs actually provided more. So for me, I would have a hard time supporting and coming to consensus as a member of this panel on whatever the draft will finally look like if there's not clear guidance that puts a focus on the first two elements rather than the focus on the third one, because my assumption is that's the implicit requirement anyway. So that's my 2 cents worth, and that's the concern that I would have as a member of this panel that would have to approve that. Now, this is my only opportunity to make sure I get to say that, so I want to make sure I say that both to my colleagues on the board. While I'm not empowered to give you direction, I just want you to know what will shade my determination about what I would vote to support.
Okay, other comments? Member Holliday.
First of all, I'd like to thank all of the 188 individuals who came to speak with us today, and I know that took a great deal of time and energy and effort to travel from all over the state to be here to talk to us. I want to assure you that I and all of the members of the board heard you very clearly, heard you, and are taking all your comments very seriously. And I speak for the board, I think, by saying how important it is that we had your voice today. I also want to say to Janelle and Chris that I think some of the patterns of the comments were pretty clear and obvious. There is, of course, a desire that transparency be really transparent, and part of what I think we need to do is somehow make sure that the documents that are produced do emphasize transparency in a way that parents and students in particular will feel comfortable. Secondly, there was a great deal of concern about adequate and reasonable engagement of parents and students in the process at the local level. And once again, I think we need to be very clear in these documents about exactly how that might look and feel. I think the idea of the leading questions, as we talked about earlier, can be very, very important in terms of helping districts and individual school sites understand the level of engagement that this law is actually requiring. And finally, I do think that the overall flexibility of local control funding must not be hindered, because even though there was a great deal of concern about whether or not districts and school sites would spend the money in the best possible way, I think it was also clear that there were a lot of different opinions about how that money should be spent. And so at the same time, equity is entirely the point of this. Maintaining that flexibility actually, I think, will serve all of the families and the children to the best. It's just sort of a recap of what I heard, nothing too profound, but at the same time, really need to build that in there. One last question, though. So when a group of concerned students or parents have been through this process for a year or two, and they decide, I don't think that our voices are being heard as clearly as they should be, what is their recourse?
Well, a couple things, and I'm hoping I'm in the most recent and correct version of the statute. But comments now received as part of this process must receive a written response. That has not been the case to my knowledge previously. So that is a little more than has been there. The test will be how effective that is and whether parents and students and others feel like that reflects what they were trying to convey. We won't know that till we've had a chance to observe that. What they can do is bring a lot of what they brought to you to the local level. They can go to their school board. They can go to the engagement meetings, probably not unlike what it sounds like some of you observed between the last meeting and this meeting, and be sure that they are heard and look for, and again, the comments they make need a written response. Now, the one endowment, if that's what you're talking about, the one endowment forum that I heard are comments like, we want to be sure our children are eligible for college. We want to, the kinds of things that parents tend to want. And I think it's not inconsistent with what many districts would want to do for their students. And so I think that comes down to, let us tell you what we're doing that is responsive to your desired outcome. So there's a process for that that has a little more protection for the parent, I think, than what we've seen previously.
And just one last comment, I promise. I really like the notion that we are talking about a narrative, a story.
Yes.
Where the families and the students and the teachers can all talk together about how is this story going to evolve in our community? How are our children going to get where they need to go? And let's draw our map of this journey and travel together. I think that is at the heart of this. So we might think about making sure that story doesn't get derailed at some point, and that parents and students have the opportunity to very clearly question and receive adequate response to their concerns as the story unfolds. Thank you very much.
Board Member Burr.
So I also wanted to express my appreciation to everyone who came. I know many of you were up early, were here last night, and traveled a great distance, and we certainly appreciate hearing your voice. I hope that you'll take that same level of passion and commitment to your local conversations if you haven't already had them, because I think that is really where you're going to have the greatest impact, particularly around this new regime as we go forward. I just wanted to make a couple of observations and maybe some suggestions as we move forward, and then ask other board members for their guidance as well, because as Board Member Rucker said, Ms. Strauss and I have been involved in a lot of these meetings already. You all, this is kind of the first opportunity for some of the rest of you to hear this in depth, and I think we could use your guidance and your best thinking about how we go forward as well. And to that end, I just want to reinforce what we said at the very beginning of this conversation, because I think it's been reported differently in the press. These were draft regulations. This was the best attempt of trying to, a first shot at putting on paper what we had heard over the past several months. So we were very open to what you had to say today, and I do expect that what you saw today will look very differently in what you see in January. So to that end, I guess one thing that would be helpful to hear from other board members, and I think Member Rucker started this off, is the approach of an options-based framework, does that make sense to folks? And I think what I've heard from both our work groups and from most of the people that we heard from today was yes, that we want to preserve flexibility, and yes, we want to provide options. Now, are the three options the accurate options? As Janelle opened with, is there another one? Do we take one off the table? I think those are one or more off the table. Those are the kinds of things that the staff really needs to have guidance about as they try to get to the final draft regulations that we'll see in January. I'll just say on Achieve More, I kind of go back and forth on Achieve More. Having been here in 1999 when we put our state accountability system in place before ESEA, that was kind of the promise that we made to local school districts at the time was, we'll identify what pupil outcomes are, we'll give you a growth mechanism to get there, and as we mature and we get better at it, then the state will step back and get out of your way and let you have a lot of flexibility. And I think we heard, at least from the Charter Schools Association, charters believe they've been operating that way for many, many years, and they're comfortable with Achieve More as the option that they'd be willing to live with. So I think it's still worth consideration. I invite everybody to talk about whether or not that seems to be an option that we want to build into the regulations. I think we heard different things about the guidance. I heard both people saying we need way more guidance about it. I heard other people say, don't give us a bunch of guidance because then that limits what we do locally. So I think we all have to think a little bit about that and try to give some feedback to the staff, to Janelle, so that going forward, again, in January, we know what either a separate guidance document looks like or whether or not we want to incorporate that into the regulations. And again, to me, that's a little bit of a puzzle. I do think, and again, being the broken record that I am, I think we have to be really clear about the link to the priorities, and that we have to, so that there's no doubt that there is accountability tied to this flexibility. Because I think there was a lot of concern about that and maybe some misinformation or lack of understanding about the statute, that those things are inextricably linked. You cannot have one without the other, the flexibility without the accountability. And I think we've got to be explicit about that in our conversation in January, with especially as it relates to giving instructions to districts and our LEAs as they move forward. I think we have to talk, and I just want to say again and reinforce what Board Member Holliday said. The one absolute clear message here is that we have to have meaningful engagement of our parents and our students, of our educators. Everyone at the local community level has to have a voice that's heard and is incorporated in the decision-making process. So we have to be clear about that. I think that we also heard a lot about uncertainty about the template. What is the template going to look like? We need to see the template. So I think we have to be clear to develop both a timeline and a feedback mechanism so that people do have a comfort level that they're going to see the draft before it shows up 10 days before our agenda, and that they have a way to provide feedback to us again before our meeting. And I just think finally that the goal here and the real challenge is to preserve this kind of delicate balance between accountability, flexibility, and especially the accountability related to our eligible pupils that are helping to generate these additional resources. Thank you.
Board Member Strauss.
Well, I think in building on all of my colleagues who've spoken before and to help give direction, and certainly as one of the liaisons who has been attending the work groups, for me, I believe we have to focus on students' performance and progress. That's a non-negotiable. So how we set that up, isn't that what this is really about? And so I'm not sure if it, I'm just trying to follow up on what Member Rucker said, which is, and then in the discussion about option achieve more. I think we have to talk about how that's going to look, but to me, this is about helping students make progress and achieve. So that's an area I'd like to look at more. Also, I think the guidelines for a guidance document would probably be helpful. I thought the questions in the drafts that we have are actually really helpful. I've actually told districts to take a look at what's in the draft because it asks good questions to help them guide. But I think what we're hearing is from this and the last meeting and certainly the public hearings that I've attended, it's meaningful parent engagement. And so there may be some guidelines about, we heard some parents say, we want to see the data, we want to see the link to the funds, we want to link it to what they're actually, the whole thing linked, so it's very transparent. And also I heard simple, so not so complex that you can't dig it out and understand exactly what districts have committed. But the parent groups that I've talked to have talked a lot about training for parents and what that means. And so without being too prescriptive and trying to find the right spot for us to land in between complete flexibility and ultra categorical direction, the guidelines maybe for parent engagement might help, certainly even in a guidance or in questions. As a school site and district practitioner, what I see is this is a sea change in so many ways. And one is a change between the Department of Ed Services, who guides instructional work, and the Department of the Business Department, who manages the budget. Because in the old format with categorical, it was, this is what you can spend on it, and when you're out of that money, that's it. And now it's about everybody working together around the goals that are set and how that's going to be delivered. So I see that as a change in collaboration at the local level as well on how the whole process rolls out. I've heard from county offices more of what we heard today, like what's the template going to look like and what's the rubric going to look like? And when is the county office role just to check boxes, or are they going to actually have some point at which they step in, or is that more being directed back to the local district if in fact 3 years down the line the goals aren't made? And I'm not sure we have such specific clarity right now, but that's certainly what the field is saying. So this is great. We involve everyone. We write this plan. We begin. And then a couple years down the line, we're not seeing that our goals are met. Then what happens? We might want to kind of elaborate on kind of a process. At least that's what people are kind of asking about, because it isn't quite. It is all about sort of local control about what your goals are for your local context, and then if you're not achieving it, do you modify it? What's the process? I guess what I'm hearing everyone say is, since there'll be some modification and it's not going to look quite the same 2 months from now, I think it's important for all the stakeholders to know at what point they would expect to be able to give us input prior to the posting of the next board agenda. So obviously we're going to need some time to do some work and outreach to groups, but I think it'd be important to let people know that, by, the 5th, I mean, we do have some holidays coming up, but the 15th of December or the 10th of December, whatever the plans are, that there would be a chance to get some look at it and get some input to help us before we finalize the final agenda. No, thank you.
Board Member Cohn.
As I sat here listening to this testimony today, one of the things that struck me was how much there's going to have to be new levels of trust building at the local level in order to make this successful. And it's not only a challenge for us, but AXA and CSBA are really going to have to step up on this issue and make sure that the climate at the local level is one of transparency, inclusiveness, and participation. When I was a brand spanking new superintendent back in the fall of 1992, the one thing the Long Beach School Board said to me, here's what we don't want. We don't want you sitting in a room with Ron Bennett deciding what's going to be in the Long Beach budget and what's going to be cut from the Long Beach budget. You, as our new superintendent, have to come up with an inclusionary process that really engages the stakeholders. And I think that's what we're going to have to do. And I think the testimony was a lot about people who over the years feel that they got a bad bargain on a whole host of promises that were made in terms of better serving students. So I don't think we as a state board are necessarily in this by ourselves, but there are critical members of the Education Coalition that are really going to have to step up and create a climate of participation and trust building at the local level.
Board Member Zhang.
Echoing off previous board member comments, I actually think student and parent involvement is the key to flexibility, in that the more students and the more parents that you do get involved, there's a bigger diversity of needs that can be identified, and this will lead to greater flexibility. And in this, I ask that you find a way to quantify parental and student involvement, whether that's requiring a quorum at these public hearings or these meetings, or modeling out in the guideline document how exactly parents will be trained and how students will be involved. Thank you.
Well, Board Member Burr asked about the option area, and we heard sort of two different polls here. One, that these are more or less distinct water-type compartments, the three options, and another that one ought to be dropped and two ought to, and the other two merged. So I'm wondering if it's worth exploring something in between, which laying Achieve More aside, and that, well, or all three of them, is there some way to crosswalk them without eliminating the options? It is, it is sort of hard to separate the money from the services, and it's a little bit, to me, artificial that these are two different watertight compartments. If you're doing money, that's not related to this compartment on services. So could it be you could primarily choose spend more, but there would be something you'd need to show on services, and if you're primarily going the services route, there's something you have to spend on spend more. So that maybe that we don't want to go there, but it seems to me exploring the idea that they're not that distinct is worthwhile. And then on Achieve More, to me, it's really a technical puzzle if one wants to do it in this part, because as Member Burr pointed out, you've got 8 state goals, and they're mixed into 3 buckets. What were your 3 buckets again? One of them was...
I made these up. Conditions for learning,
Right.
pupil outcomes or achievement, and pupil engagement.
Okay, so you got 3 buckets, and the draft says succeed in 2. I guess that's 2 out of the 8. So I don't know how 2 out of 8 summarize the 8 state priorities very well. So it's a lot different than meeting 800 in the API. That's pretty clear. And so this is a very complex puzzle to me. So how would Achieve More work that in a way that it would transcend all of the 8 goals? Because districts could pick 2 out of the 8, and they may not really do much with pupil achievement. So I think it needs some more work if we're going to use it, and it won't be easy to do because it's inherently has these 3 buckets in it, and then there's subparts of the buckets. So those are my some of my thoughts on it. The other is the examples. There's only one, and so could we have negative examples? Okay, here's an example of what would satisfy it, and here's an example of what wouldn't, because you would get. It seems to me the examples are a little thin for me to understand it completely in terms of the numbers of them and the precision of them. So I was also thinking about that in this regard. And then if we're doing the template at the same time we're doing these spending regulations, how much of concerns about the spending regulations could be met in the template? Right now, the template is in a sort of different frame to me than the way the spending regulations are, and they're not reinforcing each other very well. So some of the issues might be alleviated by a tighter linkage between the spending regulations and the template. And it's hard for me to see how that they link that very well. So that's a thought. And then lastly, definitions. We may want to look at some more definitions. There aren't many definitions in there. And I guess this is a question for legal counsel, but it seemed to me it would help people in reading these regulations if we repeated some of the definitions in the law, or repeated the law and don't want to define it further. It's at least in there, because when when you just read this, you don't even see the definitions or in the law or the repeat of the law. I don't know whether that's legal in regulations or not. But to me, if people are trying to react to this, it's not a very robust set of definitions from my experience in something this complex as I see it. So those are some ruminations, but I don't know whether other board members support those. Yeah. Board Member Molina.
I think the shift, as I see it, and I'm not trying to simplify a very difficult process, but the shift for us has been that we have had to work with categorical dollars that had specific assurances and specific things we had to write to. I think the difference is that we're being asked now to think about what are the services that we need to provide children in order to meet our priorities or to ensure that that occurs. And then how do we attach the dollars in order for that to happen? And it is a big shift because we're not used to thinking that way, and we're being forced to rethink the way we do our work. It's not easy to let go of compliance when for so long we have had to think that way. And so the template, I sympathize with the team that has to develop this template because it's not as simple as it seems. No matter what we write or what we say, we'll have eventually trying to make that alignment between what we say are services that are truly going to help children achieve, having those discussions and building the trust with our constituents, our parents, our students, giving them voice and bringing it in all together and then tying the dollar to it in a nice package is not that simple. And I think we just need to be patient. I appreciated all the conversations that we heard today from parents and students, and it was clear to me that there is passion and compassion, and people want to do the right thing. But I think we deserve to take some time in designing this and being thoughtful, and rather than rushing through it, be clear on. I don't know that we can get this perfect template that's going to say dollars to services and vice versa. So, just thought.
Go ahead. Trish.
I have a couple of reactions, and part of it is that I feel like they're not exactly stitched together in a coherent kind of thinking because this did come kind of late, and I had some other things to prepare for the board meeting, so I don't feel like I've really delved into this to the extent that I would like to. So the first thing I'm going to say is that that before we look at another draft, and this is not to put pressure on you guys, because this feels to me like this is moving very fast, and so part of the thing I'm concerned about is how fast it's moving. Because this is really a difference, really, really different in the allocation, in the thinking required, listening to you talk, Member Molina. A couple of notes I made is shifting from a compliance mentality to we need to figure this out for ourselves, and we've got a lot of freedom to figure it out, which is actually what scares people. So it's, as much as you resist or resent having to comply, you also, it can be pretty anxious when you have to figure it all out. And that is going to take some time. And the other, at least one more big shift in this is, how many years have we had an API? That's how we decided what our goals were. And now we've got 8 state priorities, and making sure that we're connecting those in the LCAP and connecting those to the funding, that's a shift. That's different. Not only do we have 8 state priorities, and we may or may not have an API next year, and we won't have the CSTs next year, but it's like it's a challenge. This would be a challenge in and of itself if there weren't also so many other things happening at the same time. So I don't know if I'm the only one on here with a little free-floating anxiety around this, but it feels like it's a lot, and it's really important to get it all kind of connected together. So one of the thoughts, just a couple of other things that have occurred to me, is ideally, I would think, and thinking about all the parents that came and the students that came and the advocates that came and also the educators and the administrators and the teachers, but ideally you would decide what your goals were in your 8 state priorities. I would think, if I was running a district, I would want to look down at the 8 state. I'd want to look at the 8 state priorities, say where are we now in all of those? Where is our district now in terms of all students and those that are especially called out in this, and then have meetings with the educators and have meetings with the parents and the older students and say, here's where we are. What is it we hope to, how much of this, how far do we hope to progress in the next 3 years, in the first 3 years of our LCAP? Because there's a lot, in those 8 state priorities, it may be that any given school or district, this is not like a huge amount of new money compared to what some other states pay for education. And so it may be that you can't get. Do you want to make some progress in all 8 areas, or do you want to focus for the next 3 years in a couple of areas in particular? And is there consensus between the educators and the parents and the students on what those are? And so you'd do that work before you would then, that would be part of your deciding how you were going to allocate those dollars. You might not be able to do it all. There's a good chance you can't do it all. So I'm hoping there's enough time and enough guidance to help the districts and schools work with their parents and their educators to be able to look at those priorities to start saying, where are we and what is it that if we can't do it all in the next 3 years, and I'm just using 3 years because it gets updated every 3 years, if we can't do it all, then what are the most important areas? Because that would help determine how they chose to spend it. Just a couple words about the options. Maybe this is just how I see the world, but spending more really doesn't mean much to me if you haven't gotten something for it. So you could spend a whole lot of money in an area, but if you don't know that it was first a priority, it was one of the priorities for your funds, and you don't know that what you're getting ready to spend it on is actually going to help you meet that priority, then I don't know what it mattered. To me, you have to connect those the student achievement goals, whatever those are, to what you're choosing to spend the money on. And in addition, sometimes more is less important than more effective. So just increase in quantity sometimes is not as important as a change of the way you're handling the service, or a new idea, or an innovation, or something that's more effective than just more spending or more services. Just some random thoughts based upon not having enough time to have delved into this as much I feel like I need to.
Okay. Board Member Rucker, sure.
Well, and I think I welcome the opportunity that we're having right now to have this conversation and for us to talk about and respond to the draft as well. One of the concerns, it's easy to stand now and everybody can posture and pontificate on high about all of these different things. This would be, on the spend more part, a good time for us to say, for me to remind folks, when I came to California as a child, California was 27th in the nation in per pupil spending. We've slipped to 49th, behind my home state of Mississippi. So even with adding Prop 30 and trying to do this work we have with the LCFF, spending more is important. Every single person who gave testimony today talked about the effort and the opportunity to be able to spend more, to look at not just the fact that we can do better, but we can do better if we can afford the opportunity to pay for it. So spending more is important, but you are right, Board Member Williams, we could be busy doing a lot of things, but are we busy doing the right things? That goes back to what we talked about this morning before we started hearing the testimony. Having or understanding what the rubric is going to say or how we're going to hold people accountable becomes important. That doesn't mean we need to speed up the rubric itself, but we have, as a board, other moving parts on defining the accountability picture that are left as blanks right now. The graduation rate, the definition of the API, all of the things that are going to inform that rubric that goes back to the statement I made this morning, gee, if I had known this is how it was going to work. So we have some other things in this picture that make doing this planning difficult, that make the accountability portion, or how the 8 elements for the accountability are supposed to work, even more difficult. So I think we have to make sure that we make it clear it is incumbent for you to use the money in the way that the statute clearly articulates. So I appreciate it when President Kerr said we need to make sure the template is clearly aligned to the regulations and the statute. And frankly, I had a hard time fully understanding everything we were discussing today because I didn't have a clear mental model about what the template would be. The need to provide more is also a clear mandate in the statute that there's supposed to be a significant difference in what it is that is being done for those student groups that are called out. I think also part of what was made clear in the testimony that was given was the goals of the stakeholders and the participation of the stakeholders. What does that look like, and what is meaningful engagement supposed to look like for those stakeholders? Students won't be satisfied about the level of engagement and the opportunities they were afforded unless the state has another statewide forum or series of forums to make sure that their opportunities to be engaged were collected. Engagement is not just about whether or not somebody had a chance to stand in front of a microphone for 1 minute, 10 minutes, 5 minutes to speak about or to sit in community groups and in tables to have a facilitated conversation. The answer about engagement, again, goes back to what we're going to hold them accountable for and what it says in the statute about the changes in the norms for climate and whether or not the voice of those stakeholders is clearly represented in some meaningful way in the plan that's ultimately crafted and approved for each district and each site in that district. So I think when we start talking about engagement, or we start giving guidance in the template, we have to be careful that engagement is not just about a statewide forum or about today, because realistically, the next opportunity stakeholders will have to talk to us will be in January. They're not going to, unless somebody's going to make a motion for us to have another series of statewide forums and then figure out a way to ask the department to pay for it, that's not going to occur. But we do have to make sure that we make it plain in the development of the template not only what the opportunities for engagement were, but how you're monitoring the ongoing work and what evidence there is in the plans that that engagement is reflected in what ultimately is approved and implemented in those plans. That's where the actual engagement actually begins to show up. What is their work? How are their needs being attended to? But also, is their voice being reflected in the work that is ultimately implemented in those districts? So I have those concerns not because I know we'll face the criticism that we did not do enough. I've heard the conversation and the comment that we have time or I feel very rushed, but the fact of the matter is we have to act on something in January, and we as a body are not meeting again until January. So it's not so much that I feel rushed as I know I will feel the pressure to decide yes or no on a document that I'm realistically not going to have another chance to talk about until January. That's where my pressure is. I feel we've had plenty of time to write a draft, but I'm not going to get a chance to look across the room at Carl or at Dr. Molina or at anybody else and say, here's what my concerns are until January. That's just the way our process works. So I'm not insensitive to the need to create that engagement, but I think we need to recognize the differences in what we can do at this level and create or establish some processes or some metrics in that template that require them to do more than we're able to do.
Board Member Holliday.
I'd like to thank Member Cohn for his comments earlier. I do think it's very sad that there's so much distrust that has developed over the years, and that we all have to work together to rebuild that, and I appreciate your comment. I also agree with Board Member Williams in that really what we're talking about here is backward mapping, and this is what teachers are doing all the time in their classrooms, and this is what I did when I was running schools, is I would say, okay, here's where we are, here's where we need to go, what are we going to do to get there? And I've heard a couple of times people say the idea of thinking about, okay, what services do our kids need as a beginning point in a conversation about figuring out, achievement and spending and all, is alien to them in some way. And that's where I always began my conversations in my head and with my colleagues and with the families and kids. Okay, what do you guys need? What services can we provide you that are going to help you be successful? So I don't quite understand the three options. And one of the things that I think is could help with transparency, could help with simplicity, could help with better communication, could help with building trust, could help with all these sort of issues that have come out, even accountability, is to have one option. And that option is services. The, I'm sorry, the title is provide more. But to enrich that one with an emphasis on achievement as the outcome of that, and to steer away from just this notion of throwing cash at something, spend more, throw money at it. I don't think that sounds right. And you know, when we change the names of things slightly, it can be very effective in terms of helping people understand it. I don't think that sounds right at all. I don't think that sends a clear message of what we're talking about. We're talking about providing new services and new help, or additional or expanded help for children. And that's why the provide more just seems to be the focus of this. And that's what, Janelle, you were talking about and trying to help us understand more clearly in terms of the statute. That's how it aligns with the 8 priorities. And that if we start with services, we can attach the money, we can attach the accountability and the achievement, I think, pretty clearly. I just go for that one.
Board Member Sandoval.
Well, I'd just like to express my gratitude to the team that's working so hard on this and on such a frenzied pace, too. And I'd like to thank the stakeholders who took the time to address this group today. I'm very grateful for your good thinking, your heart, and I take the comments very seriously. And I just want to offer a few remarks. One is that I do think that the priorities need to be articulated in the regulations clearly. And I also appreciate the tension between flexibility and accountability. And I think it's essential to strike a balance between both. And it's a crazy timeline. It really is. But I think there needs to be an authentic feedback loop embedded in that timeline. And one example is there was talk about a guidance document, and in looking at how do we incorporate student or parent engagement on an ongoing basis. So it's not just episodic, event-based. How do we actually do this on an ongoing basis? And I think that the best people to actually author that aspect of a guidance document are the students and the parents. And that's just one example. But I think again, the feedback has to be authentic and has to inform the process to the best of our ability on this really short timeline that we have in front of us.
Board Member Williams.
I feel like we're all kind of thinking our way through this and elaborating on things we hear from each other. And so I want to connect to what you just said and what most everybody here has said and kind of elaborate a little bit on in terms of how I was feeling it as I was hearing all of the comments. And I was thinking of a recent trip I made to El Cajon High School, who had a couple of years ago, you guys may remember, the board may remember that they came and asked for a waiver, and they had 700 Iraqi refugees come into their school, their high school, over a 2 or 3 year period, which was an enormous impact. And I was thinking about how different each of the people who came to speak came today, and thank you all. You came from all over the state. And I was thinking about how different your particular district or your particular school is in terms of its complexity, what the ethnic mix is, what the gender mix is, what the special populations are, what the teachers are like, what kind of challenges have happened in the last couple of years, even what kind of successes have happened in the last couple of years. And for me, and I heard over and over again meaningful parent engagement and student engagement. And this gets to my feeling, as you were talking about, Member Holliday, about backwards mapping, and the comment I made about I would always start with what do we want to have happen, and then I would be looking at this is just how my brain thinks, what do we want to have happen? Then then let's prioritize it, and then this is where we're going to put the money. I can't think of a more meaningful parent and student engagement process than the district and the school leadership and teachers meeting with them starting this spring, starting in, early, and saying, here's on the 8 state priorities, first making sure that they understand what they are, what the law is. Here's where our school stands on those now. Now, maybe having some experienced facilitators help the communication, say, let's start the process of talking about what are the highest priorities for you for the next 3 years, and then let's start narrowing that down. If we can't do it all, how do you want to approach it? Here's some options. We're going to get a little bit better at all 8, or we think we're good enough at these 3, and we really want to focus here. And having the parents and students and teachers and administrators be able to do that work together, that feels to me like that would be real parent engagement. And it would need to happen pretty soon if they have to have their LCAP together by July. And it would take multiple meetings. But that's the kind of way that I see this all kind of being able to connect, so that the achievement and the progress and the engagement and the money and the accountability are all kind of worked out together between now and next July.
I had one more comment on Achieve More, and for us to explore, which is that we could think about doing that in part by waiver, that specifying it will be real hard, but you know it when you see it. I mean, if we had some district come up here and said, well, I didn't exactly meet your formula for spending more services, but I've got these knockout achievement results, then, the board could at that point say we waive it. I'm not saying that's the only way we would do achieving, but does that make any sense to anybody? Or no, not the super, okay.
Yeah, it is, but also...
But the Achieve More isn't precluded by the statute. The statute's on...
Yeah,
Go
no,
ahead.
the LCFF is not waivable, the statute itself. But I think the thing the reason I was reacting is I don't know that in any of this that we're going to set the statewide goal, whether it's provide more or spend more or achieve more or some combination or something we don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong. The idea here, again, seismic shift, the decisions are going to happen at the local level, right? So we want to give them the tools to make to be able to demonstrate that they're meeting their local accountability goals, the kind of things that you've already been talking about. Here's where we are, here's where we want to go, here's how we're going to get there, and here's how we're going to attach resources to it. That's happening at the local level. It's not going to come back up to us. We wouldn't be able to waive it anyway, but I don't think we want to get, at least for me, in a place where we're setting a target. We'll have a conversation. I know we had one yesterday and going forward about the API. What does the API mean? How does it morph? How does it change? That's still there, and that's the state. That is a statewide metric right now. That absent any change in statute would be the thing we would be holding school LEAs accountable to.
Yeah, well, we don't.
So that's the.
Yeah, we don't want to do that.
Right.
Yeah.
Can I just ask I did have a question about timelines, both because I just want to clarify the timelines, and I think I want to lower expectations a little bit and maybe anxiety, right? That the statute says we have to adopt regulations by January and that we can adopt emergency regulations. It's really the only way we can do it given the amount of time that we have. But I think the expectation is that we can do permanent regulations. We could if we wanted to, and then that would take a longer period of time. That's another year. And that really the implementation period, and I think Janelle talked about this in her presentation, is over an 8-year period. And that I guarantee you we're not going to be perfect in January. So we're going to have to, I think everybody has to realize it's an organic process that's going to evolve over time. We're going to see what works, what doesn't, how do we change it. In my mind, it's a little bit like the implementation of Common Core, where at the beginning we went, oh my gosh, how are we going to get there? And set up a structure where We hear feedback every time we meet. I don't think this is dissimilar. So I just wanted to clarify that while we are doing emergency regulations in January, that doesn't prevent us from continuing to improve upon them.
Go ahead. I'd like to go back to my provide more one more time. When I was in Oakland at the community meeting and listening to all the roundtables, this is what they were focused on. They were not focused on a specific achievement goal. They want things to get better. They want their students to go to college. They want to move transition out of VL faster, and on and on and on, of course, but not one specific goal necessarily. And at the same time, they were happy that there's going to be much more money. But what they wanted to talk about and what came out on the large Post-it notes from all the roundtables was after-school programs, more counselors, training sessions for parents about how best to help their children, actual services. That's what they wanted to talk about. And I think if we get too far away from that concept, or if we allow districts and schools side administrators to sort of say, well, we like it over here, and parents come meet us over here, I think that could be cause for problems. But if we start where I think the families and the children are, and that is, we need more services so that we can improve, I think that's where this thing will be much more successful, in the sense that they want to talk about those things, they want to help pick those things out, and they may disagree with the final choices of where the funds are allocated, but at least they know that we're getting more services. That, to me, is, I just keep hearing that clearly.
Board Member Rucker.
You know, I do appreciate what Board Member Holliday just said, because it did remind me also of the difference in the conversation that happened at the community forum, the community forums I have attended, especially the one in West Contra Costa, and the conversation we had with stakeholders today. And he's correct. Among the parents and the students and the staff from the district who attended that meeting, the conversation really and truly did focus on what it meant to provide more. And their questions were very explicit, not about developing a shopping list of the things they would like to see, but their questions were about, so when am I supposed to see a difference at the school because we've implemented this? How is it that I'm going to see this plan operate and develop? How am I going to see a difference in the way we do planning? They specifically asked about what those differences were, and he's right. All of the questions they asked about were really about providing more. They also focused more on the outcomes, on the accountability, on what those 8 elements meant, and what was supposed to be the evidence that we should be monitoring for, and how those 8 elements would become evident as the program was implemented. What we heard here were the issues that were clearly dividing perspectives. And so we didn't get a chance to come to consensus, because at this level, at the 5,000-foot level, that's probably the most important thing, is to make sure our input is heard and that we draw clear lines in the sand about where are our differences and what is it we could possibly agree on. That's probably the reason why it's most important that once we create this template, once we create the guidelines, that we do step out of the way and make sure that this does go down to the local level and force them to have the conversations they don't know how to have. So it was good that we took the time and we had all of these conversations. We listened to all these discussions. I appreciate how very respectful all of the speakers were in airing what they felt were great concerns or great points of divergence. But after that, no, I don't agree that we should be waiving anything. I don't agree that we should be doing anything other than making sure that the mandates we've asked them to implement are mandated. The reason why is we still have work to do. We've still got to complete the accountability picture. And so I appreciate the fact that we tabled the discussion about the API, but we have an obligation to these folks to finish that discussion. and to do it with greater haste, because those are the things they're going to be held accountable for. And again, it goes back to, well, if I knew that the API was going to look like this and have this much weight on the graduation rate, I would have focused more on this in my plan to provide more service. So we have some work we have to do, but we need to get out of the way of the conversations that have to be created between the county offices and their respective districts. But we also have to create an expectation, getting out of the way, that the way they do business has to create different norms on how they do business. And probably that was the one thing I heard the most request for, was to change the way we do business and to create some norms in that. Now, if that means in creating some guidance that says you need to change your norms, takes away somebody's flexibility, I'm comfortable with that, because that's already the mandate of the LCFF anyway. But if what we end up doing still creates busy work that doesn't have any outcomes, or that we still can disguise gains, because all you have to do, as Senator Mitchell said, is achieve 1 point and you've achieved more, then we haven't accomplished much.
Okay. Any further comments on this? Good. I thought this was a great discussion, and we all appreciate all the testimony we got that helped us lead to such a fruitful discussion. So we have provided some guidance, and you demanded it, and so I know you'll interpret it correct. I know you'll sort through it and interpret it correctly, and so.
I think it's not an option to be sick at the next meeting.
The Attorney General's people are here for the closed session. I would have liked to have kept going through on our agenda, but we're unfortunately now going to have to clear the room for a closed session on legal matters. And I don't know how long it'll take.
It'll take about
40 minutes, I'm told. 20 minutes. So the board will be adjourning to closed session. Yes, to discuss or take action on the following cases as noticed on the agenda. MSC litigation, Paris Union High School District, and Shabazz versus Brown. school, what they're going to do about the small school. To me, that's we'll have to prove a methodology sooner or later, so we're not. Yeah, but we want them to look at it. So I think the motion needs to say, we approve the reconvene. I wanted to announce that in closed session, the board discussed and/or took action on the following cases as noticed on the meeting agenda: the MSC litigation, Paris Union High School District versus the state, and Shabazz versus Brown. I also want to announce that item 10, the approval of the incorporation of graduation data in the Academic Performance Index, has been deferred to another meeting or a future meeting at some point. So now we are ready for, at the second item today on our agenda. At 3 o'clock, we move from item 13 to item 14, which I think is a new record in timing to move between items for the State Board of Education. You know.
Now can you hear me? Okay, all right, I can hear myself now. Good afternoon, President Kearse, Chief Deputy Zeiger, and members. My name is Peter Fajato, and I am the Director of the School Fiscal Services Division, here to present item 14, revisions to the criteria and standards for fiscal stability to conform to the requirements of the local control funding formula. As you may know, since 1989, the board has reviewed and approved criteria and standards that are used to develop a school district or county office of education's budget and to evaluate their fiscal stability. The criteria and standards use a wide range of analytical calculations and supplemental information that help county offices of education or the California Department of Education review an LEA's budget and financial condition in accordance with AB 1200 and related legislation. The recommended minimum reserves requirement is probably one of the most familiar. The criteria and standards provide one means for a reviewing agency to validate LEA budget assumptions, get a picture of an LEA's financial condition, and make a determination as to whether the agency should approve or disapprove an LEA's budget, or in the case of interim reports, whether the agency agrees or disagrees with a district or county office's self-certification. These analytical tests, for the most part, are automated within the standardized account code structure software that the department releases and that LEAs use to develop their budgets. The development of the initial criteria and standards and the revisions ever since have been done pursuant to a committee that the superintendent is required to convene by law that includes representatives of school districts, county offices of education, state agencies, the legislature, and appropriate labor and professional organizations. AB 97 required the superintendent to reconvene this committee to update the criteria and standards on or before January 1st, 2014, to incorporate the consideration of the local control and accountability plan into the budget review process effective for the 2014 fiscal year. The CDE convened the committee, which included the groups noted in the analysis, on September 25th, and the scope of that committee's work for these revisions was deliberately limited to incorporating the LCAP into the criteria and standards, as well as making certain technical corrections that were made necessary by the new funding formula. We know that this committee is going to have to reconvene in the future, which law does allow, to fine-tune the criteria and standards as we become more familiar with the funding formula and its implication on LEA budgets. Based on the work of that committee, we present to you the proposed changes that are summarized before you in Attachment 1. To be brief, those changes include the addition of 2 supplemental questions: whether or not the governing board has an approved local control and accountability plan, and whether or not the budget includes the expenditures necessary to implement that plan, as well as a few technical changes. The CDE's recommendation is that the board adopt the revisions to the criteria and standards summarized on Attachment 1. After the revisions are adopted, the criteria and standards will appear as you see them in Attachments 2 through 5, and they will be published in Title V of the California Code of Regulations as shown in Attachment 6. By law, the criteria and standards are exempt from the normal rulemaking process for regulations. And also by law, these become effective in 2014-15. I'm available for any questions.
All right. Board Member Byrd, your liaison on this, maybe you want to comment?
No, I think the department did a great job. There's, as Peter described, there's a pretty well-established process to making changes to the standards and criteria that's been in place for probably 20 years. So there's a lot of consensus around this, and I'd be happy to make a motion to accept the department's recommendation.
Okay, motion's been moved and seconded. Second was by whom? By Member Holliday. Board Member Rucker.
Okay, so I do have a question about a couple of the items in there. And yes, I do agree that this was very thoroughly done. Because if these changes are adopted by the board today, there are also some changes to Title V in the Code of Regulations. So I cannot help but wonder if some of the changes in the regulations would not be considered material, especially since we're going forward with some other regulations related to the LCFF. So some of the specific examples I would give is the definition, the change of terminology from revenue limit to LCFF. In looking at that definition, how is that change in the definition in Title V material to the spending regulations that we're supposed to be approving coming up in January? So it says you also added, there's also some clarification added about what it means for the district or the county office to be at or above its target and how that would be addressed. So I cannot help but wonder if that policy change, even in the definition, wouldn't be considered material to the additional regulations we'd be looking at in January.
Let me try, Peter, and see if you agree. You can tell me I'm crazy. I think the Title V regulations really relate to how you budget the revenue. Right. Where the other piece of work that we're doing has to do with how you spend it. And so that's the distinction. I don't think this will have any interaction with respect to what we ultimately decide on the spending.
Okay, I mean, that's just what my one concern is, because these changes are just going to simply be written into the Title V regulations as an edit. And I'm fine if they're just really, if they really and truly are going to only end up being technical. And yes, there's a difference between how we budget and how we spend. I understand that nuance, but again, but just as it relates to those two elements, that's what my concern is. So I will accept that explanation because I wanted to make sure I heard that clearly, and I'm fine.
Okay, is there any public comment on this? No. Any further board discussion? Oh, there is public comment.
No one signed up.
All right, not. Okay, no public comment. We're ready for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, that is approved. And now we'll go to item 15 on special education.
Tonight.
Okay.
After this, I told him we would
President Kirst, Deputy Zeiger, the Special Education Division is bringing forward our annual performance, Item 15, let me be clear, is this the regulation or the?
Item 15 is State Performance Plan and Annual Performance Report.
Okay, thank you. Our annual performance report is coming to you a little bit early this year. We managed, with the cooperation and great assistance of other divisions in the department, to get all of our data in a timely way, so that the report that you have has all the information that we will be submitting with your approval to the Office of Special Education Programs on February 1st. What we have had to do in the past is come to you in November with about 90% completion, and then come back in January with the last bit of information to complete the charts and then move forward. And what I'd like to do is to quickly go through some information for you and not repeat exactly what you have in your item. So I am assuming that the PowerPoint is up for you? No. Okay.
No, we'd like
we need that put on screen. Okay, good. There we go. So the purpose, of course, is just to provide you an overview of the report, including the demographics, trends, etc. Our enrollment in special education as a function of general education has remained flat for these many years, ranging from about 9.8% to 10.1%. Currently, we're about in the middle at 10%. This is common across the United States. We are somewhere in the middle of this population. This chart shows you the disability by category, and I'm going to quickly move it forward, and it shows some highlighted areas. Autism, for instance, is grown 350% over this time span. Other health impaired has also increased dramatically, 174%. These are both medical diagnoses. These are not something that an IEP team can, on a whim, decide is an eligibility factor. And it is also reflective of a national trend. If you drop down, there's one highlighted in green, which is specific learning disabilities. This is perhaps the most judgment-laden identification piece, and we'll have some other comment about that in a moment. But over the course of this time period, it has dropped almost 20%. So what we're finding is that perhaps reading interventions, systems of support in schools to address kids' needs are working, and that the manifestation of a learning disability, to the degree that it requires special education, seems to be paying, those efforts seem to be paying off. We also provide related services, and you'll hear a little bit about this in our regulations packet, but the language and speech continues to be the most common related service. You can see that the top bar in each instance is slightly greater than the bottom bar. That means in the current year, there are more services provided than in the previous years. Now, the order of these related services in terms of being the most common is unchanged for many years. It's simply an indication that there are more related services being provided. You can see mental health services is the second from the bottom. That one we anticipate some growth in, because as you know, AB 114 transferred all those services to schools from county mental health. So we'll anticipate seeing some growth in that over time. The budget is always of interest to folks. It's relatively flat. In the current year, it's up a little bit both at the state and federal level, but the increase is not substantial. If you were in a school district, and I know some of you are, you probably don't notice that difference. The role of the SELPA. The SELPA is the entity that receives the funds. We do not provide funding directly to LEAs. We provide it to the SELPAs, and they have a local governance structure that distributes it among its members. Now, there are many single district SELPAs, but there are also several multi-district SELPAs. In the middle, you can see that the cost for administrative unit is provided by special funding from the state with a big red no sign over it. That was changed in this year's budget process. Now, the funding that used to be called regionalized services and program specialist services that could be earmarked by SELPAs as their operational expense is now rolled into the base funding. It is no longer uniquely identifiable. And in a single district SELPA, this has basically no effect. But in a multi-district SELPA, where the SELPA director can no longer point to that line item in the budget and say, this is for us to help you, now it's all a negotiation. It is part of the governance decisions made by each SELPA. Overall in California, we spend a little over $6 billion a year in special education. Of that $6 billion, only $17 million of it is unrestricted. And that unrestricted is kind of a misnomer because we still have requirements imposed upon us by the legislature or by OSEP to do certain things. So it is a very small amount of money that we can use for interesting and good quality work because almost all of our time and money is spent ensuring compliance, some of which you talked about during closed session. So what are the trends? Specific learning disability is going down. As I indicated before, autism and other health impairments are going up. Speech and language is dropping slightly, but not substantially. Overall, we are serving more students with specific learning disabilities. They're spending more time in resource programs and less time in special day classes. That's the 40% benchmark. Autistic students are also being served more time in special day classes and less time in other settings. The second chart gives a different look at this. This is typically the kids that would be in resource specialist programs. You can see learning disabilities, a slight decline, but for the autistic and physical and medical conditions, we're getting more and more kids that we can serve. Let me back up a little bit and look at the autistic trend line. It's going up for kids more than 80%, and it's going up for kids less than 40%. That seems a bit of a misnomer. But what it means is that there are two groups of students that we are dealing with autistic identification. Some are very seriously involved, and some not so much. And in both cases, we're treating them more and more inclusively as we move forward. I keep trying to figure out how to show that in one chart, and it just is a problem. How do students come into special education? Most of them are speech and language impaired, specific learning disability. These comprise almost all of our students. The rest are very small percentages. Students do leave special education, and these trend lines show you that the health and medically and physically impaired students are leaving more so than others as a trend. Specific learning disability students are not leaving so much. But again, remember, we're identifying fewer of them, so the fewer that do come in tend to be staying more. And why do they leave? Mostly because they move. Once you are in special education, you're pretty much in special education. You can see the flat line in the middle. Return to regular education has dropped slightly. But the really good news is the blue line, graduated with a diploma or certificate, is showing tremendous increase. We are graduating more and more of our students with disabilities or getting them a certificate. So why do they exit? Again, this is for only those in the exit years, ages 17 to 22, who might normally leave special education. 13% return to regular ed. Again, most of them moved. And that small slice graduated with a diploma or certificate is increasing. Very few drop out. Special ed students as a group don't drop out very much. Significant disproportionality has been at issue for some time. Typically, what we have identified are districts that over-identify African American students labeled emotionally disturbed. And you can see in 2010-11, 17 districts were identified as such, in 11-12, only 9. So there's some improvement there. Interestingly, white emotionally disturbed is also one of the higher categories. So when you distill this, students labeled as emotionally disturbed are the most common category that is causing disproportionate representation. It is a challenge, and we are addressing that through a number of other initiatives. So our annual performance report data, I tried to put it all on one chart for you. The green indicates that it's moving in the right direction. The target met yes or no is a growth against a benchmark, and in many cases that benchmark must be perfection. Those are the compliance indicators that OSEP sets at either 0 or 100% with no rounding. And the others are targets established through other means, mainly our stakeholder group. So if I could call your attention to the statewide assessment number 3, that red no should be green. Actually, that was my mistake. But the targets set in the target percent are part of our accountability workbook. We don't have any say in what those targets are. But we do know that our students are meeting the requirement in participation in both ELA and math, and that they are increasingly reaching proficient. As you can see, they're still far below the targets, but they're getting closer. Suspension and expulsion is doing quite well. Suspension and expulsion by ethnicity or race, that has to be perfect. That has to be a 0. We are at 1.67%. Not far off, but it certainly does not meet the federal test, and that number was slightly higher, slightly lower in the prior year, but not significantly so. I believe it was 0.71. So least restrictive environment, again, moving in the right direction, but not quite where we wish to be. When we look at preschool, we see that the preschool assessment growth and expectations have declined. We are less inclusive and making less progress in the current year than we did last year. Now, the differences are on the margin, but the trend is in the wrong direction. And so part of our effort in the preschool environment, we are retargeting some of our contracts. We are addressing it in other ways through other partners to reverse that trend and get it going back the way we want it to be. Again, disproportionality, number 9, as you can see, 0.73, that has to be 0.0 to make the target. Disproportional race or ethnic categories, again, is very close. Last year that was 0.87, this year it's 0.125. Going the wrong way, still 98.75 on target. We're doing well on our evaluations, our transition, our secondary transition goals. That was an area that was really problematic last year. We've made a dramatic turnaround through our project workability and other efforts. Post-secondary employment, students enrolled in higher education, that number is down a little bit. Enrolled in higher education or competitive employment, down a little bit. And the perplexing one at first read is, why is 14C, it sounds like it's saying exactly the same thing, is that okay? Because the first two are higher ed or competitive employment. 14C is talking about any post-secondary employment or any education. So the kids are getting employed, they are going on to secondary education, just not necessarily higher ed. It could be vocational training or other things. And number 15, our general supervision system corrects noncompliance within 1 year. We are at 99.9% good. That doesn't meet the target of 100%, but that is the subject in both Ravenswood and Morgan Hill that they are challenging us on. And finally, do we resolve written complaints? Are we addressing due process and our general supervision? As you can see, we're moving in the right direction in all of those. One issue that shows up as a dramatic change is in number 18, general supervision. That number actually jumped from 12.3 to 30%. And what we have done is we have modified our contracts with the Office of Administrative Hearing to collect data directly from districts. Before it was a sample, now it's a universal collection. And it's not perfect yet, but we are working to get that data collection on target so that we can effectively tell you exactly how many resolutions resulted in a mediation agreement. That is the information I have for you in addition to the information that was in your packet. I would be more than happy to respond to any questions you might have. We are actually seeking your approval at this time to put the executive summary forward to the Office of Special Ed Programs in February.
You're seeking our approval to make a report to the federal government. Send in your report.
Yeah, it is the full report that goes to them. It's a couple hundred pages long.
Move approval of the recommendation.
One question?
Yeah, I have a question too. Go ahead. Good, you go ahead.
The African Americans and the white Americans who were labeled as emotionally disturbed.
Yes.
Boys versus girls.
I don't have, excuse me, I don't have that information in front of me, but I would be happy to get it for you. Typically, it's boys,
Yep.
but not exclusively.
We have been in the past, as I understand it, a laggard in students who are, treated in the classroom, so-called mainstream, all that sort of thing. Is that still true? And I couldn't quite discern that from the chart here.
LRE is item number 5. Our target is 76%. I think your question is on a national scale,
Yeah.
Where do we rate? We're still relatively near the bottom. And part of that may be how we collect the data. For instance, in some places, you might count passing time and lunch as fully included. In other cases, that may be taken out of the numerator and the denominator. So what we need to do at some point is to provide very explicit instruction about how you calculate this. It has never been a priority of OSEP to require us to do so. And it is a performance indicator, it's not a compliance indicator, so they have left it alone. We could absolutely specify how you calculate these minutes of inclusion, which would give us a value. How that number compares to what other states do would take a little bit of research and some time, because we don't know how they calculate least restrictive environment.
Well, it's a bit troubling because you think you have a problem and you may not, or you may, I mean, it's distorting people's views of whether there's a policy problem.
Absolutely.
And so
right.
I'm concerned that it's an artifact of the way data is collected. Then we should to me, if we're going to try and move forward on this issue, which I think we should, I'd like to have some solid numbers.
There are two aspects to this. There is LRE, and the presumption that LRE means improved performance.
Yeah.
Why put a student into a classroom if it's not going to improve their performance? Mm-hmm. Part of what we are seeing as initial analyses, very preliminary, is that student performance, both those who are included more than 80% of the time, increases. But we're also seeing for those students who need those special day classes, their performance is increasing as well. So does it matter so much whether they're in position A or B? Maybe, but also maybe not. There are some students who are fully included with a one-on-one aide. Are they really included if all they do is sit in the back of the room? So there's a lot of variables, performance and actual classroom variables, that go into this data analysis. Looking at the numbers alone is probably insufficient at this time to make huge policy decisions.
Well, what other people do when they put numbers together is they look at California's certification requirements, which have certified people without a strong background in general education. It is alleged that our teacher requirements for special education vis-a-vis general education are among the lowest in the country. People I know that move out here from other states are appalled. So if you've got a bunch of teachers who are not well trained teaching in special day classes or not in regular classrooms, then the inference is that we've got a problem. You're saying we don't.
We don't know. But I will indicate that one of our goals this year is to re-examine special education in a unique way. It was originally designed to be a set of services and supports. We have gotten away from that. We now talk about special education as a place to be. When we talk about special education as a set of services, the presumption is the student is in the general class and gets the kind of supports and service they need to enable them to perform there. That would not necessarily require the special education teacher to have a general ed credential. But chasing the funding stream, it has become more efficient over time to say this is resource, this is general, this is special day class, and to isolate kids in unique ways because it derives the funding behind it. We're trying to find a way to get away from that particular issue so that funding is neutral. Funding supports kids, kind of like you talked about for about 6 hours today. And what we want is for the funding to support the students, not to drive where the students go. And so that is one of our major initiatives as we're looking at it this year.
Board Member Rocker.
Fred, each time you've come to give us this report, I ask you this question, and I'm going to ask it again. Back in the days when we had an advisory commission on African American students, there was the issue about the disproportionality concerning the suspension and expulsion rate, as well as the referral rate for African American students, always continues to come up. But you're saying we're trending in the right direction. What is it that's actually happening in the programs that's making you be able to say that we're trending in the correct direction to correct those issues?
I make that statement based on aggregate data. Mm-hmm. That when we collect it all statewide, we see that there are fewer districts disproportionate for African American students for emotional disturbance. That's a good trend at a statewide level. What is happening uniquely in each and every district, I can't answer that.
Okay, so that, and I'm glad you said it in that way because, again, going back to what we're being asked to do on the local control funding formula, I believe we're going to see, at a macro level, yes, we're trending in the correct direction. But in the districts where we've already identified where suspension and expulsion issues are significant issues for students based on color, we're going to see a different data point percolating up among those districts, both, I suspect, in the special ed area as well as in the suspension and expulsion area. People keep asking to make sure that we're seeking input, and I just need to say at the board level, we have several advisory committees that remain in place, including for special ed. We probably need to look again at whether or not we need to reinstate or at least recommission the work that Dr. Winlock did with the Advisory Committee on African American Students as we go down this road on looking at the LCAP and those outcomes that we're going to be looking at as the 8 state priorities, because this is going to arise again with a different lens on it for our local school districts, and it's going to look different than the data we have in this report, and we will not be trending in the correct direction.
If I may, we do collect 2 unique pieces of data on this. The first is how many students are referred by general education to special education. We can pull that apart and disaggregate it for you very quickly. What we find is who gets referred to special ed the most because they're failing in general ed. Oh, gee, it's African American students. That we don't, in special ed, don't have any real control over. There needs to be other kinds of supports and systems in place, like a multi-tiered system of support or response to intervention, something to address those students' needs. All I can tell you is they're being referred from there to us. The second part of the data is, of those referred, how many actually become identified as special education? That seems to be getting slightly better. But of course, you know, if you're given an oversupply of a particular category, the odds are, even after our normal assessment filters, there will still be an oversupply. And I think that's a bit of an artifact that we're experiencing. But we can absolutely provide you the referral data.
The little bit I know about this autism situation is that perhaps there really is a significant increase happening throughout the country in terms of children born with autism. At the same time, that percentage is so large. Is it your sense that a significant part of this increase in autism identification has more to do with identification, you know what I'm saying, definition, or the ability to align children's needs, behaviors, issues with this broadened definition or expanded definition of autism? You know what I'm getting at. I'm not saying it very well.
The DSM, the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual that most physicians and psychologists use, has expanded the definition of autism. There is a greater increase, and we see it not just in California, but nationally. Autism is on the rise by that definition. Now, autism as a disorder under the DSM is a spectrum disorder. It can be incredibly mild and incredibly severe. And so that's kind of why we see this bifurcated placement issue that I talked about earlier. It also engenders a whole range of treatment or teaching options that sometimes one person doesn't possess. And so, yes, we need to work on that aspect, both the intervention side as well as looking at how they're identified initially.
Board Member Williams.
But are you suggesting that the reason that the numbers are increasing so dramatically is because the definition got broadened, and so most of that increase in numbers is coming from the broader part of the definition? Or do people, I'm just curious about this, do people think that actually that it is increasing in the population? And is there a theory about why?
I have no theories, but yes, we are seeing an overall increase in identification rates even before the definition changed. I think the definition adds clarity. It may encompass some more students, but the trend was well underway before that happened.
And you don't know of research that is the current research on why that might be happening?
I do not.
And what is the, I know I probably asked this last year, but I can't remember the answer, the other medical category, the category that's other medical?
Other health impaired.
Yes.
Again, other health impaired is somewhat of a catch-all category. It used to include traumatic brain injury, although that's been pulled out by itself. Sometimes students with autism or other medical conditions that are undifferentiated become labeled as other health impaired because it affects their ability to learn and to benefit from education. That's a critical piece of identification for special ed that people often forget. Yes, you can have a disability. That doesn't automatically mean you get special ed. It's only when that disability impacts your ability to learn in the general ed classroom. And so these students who are labeled autistic or other health impaired, both of those criteria are met. So they have some physical condition, it's impacting their ability to learn, therefore they're eligible for the kinds of services that special ed provides.
Isn't you don't show the costs underneath. It seems to me autism might be more expensive to deal with than reading problems, and therefore you show these without regard to the cost, so that the change in the nature of the disability is driving up the costs overall, and the money's relatively flat. So you can show that the numbers of students aren't going up much, but if you're shifting from lower cost students to higher cost students, e.g. autism, the burden on the districts is growing over the decade. Is that correct or not?
Great observation. Mostly that is a true statement. Students with autism who are labeled early on often receive a home-based program. That home-based program consists of services by an ABA certified person 40 hours a week. And oftentimes that means multiple people in the home because those people need to be supervised by supervisors, needs to be coordinated by something, there's an agency behind it. Those in-home placements are incredibly expensive. Yet, there are some school districts that have managed to build and train personnel to provide services to autistic students within the confines of the classroom. Typically, these are students who are 5 years and older. We don't have too many preschool autistic classes, although we have some. So the cost is dramatic from the home-based programs, and some students do remain there throughout elementary years, perhaps, to school-based programs, which are relatively inexpensive, still clearly more costly than a general classroom. But so the cost varies widely. The earlier we identify a student, the more likely those costs are going to be high for the first few years, hopefully coming down as schools develop and provide programs for autistic students within the school setting as they reach the school age years. So it's going to vary, and if you have a lot of very young children, your costs are probably going to go up.
Okay. Other comments? No? All right, so I guess we need a motion on this, don't we? We made the motion, okay. That's right. Member Burr made the motion, right? And yeah, I know we need public comment. Carl made the motion, okay.
Yes.
Okay, so we have the, all right, now we need public comment on the motion.
Any comment?
No public comment. Okay, then we're ready for a vote. All those in favor?
Thank you.
Okay, now we're on to item 16, update. Yes, 16, update of special education regulations, comment period.
As you may recall, we brought this item before you earlier. It got your approval to go out for public comment on our regulations, and we have done so. And I just want to reemphasize, this is the middle part of a three-step process for us. The first step was changes in law required us to eliminate certain portions of regulation. We did that through what's called a Section 100 through the Office of Administrative Law. So a number of regulations were simply removed through that process. We're now in the middle process. That is, all of the regulations that needed to be updated and clarified are before you. We went out several times to the public and asked for their input. We took it to the Advisory Commission 2 separate times in between that, and they have recommended support for this motion. At this point, we have some comments that we have taken under advisement and in many cases included in this updated draft of the regulations. The Administrative Procedures Act requires us to send this latest draft back to those commenters for concurrence. If there are no substantive changes, the APA would allow us to go forward and send this packet of regulations to the Office of Administrative Law for promulgation. If there are, we would need to come back to you one more time to address any substantive concerns that remain. In this process, we found that in spite of our best efforts, there were a number of entities and individuals who felt that the 45-day comment period established in law was insufficient. Yet most of them also managed to give us comments, even while expressing the inadequate time period. There are also some issues that we are addressing by making the regulations clear, and I'll give you a very specific example. The term music therapy is not popular. However, it is a legitimate related service, among others, that a student might need. And it was inserted by name in this set of regulations because we were getting complaints from parents and from music therapists, as the case may be, that districts were saying no because it's not specifically named in the regulations, we don't have to do it. Well, that was not a true statement. And to avoid ongoing complaints and potential due process issues, we simply named the requirements. Let me be clear. We didn't say that music therapy is a related service. We said if music therapy is a required related service, these are the qualifications of the person who delivers it. It's very important that that distinction be made. We said if it is a required related service, these people must be qualified, and here is how they become qualified. So that was not a hugely popular item, but we felt that it was important to put it in there. Now, these regs have not been updated since, I don't know, 87. So there was a lot here. There's been 2 reauthorizations of IDEA, countless Ed Code updates, and the regulations simply were out of sync. We were finding that the Office of Administrative Hearings was insisting that even though the law supporting a regulation had gone, the mere fact that the regulation was left hanging was substantive enough that districts had to comply in spite of the lack of law. So it became really important to us to get this brought up to speed, to clarify, to align it with current both federal and state code. Now, I said this is the middle process. The third process that we plan to engage in, there are some folks who believe that there are still pieces where we might need to expand our explanation in the regulations. We've consulted with our legal office, and while we believe that this is wholly adequate, we are going to entertain those discussions as soon as we finish this process. And one of those, by example, is the use of response to intervention or multi-tiered systems of support as an identification mechanism for specific learning disability. Now, as I mentioned, specific learning disability rates are going down, which could mean that our current system works. It could mean that our teaching interventions are better, and so on the natural they're being referred less. But we want to engage in that discussion. We believe that the evidence-based practices that have been brought forward as a suggested alternative mechanism are worth having a discussion about. And so that's the third phase. And I just wanted to be clear with you that if we move forward with these right now, that doesn't end this process because there's more to be done, and it's prospective as opposed to this work, which was retrospective.
Okay, so you've got a 5-part, sort of a 5-piece motion here. Yeah, it's complex, and I don't know if the board members understand it or not. You're asking for a go out to another 15-day comment. If you get nothing, then you would be able to send it forward, and it makes sense. I'm just saying okay. It's to me unusual, a multi-step thing. But
it is important to us to move this forward.
Yeah.
That's why it's structured in the way it is.
So since it's been around since 1987, maybe we ought to try and get going here. Yeah. So do we have a motion?
Move approval of the 5-part recommendation.
There's comment, I believe.
Yeah. Is there any board member questions before we go ahead?
Just, Fred, I guess, the one thing that I don't know is why isn't there a regular process to update these regs?
Ideally, there is. I can't speak for prior directors. I know that our work is all consuming on the natural moving forward, and sometimes to step back and take this look is difficult. I have to, in all honesty, give credit to a single staff member, Allison Smith, who is here with me. She did probably 99.5% of this work in terms of the analysis of the comments, making sure that everything was spot on in terms of the regulatory process and timelines. And the analysis work alone was huge, and she deserves all the credit in the world for that.
Okay, public comment. No, we have another board member question.
We have 5 speakers. I'm not sure they're still here, but I'll call their names. Grace Trujillo, Angela Sutherland, Olga Quevedo, Ariana Quevedo, and Kay Altazir. Please step forward. You have 2 minutes.
Hello, my name is Grace Trujillo, and I have a son with special needs, which is my oldest son. That's the reason I resigned my job, and I've been advocating ever since. Now I'm doing it more on the district level, because I think that's where you make the most impact. I think when it comes to we submitted our comments, but you know what? I've been trying to get parents here, and they said, Grace, for me to talk about the problems we had at home is very difficult. I don't want to come here and cry. I can't be an advocate. It's a very difficult thing. You have to take care of your son, and you have to get services, and you have to do all this stuff. One of the changes, I think, for the behavior, I know for myself, it was very difficult to talk about behavior intervention. Because the thing is, when my son started having behaviors, his words were, I'm going to kill you, I'm going to cut you up in little pieces, and I'm going to throw you in the garbage. He had 120 different behaviors within an hour. It went down to 4. But if it wasn't for this early intervention, I think it's very important, like I was saying, you're saving $1 now, but you're going to be spending thousands of dollars. Because there's a lot of children in these situations. And over time, it's going to be very expensive to have these children in institutions, because parents are going to be old and weak, and they won't be able to provide for them. I think one of the focuses now is trying to focus, how are we going to fund special education? I know I went to my school board 4 years ago and asked the same thing. We shouldn't fight about who's going to get what, or where we're going to cut, or what we're going to do to change the laws. What we have to focus is in getting fully funded, so that way we have the services and provide the services while the child is young. That way it costs the state less money, and at the same time these children will be part of society and a part of our community. Because I know they will, because my son now is. Otherwise, I think if I were to focus on my career, and it was a fight for me to get the services that I did, because my son had head trauma. But I know now he will be. He's able to read, write, and his behaviors are more, and we're able to function as a family. Thank you.
Good afternoon, board members. I'm Angela Sutherland, and I'm a parent of a 2nd grader who receives special education services in Sacramento City Unified School District. And I'm also a member of a CAC in the school district as well. So it's a little disheartening to hear Mr. Balcom talk about how the CDE went out several times to the public. And even though people expressed concern about not being notified about these regulation changes, they still submitted their comments anyway. Well, yes, of course they're going to, but that doesn't mean that the comments were fully involving the community and the parents. In fact, many parents and community groups didn't even know. They didn't even know about this meeting today, or I think they would have been here. And so, despite all of those other informal public comment periods and then the 45-day public comment period, I just want to ask that the State Board of Education please advertise your listservs on your website so that people can be notified. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kay Altizer. I'm the Executive Director of Special Education Services for Berkeley Unified School District. But I'm here today on behalf of the SELP Administrators Association. They asked me to represent them today as they're in their meeting in San Diego just to provide some input into the regs. So what they want you to know is they do support the alignment of the California regs to the federal requirements, and they support the proposed changes with two exceptions. One is the one that was referred to before, which is the addition of music therapy and the requirements for music therapists, and also keeping in the requirement for vision therapy. Neither of these practices are evidence-based, and to have them in the regulations raises them to the level of a status of legitimacy. Thank you.
Okay, that's the end of the public comments. Now we're ready for board discussion on the motion. No further discussion? For that, we're ready for a vote. Raise your hands if you're for this, passing the motion. Thank you. That passes. Okay, now I guess I could take the proposed consent items and then we could move to the waivers. So we have proposed consent items are 18 through 23. None of those have been pulled by any board members.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Public comment, go ahead.
Item 18, Doug McRae.
Late afternoon. My name is Doug McRae, retired testing guy from Monterey, and this is on item 18, the STAR contract, the money withheld. At your March 2012 meeting, you approved an amendment to the STAR contract to allow for faster turnaround time for STAR results, beginning the 2013 cycle. I recall the industry standard turnaround time of 3 weeks was the expectation, 3 weeks for local school district results, not statewide results. My impression was that that turnaround time, that expectation was not met, at least from my local districts that I down in my area. They didn't receive the faster turnaround time. If that was the case, the logical question is, why not? And if the vendor performance was a factor leading to failure of quicker turnaround time, then I'd suggest the non-release of at least a portion of the money of that task, or of those tasks, the scoring tasks, which come up to $2.6 million retained or withheld, would be in order. Now, I'd comment real quickly that I did see in task number 12 in the agenda materials 5 weeks rather than the industry standard 3 weeks. And so that may be the standard that the vendor would have to be held to. But I'd ask kind of a question, why was it 5 weeks rather than industry standard 3 weeks? Withholding of money for vendor contracts has been done 3 times in the last 7 years. It's not unusual. So on a large contract, nobody's perfect. Thank you.
Okay, any board member questions on these items? All right, in favor of the consent calendar, raise your hands. Okay, that's approved. We're now back to action items on the waivers. Oh, the waiver consent. Okay, can we take the... All right, the proposed waiver consent items include W1 through W10 and W12 through W14. W1 through W10. Yeah, those are proposed waiver consent items.
I move that we do W1. Is it 1 through 10?
Pardon?
1 through 10, right now.
And then Pat has to leave on 12 through...
Then we do
Okay. So I'm looking for a motion on W1 through W10.
Motion that we move W1 through 10.
All right. Is there any public comment on that? All right. All those in favor, raise your hands. Now we do W11. W11.
Yes.
And that's a waiver, that's a consent item.
No. This is an action.
Okay. I see. All right.
W11 is,
I mean, all right.
if I can jump in.
So we're on 11, but we still have 10 for 12 and to 12 out there. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. Now we're on 11.
Right now we're going to, they're asking for action on W11. Right. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So, yeah, that's right.
This is a waiver request by the El Dorado County Office of Education, their organization which operates the charter SELPA. And David Tostin is here to speak to their position in just a moment. We are recommending denial of this waiver. It is a unique request in that the waiver normally is only approved when it's necessary or beneficial to the content and implementation of a pupil's IEP. In this case, all IEPs were fully implemented. And so this is the first application of this waiver authority for this purpose. And the purpose is to waive the timeline of a non-public agency that failed to submit a renewal application. Pinnacle Education Services is the non-public agency. They have a history of failure to apply on time. And in this instance, not only were they were late to the point that they were not certified from the window of, January 1st to April 9th. Federal and state law require that a student is placed in a non-public school or served by a non-public agency only when that agency is certified by the state. In this case, due to Pinnacle's failure, they became non-certified. And so the LEA charters under the El Dorado Charter SELPA had students placed in a non-certified, non-public agency for that window of time. The issue that we are recommending denial on is we currently have 60 additional non-public agencies in a queue that have not submitted their renewal request, and the timeline has expired. An action here to waive the timeline requirement by the board might indicate to them that it is okay not to submit renewal requests and that they'll be fine because they will be covered retrospectively at a later time through a waiver process. That causes us some concern. So two issues. One is that I just described. The other is that these students were in fact served by a non-certified agency. And the crux of the issue is that if it is not a certified agency, the LEAs may not use federal or state special education funds. They can place a student there, but they have to use their local funds to do it. And so by waiving this, you allow them to expend federal and state funds. By upholding our recommendation, it would require them to pay for those services out of local funds. That is the effect of your action. And I'd like to give Dave Tostin from El Dorado County an opportunity to speak to their position on this issue.
Good afternoon. My name is David Tostin. I'm the Executive Director of the El Dorado Charter SELPA as well as the SELPA. And I first want to express my appreciation to the Board and Deputy Zeiger for your consideration in hearing this matter, and also acknowledge Dr. Balcom and his staff for their excellent communication and support throughout this process up until the point we disagreed about the recommendation before you. What I would like to highlight is that this request from our perspective is identical to the circumstances of the 26 previous such requests that were held or that were reviewed by the board in previous years, where the performance of a non-public agency in failing to submit their application in a timely fashion impacted the schools who were receiving the service from the non-public agency. And Dr. Balcom outlined a timeline in the document that was presented to you, and what the document does not show is that when we received the official notification on February 21st that their certification had lapsed, schools and the SELPA immediately worked with the non-public agency to remedy the situation, but also made the decision to ensure that services were provided to students and there was no disruption. Given the timeline for certification applications, it expires mid-year, and it's almost impossible to change to a new provider with very little notice immediately mid-year without creating confusion or disruption to services for students. The fact that the non-public agency was ultimately approved, I believe, demonstrates the appropriateness of the service and also confirms the school's decision to not disrupt services, which would have been the only other option. Speaking to the condition in the waiver, the department also recommends if you approve, there be a condition of sending a letter to parents of all the students that were served. Since this is purely an administrative issue, we worry that sending the letter, if approved, would create confusion and concern among parents regarding the services that were provided to their students that were always provided by appropriately credentialed staff. It's simply an administrative function of the certification application. Since we became aware of this issue again, we worked with the non-public agency to remedy it, but also improve their performance, and I can say with complete confidence that they have submitted their application on time today, because now we have the ability to verify through the online system that it is submitted in time. So, thank you.
I have a question. Is that the end of your presentation? Or?
Yes, we're happy to answer questions.
As I understand, this particular agency has a history of this, and
Yes,
so
yes, in
we're
fact, they do.
told it's fixed, but it's how many years have we faced this?
The last 3 years, they have been late, in some cases to the extreme of being not certified. There's a window that ends October 31st. This agency has, other than their initial application, has never met that window, and we have extended timelines up until December in order that they and others got their application in prior to losing certification. So this agency has been one of those who has been chronically untimely.
Do you have any comment on that?
I would highlight that it's the performance of the agency which the SELPA or schools do not have the ability to directly influence. We have increased our conversation and oversight with them, but some schools were not aware of the history that this agency had prior to this year.
And
Well, I just have a couple questions. If I heard you correctly, the description here that says that the board has approved 26 other waivers under this authority, I thought I heard sort of two different things. That your comment was this waiver is identical to the ones we've approved before, and I thought I heard you say, Fred, not identical. So can you help me with that?
Yes. The waiver as written in statute is it's necessary to implement an IEP. Absent the waiver, something could not happen. In this case, that something did happen, and it continued to happen. So it was that aspect was moot, making this an odd use of this waiver for us.
Okay.
We struggled with how we brought it before you.
And so then my second question is that, as I understand it, if we don't approve the waiver, then either the El Dorado SELPA or the charter school that's sending the children or multiple schools are on the hook for the funding, for their own funds, because you can't use the federal or state special ed from January to August. How much money?
April 9th.
April, I'm sorry. How much money are we talking about?
In the aggregate, we're estimating about $100,000.
Okay.
And may I make a few clarifications? This doesn't just affect charter schools who are members of the El Dorado SELPA. We are simply the agency that submitted the waiver request. I am aware that there were traditional public schools who were also using the services of this agency. And our interpretation of identical requests, two jump to mind from 2003, 2004. There was one from Sierra Sands, I believe, and one from Los Angeles Unified, where the non-public agency, in one instance, didn't know they were supposed to do it, and in another, didn't believe that they had to, and both were approved.
That sounds different than somebody who hasn't done it for 4 years. So.
Again, you said 03, 04?
Yeah.
Yes. Significant time has passed since those events, and we have mostly corrected that problem through, we have a database now that is updated monthly regarding which non-public agencies and schools are certified. There's a little bit of a time lag there because we only do it once a month. And it is, the biggest problem, if I may, is that our timeline is awkward. Most public schools and charter schools contract with these non-public schools and agencies in July for services for the school year. The window for certification expires mid-year. So if you have students placed, you get them going, and suddenly that school lacks their certification, you must either pay for it out of your own pocket, your local funds, or you pull those students out of those services and get them somewhere else in mid-year. Kind of disruptive. We are attempting to fix that problem, but it's a legislative issue, not a regulatory or a decision on our part.
I hope that issue is solved, because I can certainly sympathize with the schools who said, leave the children alone, and keep them where they need to be. It seems to me as though the money should come from the agency, not so much from the pockets of the school. But
I think, again, that's another legislative matter. We don't have the authority right now.
Okay, do I have a motion on this?
I thought it was difficult during the liaison call. I think it's still difficult, but I'm going to recommend approval of the recommendation.
Approval of the CDE recommendation. To the recommend, right. So the motion would deny the waiver. Okay, any further public comment on this, on the motion? That's it. Okay, board members ready to vote? All those in favor, raise your hands. Okay, the waiver is denied. Okay, now we go to W12 through 14, and Member Rucker must recuse these. They are on consent. Okay, so we have consent items 12 through 14. Can I get a motion on these? Seconded, moved and seconded. Any public comment on these? No. Any board discussion? No. All in favor, raise your hands. Okay, we're now down to general public comment. Item 17. This is on items that are not on our agenda. Do we have public comment?
Yes, we have 7 signed up for public comment. Roberto Francesca, Sandra Chavez, Anna Corion, Ted Hare, and Terry Burns. 2 minutes, please line up.
I'll dive in to keep things moving. Thank you all for your patience today. I know it's been a long day. And I just wanted to come up, heard Mr. Cohn's comments earlier, and wanted to assure you that CSBA is very committed to working with all of our board members to foster the transparency that folks would like to have seen. We're already out doing trainings for our members. We're talking real regularly about parent engagement. We are working with a number of the parent engagement groups to find best practices and share those with our members. So I assure you that we're very committed to helping you all get there. So thank you again for your time today.
My name is Ted Hare, President Kirst and Chief Deputy Superintendent Zeiger and State Board of Education members. Thank you for your dedication. I know it's been a long day. If a high school kid is caught stealing a six-pack of beer from a convenience store, he'd be arrested, booked, prosecuted, and most likely given probation if he has no prior convictions. On the other hand, if a school administrator violates the law and refuses to provide compensatory educational services to that same student and his buddies, and then falsifies the financial data reported to the CDE will help cover it up. Why is that? I blew the whistle on my former employer. In this case, the administrators in question have priors. I'll read you a small part of the complaint and the CDE response. Please pay careful attention to the percentages. The allegation: EIA regulations require that districts allocate at least 85% of the funds to the school sites. The school district continues to fail to meet this requirement. And of course, I backed it up with the financial records from the district and the CDE. Here's the CDE response. Remember, we're listening for percents. That was 85% rule for the EIA. The CDE responds, quote, "The investigative file indicates that accounting records are maintained at the school level and reflect less than 10% of the total EIA allocation for the purposes of administration and evaluation of their programs. Therefore, the request for appeal of allegation 5 is denied." Did you hear anything about the EIA 85% rule in the CDE response? Every allegation I made was denied by the CDE in a similar fashion, mostly by choosing a section of law that the district did comply with and then using it to deny my allegation about a different section of law. I back up my documentation with documentation from the district and the CDE. If I can't back up an allegation, I don't make it. Does it make you proud that the California Department of Education has spoken firmly on the side of fraud and illegal discrimination? Of course not. Chief Deputy Superintendent Zeiger, could I get 30 minutes of your time to discuss this case?
Time is up.
Thank you.
All right. That's the end of public comment? Okay. I declare the board adjourned.